Additional context. This paper delves into the architecture of Wine, a compatibility layer that allows users to run Windows applications on other operating systems like Linux and macOS. The broader field this work contributes to is operating system virtualization and application compatibility. Traditionally, running software designed for one OS on another required complete emulation, simulating the entire hardware and software environment. This is resource-intensive, as it requires translating every instruction from the guest OS to the host OS. Wine takes a different approach. It implements the Windows API as a library for Unix-like systems. Instead of emulating the entire Windows environment, Wine provides the necessary system calls and libraries that Windows applications expect. This allows the applications to run natively, interacting directly with the host OS kernel, which results in significantly improved performance compared to full emulation. This approach builds upon decades of research in operating system design, API compatibility, and binary translation. Wine's architecture supports a range of Windows executable formats, from ancient DOS executables to modern 64-bit PE files. Each format has different memory management, multitasking capabilities, and API dependencies. Understanding these differences is crucial for Wine to correctly load, link, and execute Windows applications. This work is based on earlier efforts in reverse engineering and understanding the Windows API. Unlike projects like virtual machines, e.g., VMware VirtualBox, Wine aims for seamless integration by translating Windows system calls into their POSIX portable operating system interface equivalents. The ongoing development of Wine involves continually updating its API implementation to support newer Windows features and address compatibility issues. Furthermore, efforts are made to enhance Wine's integration with the host OS, making Windows applications feel more like native programs. The research on Wine is very practical, since its development enables a wide range of use cases. Individuals and organizations can leverage it to run specific software that might not be available on other platforms. Wine also serves as a valuable tool for software developers, aiding in cross-platform development and testing. Although Wine is a mature project, ongoing research and development are crucial for maintaining compatibility with the ever-evolving Windows ecosystem and improving overall performance and stability. Therefore, this study serves to illuminate the complexities involved in achieving Windows application compatibility on non-Windows platforms, as well as providing the theoretical and practical underpinnings of projects such as this. Wine Architecture Chapter 7 Brief Overview of Wine Architecture. 3 Definitions. Definition 1, API, Application Programming Interface, a set of routines, protocols, and tools for building software applications. It specifies how software components should interact. Definition 2, NE, New Executable, a file format for executables and DLLs in 16-bit Windows versions. Definition 3, PE, Portable Executable, a file format for executables, object code, DLLs, and others, used in 32-bit and 64-bit Windows operating systems. Wine Overview. Forward. Wine is often used as a recursive acronym, standing for Wine is not an emulator. Sometimes it is also known to be used for Windows emulator. In a way, both meanings are correct, only seen from different perspectives. The first meaning says that Wine is not a virtual machine. It does not emulate a CPU, and you are not supposed to install Windows nor any Windows device drivers on top of it. Rather, Wine is an implementation of the Windows API and can be used as a library to port Windows applications to Unix. The second meaning, obviously, is that to Windows binaries, examples, Wine does look like Windows and emulates its behavior and quirks rather closely. Emulator. The emulator perspective should not be thought of as if Wine is a typical inefficient emulation layer. That means Wine can't be anything but slow. The faithfulness to the badly designed Windows API may, of course, impose a minor overhead in some cases. But this is both balanced out by the higher efficiency of the Unix platforms Wine runs on, and that other possible abstraction libraries like Motif, GTK+, CORBA, etc., has a runtime overhead typically comparable to Wine's. 2 definitions. Definition 1, MZ, an executable file format used by DOS and early versions of Windows. Definition 2, WineLib, a set of tools in Wine that allows compiling Windows applications as Unix executables. Executables. Wine main task is to run Windows executables under non-Windows operating systems. It supports different types of executables. DOS executable. Those are even older programs using the DOS format, either COM or EXE, the later being also called MZ. Windows NE executable, also called 16-bit. They were the native processes run by Windows 2X and 3X. NE stands for New Executable G, Windows PE Executable. These are programs were introduced in Windows 95 and became the native formats for all later Windows versions, even if 16-bit applications were still supported. PE stands for Portable Executable, in a sense where the format of the executable as a file is independent of the CPU, even if the content of the file, the code, is CPU dependent. WineLib Executable. These are applications written using the Windows API but compiled as a Unix executable. Wine provides the tools to create such executables. Definition: address space, the range of memory addresses available to a process. Let's quickly review the main differences for the supported executables. Table 7:1. Wine executables: DOS, Comore, exe, Win16, NE, Win32, PE, Win64, PE, WineLib. Multitasking: only one application at a time, except for TSR, cooperative, preemptive 60. Chapter 7. Overview: DOS, Comore. exe, Win16, NE, Win32, PE, Win64, PE, WineLib. Address space: 1 MB of memory, where each application is loaded and unloaded. Definition: protected mode, an operating mode of x86 CPUs that enables access to more than 1 MB of memory and provides memory protection. All 16-bit applications share a single address space, protected mode. Each application has its own address space. Definition: MMU, Memory Management Unit, a hardware component responsible for handling accesses to memory requested by the CPU. Requires MMU support from CPU. Each application has its own address space. Requires MMU support from CPU. Each application has its own address space. Requires M support from CPU. Definition: int21h traps, software interrupts used in DOS to invoke system services. Windows API: no Windows API but the DOS API, like int21h traps. We'll call the 16-bit Windows API. We'll call the 32-bit Windows API. We'll call the 64-bit Windows API. 2 definitions. Definition 1, x86, a family of instruction set architectures based on the Intel 8086 CPU. Definition 2, real mode, an operating mode of x86 CPUs where only 1 MB of memory is accessible and segmentation is used for addressing. We'll call the 32/64-bit Windows API possibly the Unix ACPI CPU level, only available on x86 in real mode. Code and data are in segmented forms with 16-bit offsets. Processor is in real mode. Definition: IA32, Intel architecture, 32-bit, the 32-bit version of the x86 instruction set architecture. Only available on IA32 architectures, code and data are in segmented forms with 16-bit offsets, hence the 16-bit name. Processor is in protected mode. Definition: flat memory model, a memory architecture where the entire address space is accessible without segmentation. Available with NT on several CPUs including IA32. On this CPU, uses a flat memory model with 32-bit offsets, hence the 32-bit name. 2 definitions. Definition 1, AMD 64, a 64-bit extension of the x86 instruction set architecture. Definition 2, AArch 64, the 64-bit architecture extension of the ARM architecture. Only available on AMD 64 and AArch 64 architectures. Flat model 32 64-bit addresses. Multi-threading not available, not available, 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 available. B must use the Win3264 for threading synchronicity, not the Unix ones. Definition: WoW Windows on Windows, a compatibility layer in Windows NT that allows 16-bit Windows applications to run on 32-bit Windows. Wine deals with this issue by launching a separate Wine process, which is in fact a Unix process for each Win32 process, but not for Win16 tasks. Win16 tasks are run as different intersynchronized Unix threads in the same dedicated Wine process. This Wine process is commonly known as a WoW process, Windows on Windows, referring to a similar mechanism used by Windows NT. 5 definitions. Definition 1, Mutex, a mutual exclusion object that synchronizes access to a resource, allowing only one thread to access it at a time. Definition 2, Winevdom, the wine process dedicated to running the Win's 16 processes. Definition 3, KRNL386EXE, a Windows 3.x system file that manages the 16-bit environment. Definition 4, Subsystem, a self-contained component within an operating system that provides a specific set of functionalities. Definition 5, WDM drivers, Windows driver model, a driver architecture for Windows 98 and later. Synchronization between the Win16 tasks running in the WoW process is normally done through the Win16 mutex whenever one of them is running. It holds the Win16 mutex, keeping the others from running. When the task wishes to let the other tasks run, the thread releases the Win16 mutex, and one of the waiting threads will then acquire it and let its task run. Winevdom is the wine process dedicated to running the Win16 processes. Note that several instances of this process could exist, as Windows has support for different VDM virtual DOS machines in order to have Win16 processes running in different address spaces. Wine also uses the same architecture to run DOS programs. In this case, the DOS emulation is provided by KRNL386EXE, 61 Chapter 7. Overview Standard Windows Architectures. Windows 9X Architecture. The Windows architecture Win9X way looks like this. Space plus note also not depicted in schema above that the 16-bit applications are supported in a specific subsystem. Some basic differences between the Win9X and the NT architectures include several subsystems. Win32 POSIX can be run on NT while not on Win9X. Win9X roots its architecture in 16-bit systems, while NT is truly a 32-bit system. The drivers model and interfaces in Win9X and NT are different, even if Microsoft tried to bridge the gap with some support of WDM drivers in Win98 and above. 6 definitions. Definition 1, DLLs, dynamic link libraries. Shared libraries containing code and data that can be used by multiple programs simultaneously. Definition 2, NTDLL, the Windows NT operating system's native API library. Definition 3, Kernel 32, the core Windows API library for memory management, input-output, and process creation. Definition 4, GDI32, the Windows API library for graphics and drawing functions. Definition 5, User32, the Windows API library for user interface components like windows and dialogues. Definition 6, ADVAPI, an advanced Windows API library offering functions for security, registry, and event logging. Wine architecture. Global picture. Wine implementation is closer to the Windows NT architecture. Even if several subsystems are not implemented yet, remind also that 16-bit support is implemented in a 32-bit Windows EXE, not as a subsystem. Here's the overall picture. Completely replace the big three DLLs, kernel 32, GDI 32, and user 32, which all other DLLs are layered on top of. But since Wine is, for various reasons, leaning towards the NT way of implementing things, the NTDL lists another core DLL to be implemented in Wine, and many kernel 32 and ADVAPI 32 features will be implemented through the NTDLL. As of today, no real subsystem, apart the Win32 one, has been implemented in Wine. The Wine server provides the backbone for the implementation of the core DLLs. It mainly implements interprocess synchronization and object sharing. It can be seen, from a functional point of view, as an NT kernel, even if the APIs and protocols used between Wine DLLs and the Wine server are Wine-specific. Wine uses the Unix drivers to access the various hardware pieces on the box. However, in some cases, Wine will provide a driver in Windows Sense to a physical hardware device. This driver will be a proxy to the Unix driver. This is the case, for example, for the graphical part with X11 or Mac drivers, audio with OSS or ALSA drivers. All DLLs provided by Wine try to stick as much as possible to the exported APIs from the Windows platforms. There are rare cases where this is not the case and have been properly documented. Wine DLLs export some Wine-specific APIs. Usually those are prefixed with Wine. Let's now review in greater details all of those components. 4 definitions. Definition 1, Interprocess Communication, IPC, mechanisms that allow different processes to communicate with each other. Definition 2, Unix socket, an interprocess communication endpoint in Unix-like operating systems. Definition 3, Home Directory, the directory assigned to a user on a multi-user operating system. Definition 4, Environment Variable, a variable whose value is set outside the program and can be accessed by the program during execution. The wine server is among the most confusing concepts in wine. What is its function in wine? Well, to be brief, it provides interprocess communication, IPC, synchronization, and process thread management. When the wine server launches, it creates a Unix socket for the current host based on C below, your home directory's wine subdirectory, or wherever the WNEPREFIX environment variable points to all wine processes launched later connects to the wine server using this socket. If a wine server was not already running, the first wine process will start up the wine server in auto-terminate mode, i.e. the wine server will then terminate itself once the last wine process has terminated. 5 definitions. Definition 1, Configuration Directory, directory that contains configuration files for a particular application or system. Definition 2, Registry Information, data stored in the Windows registry, a hierarchical database that stores configuration settings and options on Microsoft Windows operating systems. Definition 3, Request Buffer, a region of memory used to store requests sent between processes or threads. Definition 4, Command Code, a numerical or symbolic code that specifies the action to be performed by a system or application. Definition 5, Wait Condition, a condition that must be met before a thread can resume execution. The master socket mentioned above is created within the /tmpd directory with a name that reflects the configuration directory. This means that there can actually be several separate copies of the wine server running, one per combination of user and configuration directory. Note that you should not have several users using the same configuration directory at the same time. They will have different copies of the wine server running, and this could well lead to problems with the registry information that they are sharing. 64 Chapter 7. Overview. Every thread in each wine process has its own request buffer, which is shared with the wine server. When a thread needs to synchronize or communicate with any other thread or process, it fills out its request buffer, then writes a command code through the socket. The wine server handles the command as appropriate, while the client thread waits for a reply. In some cases, like with the various wait for synchronization primitives, the server handles it by marking the client thread as waiting and does not send it a reply before the wait condition has been satisfied. 2 definitions. Definition 1, Poll Loop, a programming construct that continuously checks for events or conditions to handle. Definition 2, Race Conditions, errors that occurs when multiple threads access shared data concurrently, leading to unpredictable behavior. The wine server itself is a single and separate Unix process and does not have its own threading. Instead, it is built on top of a large poll loop that alerts the wine server whenever anything happens, such as a client having sent a command or a wait condition having been satisfied. There is thus no danger of race conditions inside the wine server itself. It is often called upon to do operations that look completely atomic to its clients. 2 definitions. Definition 1, Shared Handles, identifiers that represents shared resources like files or memory regions that can be accessed by multiple processes. Definition 2, Unix File Descriptor, an integer that represents an open file or other input-output resource in a Unix-like operating system. Because the wine server needs to manage processes, threads, shared handles, synchronization, and any related issues, all the client's Win32 objects are also managed by the wine server, and the clients must send requests to the wine server whenever they need to know any Win32 object handles associated Unix file descriptor, in which case the wine server duplicates the file descriptor, transmits it back to the client, and leaves it to the client to close the duplicate when the client has finished with it. 3 definitions. Definition 1, Built-in DLLs, DLLs provided by wine rather than the native Windows DLLs. Definition 2, DLL descriptor, a wine-specific data structure that contains information about a DLL, such as its entry points, resources, and sections. Definition 3, Thunk, a small piece of code used to adapt or convert between different environments, such as 16-bit and 32-bit code. Wine built-in DLLs, about relays, thunks, and DLL descriptors. This section mainly applies to built-in DLLs, DLLs provided by Wine. See the section called Wine Windows DLLs for the details on native versus built-in DLL handling. Definition. Entry points, specific locations in a DLL or executable where code execution begins for certain functions. Loading a Windows binary into memory isn't that hard by itself. The hard part is all those various DLLs and entry points it imports and expects to be there and function as expected. This is obviously what the entire Wine implementation is all about. Wine contains a range of DLL implementations. You can find the DLL's implementation in thedlls/director. 3 definitions. Definition 1, Unix shared library. A library file in Unix-like systems that can be loaded into memory and used by multiple programs at runtime. Definition 2, module name. The name of a DLL or executable file, typically without the file extension. Definition 3, DLL resources. Data and other non-executable assets embedded within a DLL file, such as images, icons, and strings. Each DLL, at least the 32-bit version see below, is implemented in a Unix shared library. The file name of this shared library is the module name of the DLL with a DLL suffix or DRV or any other relevant extension depending on the DLL type. This shared library contains the code itself for the DLL, as well as some more information, as the DLL resources and a Wine-specific DLL descriptor. 6 definitions. Definition 1, in-memory PE header. A data structure in memory that contains information about a portable executable PE file. Definition 2, sections. Distinct regions within a DLL or executable that contain code, data, or other resources. Definition 3, debug information. Data embedded within a DLL or executable that is used for debugging purposes. Definition 4, WineBuild tool. A tool in Wine that generates DLL descriptors and entry point tables from specification files. Definition 5, WRC, Wine Resource Compiler, a tool to compile Windows resource files for use in Wine. Definition 6, WMC, Windows Message Compiler, a tool to compile message table resources for Windows applications. The DLL descriptor, when the DLL is instantiated, is used to create an in-memory PE header, which will provide access to various information about the DLL, including but not limited to its entry point, its resources, its sections, its debug information. The DLL descriptor and entry point table is generated by the WineBuild tool, taking DLL specification files with the extension, spec as input. Resources after compilation by WRC or message tables, after compilation by WMC, are also added to the descriptor by WineBuild. Definition. Shared library constructor, a special function in a shared library that is automatically executed when the library is loaded into memory. When an application module wants to import a DLL, Wine will look through its list of registered DLLs, in fact, both the already loaded DLLs and the already loaded shared libraries which have registered a DLL descriptor. Since the DLL descriptor is automatically registered when the shared library is loaded, remember, registration call is put inside a shared library constructor. If it's not registered, Wine will look for it on disk, building the shared library name from the DLL module name. 2 definitions. Definition 1, native DLLs, DLLs from Windows, used instead of the Wine's built-in implementations. Definition 2, WNEDLLPATH, an environment variable that specifies the directories to search for DLLs. Directories searched for are specified by the WNEDLLPATH environment variable. Failing that, it will look for a real Windows DLL file to use and look through its imports, etc., and use the loading of native DLLs. Definition. DLopen, a Unix system call that loads a shared library into memory. After the DLL has been identified, assuming it's still a native one, it's mapped into memory using addlopen call. Definition. Shared library mechanisms, the operating system's facilities for loading, linking, and managing shared libraries. Note that Wine doesn't use the shared library mechanisms for resolving and/or importing functions between 2 shared libraries for 2 DLLs. The shared library is only used for providing a way to load a piece of code on 65 Chapter 7, Overview Demand. This piece of code, thanks to the DLL descriptor, will provide the same type of information a native DLL would. Wine can then use the same code for native and built-in DLL to handle imports/exports. Definition. Dynamic loading, the process of loading shared libraries into memory at runtime. Wine also relies on the dynamic loading features of the Unix shared libraries to relocate the DLLs if needed. the same DLL can be loaded at different addresses in two different processes, and even in two consecutive runs of the same executable if the order in which the DLLs are loaded differs. Definition: ELF shared lib, executable and linkable format, a common standard file format for shared libraries in Unix-like systems. The DLL descriptor is registered in the wine realm using some tricks. The winebuild tool, while creating the code for DLL descriptor, also creates a constructor that will be called when the shared library is loaded into memory. This constructor will actually register the descriptor to the wine DLL loader. Hence, before the lopen call returns, the DLL descriptor will be known and registered. This also helps to deal with the cases where there are still dependencies at the ELF shared lib level, not at the embedded DLL level between different shared libraries. The embedded DLLs will be properly registered and even loaded from a Windows point of view. 3 definitions. Definition 1, Windows calling convention, a standard for how functions are called in Windows, including how arguments are passed and how the stack is managed. Definition 2, STD call, a calling convention used by Windows API functions. Definition 3, thunking layer, a layer of code that converts between different calling conventions or data representations. Since Wine is 32-bit code itself, and if the compiler supports Windows calling convention, STD call, GCC does, Wine can resolve imports into Win32 code by substituting the addresses of the Wine handlers directly without any thunking layer in between. This eliminates the overhead most people associate with emulation, and is what the applications expect anyway. 2 definitions. Definition 1, WNEDBUG, an environment variable used to enable debugging features in Wine. Definition 2, export table, a table in a DLL that lists the functions and data that are available for other modules to use. However, if the user specified WineDebug equals plus relay, a thunk layer is inserted between the application imports and the Wine handlers. Actually, the export table of the DLL is modified, and a thunk is inserted in the table. This layer is known as relay because all it does is print out the argument's return values by using the argument lists in the DLL descriptor's entry point table, then pass the call on, but it's invaluable for debugging misbehaving calls into Wine code. A similar mechanism also exists between Windows DLLs. Wine can optionally insert thunk layers between them by using WNEDBUG equals plus snoop, but since no DLL descriptor information exists for non-Wine DLLs, this is less reliable and may lead to crashes. For Win16 code, there is no way around thanking Wine needs to relay between 16-bit and 32-bit code. These thunks switch between the app's 16-bit stack and Wine's 32-bit stack, copies and converts arguments as appropriate integer sizes differ. Pointers are segmented in 16-bit but are 32-bit linear values in 32-bit, and handles the Win16 mutex. Definition: stack content juggling, complex manipulation of data on the stack to ensure correct argument passing and function execution. Some finer control can be obtained on the conversion. See Winebuild reference manual for the details. Suffices to say that the kind of intricate stack content juggling this results in is not exactly suitable study material for beginners. Definition: WineConf, a Wine configuration tool for setting various Wine options. Wine Windows DLLs. This document mainly deals with the status of current DLL support by Wine. Wine currently supports settings to change the load order of DLLs. The load order depends on several issues, which results in different settings for various DLLs. 3 definitions. Definition 1, COMMCTRL, Common Controls Library, a Windows library providing pre-built UI elements. Definition 2, COMMDLG, Common Dialogues Library, a Windows library for standard dialog boxes like open and save. Definition 3, USCRDLL, User Library, a Windows library replaced in newer Windows versions by User32DLL. Pros of native DLLs. Native DLLs, of course, guarantee 100% compatibility for routines they implement. For example, using the native USCRDLL would maintain a virtually perfect and Windows 95-like look for window borders, dialog controls, and so on. Using the built-in Wine version of this library, on the other hand, would produce a display that does not precisely mimic that of Windows 95. Such subtle differences can be engendered in other important DLLs, such as the Common Controls Library, Compter Lore, the Common Dialogues Library, COMMDLG, when built-in Wine DLLs outrank other types in load order. Definition: SHELLDLL, shell library, a Windows library providing shell-related functions. More significant, less aesthetically oriented problems can result if the built-in Wine version of the SHLDLL is loaded before the native version of this library. Shell L contains routines such as those used by installer utilities to create desktop shortcuts. Some installers might fail when using Wine's built-in shell. 66 Chapter 7. Overview: Cons of native DLLs. Not every application performs better under native DLLs. If a library tries to access features of the rest of the system that are not fully implemented in Wine, the native DLL might work much worse than the corresponding built-in one, if at all. For example, the native Windows GD library must be paired with a Windows display driver, which of course is not present under Unix and Wine. Finally, occasionally built-in Wine DLLs implement more features than the corresponding native Windows DLLs. Probably the most important example of such behavior is the integration of Wine with X provided by Wine's built-in USCRDLL. Should the native Windows use R library take load-order precedence, such features as the ability to use the clipboard or drag and drop between Wine Windows and X Windows will be lost. Definition: Rule of thumb, a practical and approximate method or principle based on experience or common sense. Deciding between native and built-in DLLs clearly, there is no one rule of thumb regarding which load order to use, so you must become familiar with what specific DLLs do and which other DLLs or features a given library interacts with, and use this information to make a case-by-case decision. Load order for DLLs. The default load order follows this algorithm. For all DLLs which have a fully functional Wine implementation, or where the native DLL is known not to work, the built-in library will be loaded first. In all other cases, the native DLL takes load order precedence. See the Wine User Guide, wineac.org URL for information on how to change the settings. Memory management. Every Win32 process in Wine has its own dedicated native process on the host system, and therefore its own address space. This section explores the layout of the Windows address space and how it is emulated. 5 definitions. Definition 1: Physical memory, the actual RAM chips installed in a computer. Definition 2: Frames, fixed-size blocks of physical memory. Definition 3: Pages, fixed-size blocks of virtual memory. Definition 4: Virtual memory, a memory management technique that provides an idealized address space to each process. Definition 5: Exception access violation, an error indicating an attempt to access a memory location that is not accessible. Firstly, a quick recap of how virtual memory works. Physical memory in RAM chips is split into frames, and the memory that each process sees is split into pages. Each process has its own 4 GB of address space, 4 GB being the maximum space addressable with a 32-bit pointer. Pages can be mapped or unmapped. Attempts to access an unmapped page cause an exception access violation which has the easily recognizable code of 0x0000005. Any page can be mapped to any frame, therefore you can have multiple addresses which actually contain the same memory. Pages can also be mapped to things like files or swap space, in which case accessing that page will cause a disk access to read the contents into a free frame. Initial layout in Windows. When a Win32 process starts, it does not have a clear address space to use as it pleases. Many pages are already mapped by the operating system. In particular, the exe file itself and any DLLs it needs are mapped into memory, and space has been reserved for the stack and a couple of heaps, zones used to allocate memory to the app from. Some of these things need to be at a fixed address, and others can be placed anywhere. Definition: Relocation records, data within an executable file that specifies how to adjust memory addresses when the file is loaded at a different location. The exe file itself is usually mapped at address 0x400000 and up. Indeed, most exes have their relocation records stripped, which means they must be loaded at their base address and cannot be loaded at any other address. 2 definitions. Definition 1: Dynamic linker, a part of NTDLL responsible for ensuring all the functions loaded into memory can find each other. Definition 2: Process heap, a region of memory managed by the OS which malloc/heap alloc partitions and hands out to the application. DLLs are internally much the same as exe files, but they have relocation records, which means that they can be mapped at any address in the address space. Remember, we are not dealing with physical memory here, but rather virtual memory, which is different for each process. Therefore, OLOut32 DLL may be loaded at one address in one process and a totally different one in another. Ensuring all the functions loaded into memory can find each other is the job of the Windows Dynamic Linker, which is a part of NTDLL 67 Chapter 7. Overview. So, we have the EXE and its DLLs mapped into memory. Two other very important regions also exist, the stack and the process heap. The process heap is simply the equivalent of the libmalloc on Unix. It's a region of memory managed by the OS which malloc/heap alloc partitions and hands out to the application. Windows applications can create several heaps, but the process heap always exists. Definition: shared heap, a heap memory area in Windows 9X that is visible and accessible to all processes. Windows 9X also implements another kind of heap, the shared heap. The shared heap is unusual in that anything allocated from it will be visible in every other process. Two definitions. Definition 1, 4G4GVM split patch, a Linux kernel patch that gives the kernel its own address space, allowing processes to access the maximum addressable amount of memory on a 32-bit machine, 4 GB. Definition 2, syscall. A system call is a request from a computer program to the kernel of the operating system. Comparisons. So far, we've assumed the entire 4 gigs of address space is available for the application. In fact, that's not so. Only the lower 2 gigs are available. The upper 2 gigs are on Windows NT used by the operating system and hold the kernel from 0x800000000. Why is the kernel mapped into every address space? Mostly for performance. While it's possible to give the kernel its own address space too, this is what Ingo Molnar's 4G4GVM split patch does for Linux. It requires that every system call into the kernel switches address space. As that is a fairly expensive operation, requires flushing the translation, look-aside buffers, etc., and syscall are made frequently, it's best avoided by keeping the kernel mapped at a constant position in every process's address space. Definition: native Windows drivers, device drivers designed to run directly under Windows. Basically, the comparison of memory mappings looks as follows. Wine drivers. Wine will not allow running native Windows drivers under Unix. This comes mainly because, look at the generic architecture schemas. Wine doesn't implement the kernel features of Windows. Kernel here really means the kernel, not the kernel 32 DLL, but rather sets up a proxy layer on top of the Unix kernel to provide the NTDLL and kernel 32 features. This means that Wine doesn't provide the inner infrastructure to run native drivers, either from the Win9X family or from the NT family. In other words, Wine will only be able to provide access to a specific device, if and only if 1. This device is supported in Unix, there is Unix driver to talk to it. 2. Wine has implemented the proxy code to make the glue between the API of a Windows driver and the Unix interface of the Unix driver. Definition: kernel modules, the core components of an operating system that manage system resources and provide essential services. Wine, however, tries to implement in the various DLLs needing to access devices to do it through the standard Windows APIs for device drivers in user space. This is, for example, the case for the multimedia drivers, where Wine loads Wine built-in DLLs to talk to the OSS interface or the ALSA interface. Those DLLs implement the same interface as any user space audio driver in Windows. 68 Chapter 8. Kernel modules. This section covers the kernel modules. As already stated, Wine implements the NT architecture, hence provides NTDLL for the core kernel functions, and kernel 32, which is the implementation of the basis of the Win32 subsystem, on top of NTDLL. This chapter is made of 2 types of material, depending on their point of view. Some items will be tackled from a global point of view, and then, when needed, explaining the split of work between NTDL LAN kernel 32. Some others will be tackled from a DLL point of view, NTDL lore kernel 32. The choice is made so that the output is more readable and understandable. At least, that's the intent. 2 definitions. Definition 1, Wine initialization process, the complex series of steps that Wine performs to set up the environment for running Windows applications. Definition 2, DCOM, Distributed Component Object Model, a Microsoft technology that allows COM objects to communicate over a network. The Wine initialization process. Wine has a rather complex startup procedure, so unlike many programs, the best place to begin exploring the code base is not in fact at the main function, but instead at some of the more straightforward DLLs that exist on the periphery, such as MSI. The widget library in use rand comptel 32, etc. The purpose of this section is to document and explain how wine starts up from the moment the user runs wine program, exito the point at which program gets control. 3 definitions. Definition 1, threading model, the threading model in use, NPTL versus Linux threads. Definition 2, NPTL, native POSIX thread library, the standard thread library on Linux systems. Definition 3, Linux threads, an older threading library for Linux, now superseded by NPTL. First steps, the actual wine binary that the user runs does not do very much. In fact, it is only responsible for checking the threading model in use, NPTL versus Linux threads, and then invoking a new binary which performs the next stage in the startup sequence. See the beginning of this chapter for more information on this check and why it's necessary. You can find this code in loader/glibc. The result of this check is an exec of wine, potentially on Linux via the preloader. 3 definitions. Definition 1, statically linked ELF binary, an executable file in the ELF format that includes all the necessary libraries and code within the file itself. Definition 2, libc start main, a function that initializes glibc before passing control to the main function as defined by the programmer. Definition 3, ELF bootstrap stack, data structures, env, argv, auxiliary array, etc., required to initialize the program. The wine preloader is found in loader/preloader C and is required in order to impose a Win32 style address space layout upon the newly created Win32 process. The details of what this does is covered in the address space layout chapter. The preloader is a statically linked ELF binary, which is passed the name of the actual wine binary to run along with the arguments the user passed in from the command line. The preloader is an unusual program. It does not have a main function. In standard ELF applications, the entry point is actually at a symbol named start. This is provided by the standard GCC infrastructure and normally jumps to libc start main, which initializes glibc before passing control to the main function as defined by the programmer. The preloader takes control direct from the entry point for a few reasons. Firstly, it is required that glibc is not initialized twice. The result of such behavior is undefined and subject to change without notice. Secondly, it's possible that as part of initializing glibc, the address space layout could be changed. For instance, any call to malloc will initialize a heap arena which modifies the VM mappings. Finally, glibc does not return to start at any point, so by reusing it, we avoid the need to recreate the ELF bootstrap stack, env, argv, auxiliary array, etc. The preloader is responsible for 2 things: protecting important regions of the address space so the dynamic linker does not map shared libraries into them, and once that is done, loading the real wine binary off disk, linking it and starting it up. Normally all this is done automatically by glibc and the kernel, but as we intercepted this process by using a static binary, it's up to us to restart the process. The bulk of the code in the preloader is about loading wine and LD Linux, so 2 off disk, linking them together, then starting the dynamic linking process. 2 definitions. Definition 1, symbol table, a table containing information about the symbols, functions, variables in a binary file. Definition 2, preload descriptor table, contains the VMA regions protected by the preloader. One of the last things the preloader does before jumping into the dynamic linker is scan the symbol table of the loaded wine binary and set the value of a global variable directly. This is a more efficient way of passing information to the main wine program than flattening the data structures into an environment variable or command line parameter then unpacking it on the other side, but it achieves pretty much the same thing. The global variable set points to the preload descriptor table, which contains the VMA regions protected by the preloader. This allows wine to unmap them once the dynamic linker has been run, so leaving gaps we can initialize properly later on. The wine binary hasmain function defined in loader/main. See, so after the preloader has run, we start here. 2 definitions. Definition 1, TEB, thread environment block, a data structure containing information about the currently running thread. Definition 2, wine server connection, the communication channel between a wine process and the wine server. This passes the information provided by the preloader in tolibwine and then calls wine init, defined in lib/wine/loader. This is where the emulation really starts. Wine init can, with the correct preparation, be called from programs other than the wine loader itself. Wine does some very basic setup tasks such as initializing the debugging infrastructure, yet more address space manipulation. See the information on the 4G VM split in the address space chapter, before loading NTDLL, the core of both Wine and the Windows NT series, and jumping to the Wine process init. Function defined in dils/ntdll/loader. See, this function is responsible for initializing the primary Win32 environment. In thread init, it sets up the TAB, the Win server connection for the main thread and the process heap. See the beginning of this chapter for more information on this. Finally, it loads and jumps to Wine kernel init. In kernel 32, DLL, this is defined in DIL's kernel 32 process C. This is where the bulk of the work is done. Definition: strtupinfo block, a data structure passed to create process, specifying various things like how the first window should be displayed. The kernel 32 initialization code retrieves the startup info for the process from the server, initializes the registry, sets up the drive mapping system and locale data, then begins loading the requested application itself. Each process has a strtupinfo block that can be passed in to create process specifying various things like how the first window should be displayed. This is sent to the new process via the Win server. After determining the type of file given to Wine by the user, a Win32exe file, a Win16exe, a WineLib app, etc., the program is loaded into memory, which may involve loading and initializing other DLLs, the bulk of Wine's startup code, before control reaches the end of Wine kernel init. This function ends with the new process stack being initialized and start process being called on the new stack. Nearly there. 2 definitions. Definition 1, SCH backstop handler, a structured exception handling SCH handler that handles unhandled exceptions. Definition 2, LDR initialize thunk, a function that performs the last part of the process initialization, such as performing relocations and calling the DII main with process attach. The final element of initializing Wine is starting the newly loaded program itself. Start process sets up the SCH backstop handler, calls LDR initialize thunk, which performs the last part of the process initialization, such as performing relocations and calling the DII main with process attach, grabs the entry point of the executable, and then on this line, jumps to the entry point of the program. At this point, the user's program is running, and the API provided by Wine is ready to be used. When entry returns, the exit process API will be used to initialize a graceful shutdown. Detailed memory management, as already explained in previous chapter. See the section called Memory Management in Chapter 7 for the details. Wine creates every 32-bit Windows process in its own 32-bit address space. Wine also tries to map at the relevant addresses what Windows would do. There are, however, a few nasty bits to look at. Implementation Wine, with a bit of black magic, is able to map the main module at its desired address, likely 0x400000, to create the process heap. Its stack as a Windows executable can ask for a specific stack size. Wine simply uses the initial stack of the ELF executable for its initialization, but creates a new stack as a Win32 one for the main thread of the executable. Wine also tries to map all native DLLs at their desired address, so that no relocation has to be performed. Wine also implements the shared heap so native Win9x DLLs can be used. This heap is always created at the system heap BAS address, or 0x80000000, and defaults to 16 megabytes in size. Definition: mmap algorithm, memory map, a system call that maps files or devices into memory. Laying out the address space up until about the start of 2004, the Linux address space very much resembled the Windows 9X layout. The kernel sat in the top gigabyte, the bottom pages were unmapped to catch null pointer dereferences, and the rest was free. The kernel's mmap algorithm was predictable. It would start by mapping files at low addresses and work up from there. The development of a series of new low-level patches violated many of these assumptions and resulted in Wine needing to force the Win32 address space layout upon the system. This section looks at why and how this is done. Definition: exec-shield patch, a security patch that randomizes the kernel's mmap algorithms. The exec-shield patch increases security by randomizing the kernel's mmap algorithms. Rather than consistently choosing the same addresses given the same sequence of requests, the kernel will now choose randomized addresses. 2 definitions. Definition 1, ASCII armor, a special low area of memory that some binaries relocate into, so making it harder to jump into them when using string-based attacks. Definition 2, DSO, dynamically shared object, a shared library in Unix-like systems. Because the Linux dynamic linker LD Linux, so 2 loads DSOs into memory by using mmap, this means that DSOs are no longer loaded at predictable addresses, so making it harder to attack software by using buffer overflows. It also attempts to relocate certain binaries into a special low area of memory known as the ASCII armor, so making it harder to jump into them when using string-based attacks. 2 definitions. Definition 1, perlink, a technology that enhances startup times by recalculating ELF global offset tables, then saving the results inside the native binaries themselves. Definition 2, ELF global offset tables, a table in ELF binaries that contains the addresses of global variables and functions. Perlink is a technology that enhances startup times by recalculating ELF global offset tables, then saving the results inside the native binaries themselves. By grid fitting each DSO into the address space, the dynamic linker does not have to perform as many relocations, so allowing applications that heavily rely on dynamic linkage to be loaded into memory much quicker. Complex C++ applications such as Mozilla, OpenOffice, and KDE can especially benefit from this technique. The 4GVM split patch was developed by Ingo Molnar. It gives the Linux kernel its own address space, thereby allowing processes to access the maximum addressable amount of memory on a 32-bit machine, 4 gigabytes. It allows people with lots of RAM to fully utilize that in any given process at the cost of performance. The reason behind giving the kernel a part of each process's address space was to avoid the overhead of switching on each syscall. Each of these changes alter the address space in a way incompatible with Windows. Perlink and execShield mean that the libraries Wine uses can be placed at any point in the address space. Typically, this meant that a library was sitting in the region that the exe you wanted to run had to be loaded. Remember that unlike DLLs, exe files cannot be moved around in memory. The 4GVM split means that programs could receive pointers to the top gigabyte of address space, which some are not prepared for. They may store extra information in the high bits of a pointer, for instance. In particular, in combination with execShield, this one is especially deadly, as it's possible the process heap could be allocated beyond address space limit, which causes Wine initialization to fail. The solution to these problems is for Wine to reserve particular parts of the address space, so that areas that we don't want the system to use will be avoided. We later on re/slash to allocate those areas as needed. One problem is that some of these mappings are put in place automatically by the dynamic linker. For instance, any libraries that Wine is linked to, like libwine, libthreadec, will be mapped into memory before Wine even gets control. In order to solve that, Wine overrides the default ELF initialization sequence at a low level and reserves the needed areas by using direct syscall into the kernel, i.e. without linking against any other code to do it, before restarting the standard initialization and letting the dynamic linker continue. This is referred to as the preloader and is found in loader/preloader C. Definition. Map NORESCRVE mappings, a memory mapping flag that allocates address space but does not reserve physical memory. Once the usual ELF boot sequence has been completed, some native libraries may well have been mapped above the 3 gig limit. However, this doesn't matter as 3G is a Windows limit, not a Linux limit. We still have to prevent the system from allocating anything else above there, like the heap or other DLLs, though so Wine performs a binary search over the upper gig of address space in order to iteratively fill in the holes with map NORESCRV mappings, so the address space is allocated, but the memory to actually back it is not. This code can be found in lib/wine/mmaps reserve area. Starting a process from command line. When starting a Wine process from command line, we'll get later on to the differences between NE, PE, and winelib executables. There are a couple of things Wine need to do first. A first executable is run to check the threading model of the underlying OS. See the section called Multi-Threading in Wine for the details, and we'll start the real Wine loader corresponding to the chosen threading model. Definition. PEB, Process Environment Block, a data structure containing information about the current process. Then Wine grabs a few elements from the Unix world, the environment, the program arguments. Then the ntdll SOI is loaded into memory using the standard shared library dynamic loader. When loaded, ntdll will mainly first create a decent Windows environment, create a PEB process environment block and a TEB thread environment block. Set up the connection to the Wine server, and eventually launching the Wine server. If none runs, create the process heap, then kernel 32 is loaded, but now using the Windows dynamic loading capabilities, and a Wine-specific entry point is called Wine kernel init. This function will actually handle all the logic of the process loading and execution, and will never return from its call. 2 definitions. Definition 1, TLS slots, thread local storage slots. They store data that is only meaningful in the context of a single thread. Definition 2, TL slots, thread local storage, is a set of slots scoped local to a thread which you can store pointers in. Wine kernel init will undergo the following tasks: initialization of program arguments from Unix program arguments, lookup of executable in the file system. If the file is not found, then an error is printed and the wine loader stops. We'll cover the non-PE file type later on, so assume for now it's a PE file. The PE module is loaded in memory using the same mechanisms as for a native DLLs, mainly mapping the file data and code sections into memory and handling relocation if needed. Note that the dependencies on the module are not resolved at this point. A new stack is created, which size is given in the PE header, and this stack is made the one of the running thread, which is still the only one in the process. The stack used at startup will no longer be used. This new stack, ntdll, ldr initialize thunkies called, which performs the remaining initialization parts, including resolving all the DLL imports on the PE module and doing the init of the TLS slots. Control can now be passed to the entry point off the PE module, which will let the executable run. The image illustrates the Windows architecture, specifically the Windows 9X architecture and the Windows NT architecture, depicting the relationships between different components such as Windows applications, system DLLs, core system DLLs, the kernel, and drivers. Algorithm summary. This diagram illustrates the Windows NT architecture, highlighting the structure of a Windows application and its interaction with system DLLs, core system DLLs, and subsystems such as Win32, POSIX, and OS2. Code summary. This code block represents NTDLL. Algorithm summary. This describes the NT kernel, which resides in kernel space, as part of a broader depiction of Windows NT architecture. Code summary. This code represents Windows low-level drivers within the kernel space. Algorithm summary. The diagram illustrates the architecture with Windows applications interacting with system dynamic link libraries. The code block shows a diagram with two boxes labeled GDI32 and User32. Algorithm summary. The diagram illustrates the architecture of a system, likely Wine, showing the relationship between different components such as Windows applications, DLLs, and the core system server. Algorithm summary. The code block illustrates the structure of dynamic link libraries, specifically the kernel 32 DLL and its role as a subsystem component. Code summary. The code shows a representation of an NT-like kernel, specifically the Win32 subsystem, and also mentions POSIX and OS2 and the kernel. Code summary. The code block shows a diagram with NTDLL inside a structure. Code summary. The code represents a component labeled Wine. Code summary. This code represents Wine-specific DLLs, which are a type of driver. Algorithm summary. The code block illustrates a structure of Unix shared libraries including libc, libx11, and other libs. Code summary. The code represents a Unix kernel, listing several operating systems such as Linux, various BSD distributions, Solaris, and OS X. The code depicts the Unix kernel space, which includes Unix kernel and Unix device drivers. It shows a lower-level view of the Wine implementation. The code describes Unix device drivers. It takes Unix drivers as input and produces Unix drivers as output. Code summary. The code context describes the location of Wine in kernel space and mentions that Wine must replace certain DLLs. Code summary. The code jumps to the entry point of a program and initializes a graceful shutdown using the exit process API. Creating a child process from a running process, the steps used are closely linked to what is done in the previous case. There are, however, a few points to look at a bit more closely. The inner implementation creates the child process using thefwork and exec calls. This means that we don't need to check again for the threading model. We can use what the parent or the grandparent process, started from command line, has found. The Win32 process creation allows to pass a lot of information between the parent and the child. This includes object handles, Windows title, console parameters, environment strings. Wine makes use of both the standard Unix 72 Chapter 8. Kernel modules inheritance mechanisms for environment, for example, and the Wine server to pass from parent to child a chunk of data containing the relevant information. The previously described loading mechanism will check in the wine server if such a chunk exists, and if so, will perform the relevant initialization. Some further synchronization is also put in place. A parent will wait until the child has started or has failed. The wine server is also used to perform those tasks. Starting a WineLib process before going into the gory details, let's first go back to what a WineLib application is. It can be either a regular Unix executable or a more specific wine beast. This later form, in fact, creates two files for a given executable, say foo.exe. The first one, named foo, will be a symbolic link to the wine loader wine. The second one, named foo.exe so, is the equivalent of the DLL softfiles we've already described for DLLs. As in Windows, an executable is, among other things, a module with its import and export information. As any DLL, it makes sense Wine uses the same mechanisms for loading native executables and DLLs. When starting a WineLib application from the command line, say with foo arg1 arg2, the Unix shell will execute foo as a Unix executable. Since this is in fact the wine loader, Wine will fire up. However, it will notice that it hasn't been started as wine but as foo, and hence will try to load using Unix shared library mechanism, the second file foo.exe so. Wine will recognize a 32-bit module with its descriptor embedded in the shared library, and once the shared library loaded, it will proceed the same path as when loading a standard native PE executable. Wine needs to implement this second form of executable in order to maintain the order of initialization of some elements in the executable. One particular issue is when dealing with global C++ objects. In standard Unix executable, the call of the constructor to such objects is stored in the specific section of the executable, init not to name it. All constructors in this section are called before the main, or when main function is called. Creating a wine executable using the first form mentioned above will let those constructors being called before wine gets a chance to initialize itself. So any constructor using a Windows API will fail because wine infrastructure isn't in place. The use of the second form for WineLib executables ensures that we do the initialization using the following steps. Initialize the wine infrastructure, load the executable into memory, handle the import sections for the executable, call the global object constructors, if any. They now can properly call the Windows APIs, call the executable entry point. The attentive reader would have noted that the resolution of imports for the executable is done. As for a DLL, when the executable DLL descriptor is registered. However, this is done also by adding a specific constructor in the init section. For the above described scheme to function properly, this constructor must be the first constructor to be called before all the other constructors generated by the executable itself. The wine build chain takes care of that, and also generating the executable DLL descriptor for the WineLib executable. Multi-threading in Wine. This section will assume you understand the basics of multi-threading. If not, there are plenty of good tutorials available on the net to get you started. Threading in Wine is somewhat complex due to several factors. The first is the advanced level of multi-threading support provided by Windows. There are far more threading-related constructs available in Win32 than the Linux 73 Chapter 8, kernel modules equivalent pthreads. The second is the need to be able to map Win32 threads to native Linux threads, which provides us with benefits like having the kernel schedule them without our intervention. While it's possible to implement threading entirely without kernel support, doing so is not desirable on most platforms that Wine runs on. 2 definitions. Definition 1, COM interthread marshalling, allows threads to communicate with each other across processes. Definition 2, marshalling, taking a function call in an apartment and actually performing it in another apartment. Threading support in Win32. Win32 is an unusually thread-friendly API. Not only is it entirely thread-safe, but it provides many different facilities for working with threads. These range from the basics such as starting and stopping threads, to the extremely complex such as injecting threads into other processes and COM interthread marshalling. One of the primary challenges of writing Wine code, therefore, is ensuring that all our DLLs are thread-safe, free of race conditions, and so on. This isn't simple. Don't be afraid to ask if you aren't sure whether a piece of code is thread-safe or not. Definition. Interlocked functions, functions that perform atomic operations on variables, ensuring thread safety. Win32 provides many different ways you can make your code thread safe. However, the most common are critical section and the interlocked functions. Critical sections are a type of mutex designed to protect a geographic area of code. If you don't want multiple threads running in a piece of code at once, you can protect them with calls to the first call to enter critical section. by a thread will lock the section and continue without stopping. If another thread calls it, then it will block until the original thread calls leave critical section again. It is therefore vitally important that if you use critical sections to make some code thread safe, that you check every possible code path out of the code to ensure that any held sections are left. Code like this is extremely suspect in a function that also contains a call to enter critical section. Be careful. If a thread blocks while waiting for another thread to leave a critical section, you will see an error from the RTLP wait for critical section function, along with a note of which thread is holding the lock. This only appears after a certain timeout, normally a few seconds. It's possible the thread holding the lock is just being really slow, which is why Wine won't terminate the app like a non-checked build of Windows would. But the most common cause is that for some reason a thread forgot to call leave critical section, or died while holding the lock, perhaps because it was in turn waiting for another lock. This doesn't just happen in Wine code. A deadlock while waiting for a critical section could be due to a bug in the app triggered by a slight difference in the emulation. Definition. Reference counting, a technique used to manage the lifetime of objects by keeping track of the number of references to them. Another popular mechanism available is the use of functions like interlocked increment and interlocked exchange. These make use of native CPU abilities to execute a single instruction while ensuring any other processors on the system cannot access memory, and allow you to do common operations like add, remove, check a variable in thread-safe code without holding a mutex. These are useful for reference counting, especially in free-threaded, thread-safe COM objects. Finally, the usage of TLS slots are also popular. TLS stands for Thread Local Storage and is a set of slots scoped local to a thread which you can store pointers in. Look on MSDN for the T is alloc function to learn more about the Win32 implementation of this. Essentially, the contents of a given slot will be different in each thread, so you can use this to store data that is only meaningful in the context of a single thread. On recent versions of Linux, the thread keyword provides a convenient interface to this functionality. A more portable API is exposed in the PT read library. However, these facilities are not used by Wine, rather, we implement Win32 TLS entirely ourselves. Definition. Message queue, the structure where each Windows task thread gets messages from. The Win32 thread environment, all Win32 code, whether from a native exe DLL or in Wine itself, expects certain constructs to be present in its environment. This section explores what those constructs are and how Wine sets them up. The lack of this environment is one thing that makes it hard to use Wine code directly from standard Linux applications. In order to interact with Win32 code, a thread must first be adopted by Wine. 74 Chapter 8. Kernel modules. The first thing Win32 code requires is the TEB or thread environment block. This is an internal undocumented Windows structure associated with every thread which stores a variety of things such as TLS slots, a pointer to the thread's message queue, the last error code, and so on. You can see the definition of the TEB and includes /thread, H, or at least what we know of it so far. Being internal and subject to change, the layout of the TEB has had to be reverse engineered from scratch. Definition. Local descriptor table, LDT, a data structure used in protected mode to define memory segments. A pointer to the TEB is stored in the %fs register and can be accessed using ntcurrent from within Wine code. %fs actually stores a selector, and setting it therefore requires modifying the process's local descriptor table, LDT. The code to do this is inlib/wine/ldtc. 3 definitions. Definition 1, SCH exception handler chain, a linked list of exception handlers that are invoked when an exception occurs. Definition 2, MSJ, Microsoft Systems Journal, a magazine that covered Windows development topics. Definition 3, RPC, Remote Procedure Call, a protocol that allows a program to request a service from a program located on another computer in a network without having to understand the network's details. The TEB is required by nearly all Win32 code run in the Wine environment, as any Wine server RPC will use it, which in turn implies that any code which could possibly block, for instance, by using a critical section needs it. The TEB also holds the SCH exception handler chain as the first element, so if disassembling you see code like this, movel %s, %fs 0, then you are seeing the program set up an SCH handler frame. All threads must have at least one SCH entry, which normally points to the backstop handler, which is ultimately responsible for popping up the all too familiar, "This program has performed an illegal operation and will be terminated" message. On Wine, we just drop straight into the debugger. A full description of SCH is out of the scope of this section. However, there are some good articles in MSJ if you are interested. All Win32 aware threads must have a WinServer connection. Many different APIs require the ability to communicate with the WinServer. In turn, the WinServer must be aware of Win32 threads in order to be able to accurately report information to other parts of the program and do things like route interthread messages, dispatch APCs, asynchronous procedure calls, and so on. Therefore, a part of thread initialization is initializing the thread's server side. The result is not only correct information in the server, but a set of file descriptors the thread can use to communicate with the server, the request FD, reply FD, and wait FD used for blocking. Structured exception handling, or SCH, is an implementation of exceptions inside the Windows core. It allows code written in different languages to throw exceptions across DLL boundaries, and Windows reports various errors like access violations by throwing them. This section looks at how it works and how it's implemented in Wine. How SCH works. SCH is based on embedding exception registration record structures in the stack. Together they form a linked list rooted at offset 0 in the TEB. See the threading section if you don't know what this is. A registration record points to a handler function, and when an exception is thrown, the handlers are executed in turn. Each handler returns a code, and they can elect to either continue through the handler chain, or it can handle the exception and then restart the program. This is referred to as unwinding the stack. After each handler is called, it's popped off the chain. Before the system begins unwinding the stack, it runs vectored handlers. This is an extension to SCH available in Windows XP and allows registered functions to get a first chance to watch or deal with any exceptions thrown in the entire program from any thread. Definition. Exception ABI, the application binary interface ABI for exceptions, which defines how exceptions are handled at the binary level. A thrown exception is represented by an exception record structure. It consists of a code, flags, an address, and an arbitrary number of DWORD parameters. Language runtimes can use these parameters to associate language-specific information with the exception. Exceptions can be triggered by many things. They can be thrown explicitly by using the RaiseException API, or they can be triggered by a crash, i.e. translated from a signal. They may be used internally by a language runtime to implement language-specific exceptions. They can also be thrown across DCOM connections. 75 Chapter 8. Kernel Modules. Visual C++ has various extensions to SCH which it uses to implement, for example, object destruction on stack unwind, as well as the ability to throw arbitrary types. The code for this is inlls/msvcrt/accept. See translating signals to exceptions in Windows. Compilers are expected to use the system exception interface, and the kernel itself uses the same interface to dynamically insert exceptions into a running program. By contrast, on Linux, the exception ABI is implemented at the compiler level inside GCC and the linker, and the kernel tells a thread of exceptional events by sending signals. The language runtime may or may not translate these signals into native exceptions, but whatever happens, the kernel does not care. You may think that if an app crashes, it's game over and it really shouldn't matter how Wine handles this. It's what you might intuitively guess, but you'd be wrong. In fact, some Windows programs expect to be able to crash themselves and recover later without the user noticing. Some contain buggy binary-only components from third parties and use SCH to swallow crashes, and still others execute privileged kernel-level instructions and expect it to work. In fact, at least one set of APIs, the isBad*PTR series, can only be implemented by performing an operation that may crash and returning true if it does, and false if it doesn't. So Wine needs to not only implement the SCH infrastructure but also translate Unix signals into SCH exceptions. The code to translate signals into exceptions is a part of NTDLL and can be found in inlls/ntdll/signal i386c. This file sets up handlers for various signals during Wine startup, and for the ones that indicate exceptional conditions, translates them into exceptions. Some signals are used by Wine internally and have nothing to do with SCH. Definition. Signal stack, a separate stack used for handling signals, to ensure that signal handlers can run even if the main thread stack is corrupted. Signal handlers in Wine run on their own stack. Each thread has its own signal stack which resides 4K after the TEB. Definition. Stack guard page, a special page at the end of a stack that triggers a fault if the stack grows too large, preventing stack overflows. This is important for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because there's no guarantee that the app thread which triggered the signal has enough stack space for the wine signal handling code. In Windows, if a thread hits the limits of its stack, it triggers a fault on the stack guard page. The language runtime can use this to grow the stack if it wants to. However, because a guard page violation is just a regular segfault to the kernel, that would lead to a nested signal handler, and that gets messy really quick, so we disallow that in Wine. Secondly, setting up the exception to throw requires modifying the stack of the thread which triggered it, which is quite hard to do when you're still running on it. Windows exceptions typically contain more information than the Unix standard APIs provide. For instance, a status access violation exception, 0xC00000005, structure contains the faulting address, whereas a standard Unix SIGSCGV just tells the app that it crashed. Usually this information is passed as an extra parameter to the signal handler. However, its location and contents vary between kernels, BSD, Solaris, etc. This data is provided in a SIGCONTXT structure, and on entry to the signal handler, it contains the register state of the CPU before the signal was sent. Modifying it will cause the kernel to adjust the context before restarting the thread. File management with time, Windows API comes closer to the old Unix paradigm, everything is a file. Therefore, this whole section dedicated to file management will cover firstly the file management, but also some other objects like directories and even devices, which are manipulated in Windows in a rather coherent way. We'll see later on some other objects fitting more or less in this picture, pipes or consoles to name a few. Definition: VXDS, virtual device drivers, 16-bit drivers used in Windows 9X. First of all, Wine, while implementing the file interface from Windows, needs to map a file name expressed in the Windows world onto a file name in the Unix world. This encompasses several aspects: how to map the file names, how to map access rights both on files and directories, how to map physical devices, hard disks, but also other devices like serial or parallel interfaces, and even VXDS. Various Windows formats for file names. Let's first review a bit the various forms Windows uses when it comes to file names. 76 Chapter 8. Kernel modules. The DOS inheritance at the beginning was DOS, where each file has to sit on a drive called from a single letter. For separating device names from directory or file names was appended to the single letter, hence giving the infamous C drive designations. Another great invention was to use some fixed names for accessing devices. Not only were these named fixed, in a way you couldn't change the name if you'd wish to, but also they were insensible to the location where you were using them. For example, it's well known that COM1 designates the first serial port, but it's also true that COM1 also designates the first serial port. It's still true today. On XP, you still cannot name a file COM1, whatever the directory. Well, later on with Windows 95, Microsoft decided to overcome some little details in file names. This included being able to get out of the 8+3 format, 8 letters for the name, 3 letters for the extension, and so being able to use long names. That's the official naming. As you can guess, the 8+3 format is a short name, and also to use very strange characters in a file name like a space or even. You could then name a file myfile v01.txt instead of myfile01.txt, just to keep on the fun side of things. For many years, the format used on the disk itself for storing the names has been the short name as the real one, and to use some tricky aliasing techniques to store the long name. When some newer disk file systems have been introduced, NTFS with NT, in replacement of the old FAT system, which had little evolved since the first days of DOS, the long name became the real name while the short name took the alias role. Windows also started to support mounting network shares and see them as they were a local disk through a specific drive letter. The way it has been done changed along the years, so we won't go into all the details, especially on the DOS and Win9X side. The NT way, the introduction of NT allowed a deep change in the ways DOS had been handling devices. There's no longer a forest of DOS drive letters, even if the assign was a way to create symbolic links in the forest, but a single hierarchical space. This hierarchy includes several distinct elements. For example, 0 refers to the first partition on the first physical hard disk of the system. This hierarchy covers way more than just the files and drives related objects, but most of the objects in the system. We'll only cover here the file-related part. This hierarchy is not directly accessible for the Win32 API, but only the NTDLL API. The Win32 API only allows to manipulate part of this hierarchy, the rest being hidden from the Win32 API. Of course, the part you see from Win32 API looks very similar to the one that DOS provided. Mounting a disk is performed by creating a symbol link in this hierarchy from the name seen from the Win32 API, to which determines the partition on a physical disk where C is going to be seen. Network shares are also accessible through a symbol link. However, in this case, a symbol link is created from the share in the machine host to what's called a network redirector, and which will take care of 1. The connection to the remote share, 2. Handling with that remote share the rest of the path after the name of the server and the name of the share on that server. Note, an NT naming convention can also be called to shorten the access. 77 Chapter 8. Kernel modules. All of these things make the NT system pretty much more flexible. You can add new types of file systems if you want. You provide a unique namespace for all objects, and most operations boil down to creating relationship between different objects. Wrap up. Let's end this chapter about files in Windows with a review of the different formats used for file names. C. A full path. .fu an absolute path. The full path is created by appending the default drive, i.e. the drive of the current directory. Bar is a relative path. The full path is created by adding the current directory. C. Bar is a drive relative path. Note that the case where C is the drive of the current directory is rather easy. It's implemented the same way as the case just below relative path. In the rest of this chapter, drive relative path will only cover the case where the drive in the path isn't the drive of the default directory. The resolution of this to a full path name differs according to the version of Windows and some parameters. Let's take some time browsing through these issues. On Windows 9X as well as on DOS, the system maintains a process-wide set of default directories per drive. Hence, in this case, it will resolve bardo the default directory on drive plus filebar. Of course, the default per drive directory is updated each time a new current directory is set. Only the current directory of the drive specified is modified. On Windows NT, things differ a bit, since NT implements a namespace for file closer to a single tree instead of 26 drives. Having a current directory per drive is a bit awkward. Hence, Windows NT default behavior is to have only one current directory across all drives. In fact, a current directory expressed in the global tree. This directory is of course related to a given process. C. Bar is resolved this way. If is the drive of the default directory, the final path is the current directory plus bar. Otherwise, it's resolved in talk. In order to bridge the gap between the two implementations, Windows 9X and NT adds a bit of complexity on the second case. If the equals C environment variable is defined, then its value is used as a default directory for drive C. This is handy, for example, when writing a DOS shell, where having a current drive per drive is still implemented, even on NT. This mechanism, through environment variables, is implemented on Command DXC, where those variables are set when you change directories with CD. Since environment variables are inherited at process creation, the current directory settings are inherited by child processes, hence mimicking the behavior of the old DOS shell. There's no mechanism in NTDL lore kernel 32 to set up when current directory changes the relevant environment variables. This behavior is clearly Band-Aid, not a full-featured extension of current directory behavior. Wine fully implements all those behaviors. The Windows 9X versus NT ones are triggered by the version flag in Wine. UNC Universal Naming Convention path, that is, represents a file on a remote share. / a physical device installed in the system as seen from the Win32 subsystem. A standard NT system will map it to the / path, then as a standard configuration / likely to be a link to and a physical device described and hooked into the. For example, 1 is a link to 0. On some versions of Windows, paths were limited to max PATH characters. To circumvent this, Microsoft allowed paths to be 32,767 characters long, under the conditions that the path is expressed in Unicode no ANSI version, and that the path is prefixed with ////. This convention is applicable to any of the cases described above. To summarize what we've discussed, let's put everything into a single table. On Windows NT JB TXT, on Windows NT J TXT, on WinDOS dir J, on Y equals J isn't on Y equals J is sedge uniform naming convention path TXT simple conc device path / simple conc long paths //. This pref take up to 32 characters in max PATH footers. Strip to bone of the prejudice provided buffers large Wine implementation will mainly cover in this section the way Wine opens a file in the Unix sense when given a Windows file name. This will include mapping the Windows path onto a Unix path, including the device's case, handling the access rights, the sharing attribute if any, mapping a Windows path into an absolute Windows path. First of all, we described in previous section the way to convert any path in an absolute path. Wine implements all the previous algorithms in order to achieve this. Note also that this transformation is done with information local to the 79 Chapter 8. Kernel modules process, default directory, environment variables. We'll assume in the rest of this section that all paths have now been transformed into absolute from. Mapping a Windows absolute path onto a Unix path when wine is requested to map a path name in DOS form with a drive letter, for example, txt, wine converts this into the following Unix path. The wine configuration process is responsible for setting wine prefix /DOS devices /c to be a symbolic link pointing to the directory in Unix hierarchy the user wants to expose as the C drive in the DOS forest of drives. This scheme allows a very simple algorithm to map a DOS path name into a Unix one. No need of wine server calls, a very configurable implementation. It's very easy to change a drive mapping, a rather readable configuration. No need of sophisticated tools to read a drive mapping, als I wine prefix /DOS devices says it all. This scheme is also used to implement UNC path names. For example, wine maps, txt it's then up to the user to decide where wine prefix /DOS devices /unc /host /share shall point to or be. For example, it can either be a symbolic link to a directory inside the local machine just for emulation purpose, or a symbolic link to the mount point of a remote disk done through Samba or NFS, or even the real mount point. Wine will not do any checking here, nor will help in actually mounting the remote drive. We've seen how wine maps a drive letter or a UNC path onto the Unix hierarchy. We now have to look at how the file name is searched within this hierarchy. The main issue is about case sensitivity. Here's a reminder of the various properties for the file systems in the field. Case insensitive NTFS long name plus alias on short name, 8+3. Long names are stored with case preservation. Short names are always stored in uppercase. Case insensitivity Linux FS X2FS X3FS riserfs. Long name case preserving case sensitivity versus preservation. When we say that most systems in NT are case insensitive, this has to be understood for looking up for a file where the matches are made in a case insensitive mode. This is different from VFAT or NTFS case preservation mechanism, which stores the file names as they are given when creating the file, while doing case insensitive matches. 80 Chapter 8. Kernel modules. Since most file systems used in NT are case insensitive, and since most Unix file systems are case sensitive, wine undergoes a case-insensitive search when it has found the Unix path it has to look for. This means, for example, that for opening wine will recursively open all directories in the path and check in this order for the existence of the directory entry in the form given in the file name, i.e. case-sensitive, and if it's not found in a case-insensitive form. This allows to also pass, in most Win32 file API, a Unix path instead of a DOS or NT path, but we'll come back to this later. This also means that the algorithm described doesn't correctly handle the case of two files in the same directory, whose names only differ on the case of the letters. This means that if there are two files in the same directory whose names match in a case-sensitive comparison, wine will pick up the right one if the file name given matches one of the names in a case-sensitive way, but will pick up one of the two without defining the one it's going to pick up if the file name given matches none of the two names in a case-sensitive way, but in a case-insensitive way. For example, if the two file names are myneat_file_txt and myneat_file_txt, wine behavior when opening myneat_file_txt is undefined. As Windows at the early days didn't support the notion of symbolic links on directories, lots of applications and some old native DLLs are not ready for this feature. Mainly, they imply that the directory structure is a tree, which has lots of consequences on navigating in the forest of directories, i.e. there cannot be two ways for going from directory to another, there cannot be cycles. In order to prevent some bad behavior for such applications, Wine sets up an option. By default, symbolic links on directories are not followed by Wine. There's an option to follow them, see the Wine user guide, but this could be harmful. Wine considers that Unix file names are long file name. This seems a reasonable approach. This is also the approach followed by most of the Unix OSes while mounting Windows partitions with file systems like FAT, FAT32, or NTFS. Therefore, Wine tries to support short names the best it can. Basically, there are two options. The file system on which the inspected directory lies in a real Windows FS, like FAT or FAT32 or NTFS, and the OS has support to access the short file name. For example, Linux does this on FAT, FAT32, or VFAT. In this case, Wine makes full use of this information and really mimics the Windows behavior. The short file name used for any file is the same than on Windows. If conditions listed above are not met either, FS has no physical short name support, or OS doesn't provide the access to the short name, Wine decides and computes on its own the short file name for a given long file name. we cannot ensure that the generated short name is the same than on Windows, because the algorithm on Windows takes into account the order of creation of files, which cannot be implemented in Wine. Wine would have to cache the short names of every directory it uses. The short name is made up of part of the long name first characters and the rest with a hashed value. This has several advantages. The algorithm is rather simple and low cost. The algorithm is stateless, doesn't depend of the other files in the directory. But it also has the drawbacks of the advantages. The algorithm isn't the same as on Windows, which means a program cannot use short names generated on Windows. This could happen when copying an existing installed program from Windows, for example, on a dual boot machine. Two long file names can end up with the same short name. Windows handles the collision in this case, while Wine doesn't. We rely on our hash algorithm to lower at most this possibility, even if it exists. Wine also allows in most file API to give as a parameter a full Unix path name. This is handy when running a Wine or WineLib program from the command line, and one doesn't need to convert the path into the Windows form. However, Wine checks that the Unix path given can be accessed from one of the defined drives, ensuring that only part of the Unix hierarchy can be accessed. We described below how Windows devices are mapped to Unix devices. Before that, let's finish the pure file roundup with some basic operations. Access rights and file attributes. Now that we have looked how Wine converts a Windows path name into a Unix one, we need to cover the various metadata attached to a file or a directory. In Windows, access rights are simplistic. A file can be read-only or read-write. Wine sets the read-only flag if the file doesn't have the Unix user-write flag set. As a matter of fact, there's no way Wine can return that a file cannot be read that doesn't exist under Windows. The file will be seen, but trying to open it will return an error. The Unix exec flag is never reported. Wine doesn't use this information to allow forbid running a new process, as Unix does with the exec flag. Last but not least, hidden files. This exists on Windows, but not really on Unix. To be exact, in Windows, the hidden flag is a metadata associated to any file or directory. In Unix, it's a convention based on the syntax of the file name, whether it starts with a or not. Wine implements two behaviors chosen by configuration. This impacts file names and directory names starting by a. In first mode, show.files false, every file or directory starting by is returned with the hidden flag turned on. This is the natural behavior on Unix for ls or even File Explorer. In the second mode, show.files true, Wine never sets the hidden flag, hence every file will be seen. Last but not least, before opening a file, Windows makes use of sharing attributes in order to check whether the file can be opened. For example, a process being the first in the system to open a given file could forbid, while it maintains the file opened, that another process opens it for write access, whereas open for read access would be granted. This is fully supported in Wine by moving all those checks in the Wine server for a global view on the system. Note also that what's moved in the Wine server is the check when the file is opened to implement the Windows sharing semantics. Further operation on the file, like reading and writing, will not require heavy support from the server. The other good reason for putting the code for actually opening a file in the server is that an opened file in Windows is managed through a handle, and handles can only be created in Wine server. Just a note about attributes on directories. While we can easily map the meaning of Windows file attribute readonly on a file, we cannot do it for a directory. Windows semantics, when this flag is set, means do not delete the directory, while the wattribute in Unix means don't write nor delete it. Therefore, Wine uses an asymmetric mapping here. If the directory in Unix isn't writable, then Wine reports the file attribute readonly attribute. On the other way around, when asked to set a directory with file attribute readonly attribute, Wine simply does nothing. Operations on file reading and writing are the basic operations on files. Wine, of course, implements this, and bases the implementation on client-side calls to Unix equivalents like read or write. Note that the Wine server is involved in any read or write operation, as Wine needs to transform the Windows handle to the file into a Unix file descriptor it can pass to any Unix file function. Since this operation could be lengthy, Wine implements some kind of cache mechanism to send it only once, but getting a FD from a handle on a file, or any other Unix object which can be manipulated through a file descriptor, still requires a round trip to the Wine server. Locking Windows provides file locking capabilities. When a lock is set, and a lock can be set on any contiguous range in a file, it controls how other processes in the system will have access to the range in the file. Since locking range on a file are defined on a system-wide manner, its implementation resides in WinServer. It tries to make use of Unix file locking if the underlying OS and the mounted disk where the file sits support this feature with control and the fsettle k command. If this isn't supported, then WinServer just pretends it works. I/O control. There's no need so far to implement support for files and directories for device I/O control, even if this is supported by Windows, but for very specific needs like compression management or file system related information. This isn't the case for devices including disks, but we'll cover this in the hereafter section related to devices. Buffering. Wine doesn't do any buffering on file accesses, but rely on the underlying Unix kernel for that when possible. This scheme is needed because it's easier to implement multiple accesses on the same file at the kernel level, rather than at Wine levels. Doing lots of small reads on the same file can turn into a performance hog, because each read operation needs a round trip to the server in order to get a file descriptor, see above. Overlapped I/O. Windows introduced the notion of overlapped I/O. Basically, it just means that an I/O operation, think read-write to start with, will not wait until it's completed, but rather return to the caller as soon as possible and let the caller handle the wait operation and determine when the data is ready for a read operation or has been sent for a write operation. Note that the overlapped operation is linked to a specific thread. There are several interests to this. A server can handle several clients without requiring multi-threading techniques. You can handle an event-driven model more easily, i.e. how to kill properly a server while waiting in the lengthy read operation. Note that Microsoft's support for this feature evolved along the various versions of Windows. For example, Windows 95 or 98 only supports overlapped I/O for serial and parallel ports, while NT also supports files, disks, sockets, pipes, or mail slots. Wine implements overlapped I/O operations. This is mainly done by queuing in the server a request that will be triggered when something the current state changes, like data available for a read operation. This readiness is signaled to the calling processing by queuing a specific APC, which will be called within the next waiting operation the thread will have. This specific APC will then do the hard work of the I/O operation. This scheme allows to put in place a wait mechanism, to attach a routine to be called on the thread context when the state changes, and to be done is a rather transparent manner, embedded any the generic wait operation. However, it isn't 100% perfect. As the heavy operations are done in the context of the calling threads, if those operations are lengthy, there will be an impact on the calling thread, especially its latency. In order to provide an effective support for this overlapped I/O operations, we would need to rely on Unix kernel features. AIO is a good example. Definition: MTA, multi-threaded apartment. Firstly, Wine implements the Win32 to NT mapping as described above. Hence, every device path in NT sense is of the following. As Windows device names are case insensitive, Wine also converts them to lowercase before any operation. Then the first operation Wine tries is to check if so, it's used as the final Unix path for the device. The configuration process is in charge of creating, for example, a symbolic link between double struct S of WNEPRIX divided by DOS devices /physical drive 0 and /dev/HDA 0. If such a link cannot be found and the device name looks like a DOS disk name like C, Wine first tries to get the Unix device from the path Wine prefix /DOS devices /C, i.e. the device which is mounted on the target of the symbol link. If this doesn't give a Unix device, Wine checks whether Wine prefix /DOS devices /C exists. If so, it's assumed to be a link to the actual Unix device. For example, for a CD-ROM /Wine prefix /DOS devices E would be a symbolic link to /dev/CD-ROM. This doesn't exist, we're still handling a device name of the C form. Wine tries to get the Unix device from the system information /etc/mtab and /etc/fstab in Linux. We cannot apply this method in all the cases because we have no assurance that the directory can actually be found. One could have, for example, a CD-ROM which he/she want only to use as audio CD player, i.e. never mounted, thus not having any information of the device itself. If all of this doesn't work either, some basic operations are checked. If the device name is NUL, then /dev/null is returned. If the device name is a default serial name COM1 up to COM9, RESP, printer name LPT1 up to LPT9, then Wine tries to open the nth serial RESP printer in the system. Otherwise, some basic old DOS name support is done. OXIS transformed into COM1 and PR Ninto LPT1, and the whole process is retracted with those new names. To sum up, any path LPTN / Wine prefix /DOS devices /LPTN if the symbol link exists, or the nth printer in the system on Linux /dev/LPN1, any path NUL /dev/null / Wine prefix /DOS devices /E if the symbolic link exists, or guessing the device from /etc/mtab or /etc/fstab. 84 Chapter 8. Kernel modules Windows device name NT device name mapping to Unix device name / name wine prefix / DOS devices / device name if the symbol link exists. Now that we know which Unix device to open for a given Windows device, let's cover the operation on it. Those operations can either be read-write, I/O control, and even others. Read and write operations are supported on real disks and CD-ROM devices under several conditions. Foremost, as the read file and write file calls are mapped onto the Unix read and write calls, the user from the Unix perspective of the one running the wine executable must have read resp. Write access to the device. It wouldn't be wise to let a user write directly to hard disk. Block sizes for read and write must be of the size of a physical block, generally 512 for a hard disk, depending on the type of CD used, and offsets must also be a multiple of the block size. Definition: volume information, metadata about a storage volume, such as its label, file system type, and size. Wine also reads if the first condition above about access rights is met, the volume information from a hard disk or a CD-ROM to be displayed to a user. Wine also recognizes VXDS as devices, but those VXDS must be the Wine built-in ones. Wine will never allow to load native VXDS. Those are configured with symbolic links in the $wine prefix / DOS devices / directory and point to the actual built-in DLL. This DLL exports a single entry point that Wine will use when a call to device IO control is made, with a handle open to this VXD. This allows to provide some kind of compatibility for old Win9X apps still talking directly to VXD. This is no longer supported on Windows NT. Newest programs are less likely to make use of this feature, so we don't expect lots of development in this area, even though the framework is there and working. Note also that Wine doesn't provide support for native VXDS. As a game, report how many times this information is written in the documentation. As an advanced exercise, find how many more occurrences we need in order to stop questions whether it's possible or not. NTDLL module NTDLL provides most of the services you'd expect from a kernel. In lots of cases, kernel 32 APIs are just wrappers to NTDLL APIs. There are, however, some difference in the APIs. The NTDL loans have quite often a bit wider semantics than their kernel 32 counterparts. All the detailed functions we've described since the beginning of this chapter are in fact implemented in NTDLL, plus a great numbers of others we haven't written about yet. Kernel 32 module, as already explained, kernel 32 maps quite a few of its APIs to NTDLL. There are, however, a couple of things which are handled directly in kernel 32. Let's cover a few of them. Console NT implementation. Windows implements console solely in the Win32 subsystem. Under NT, the real implementation uses a dedicated subsystem XSys, exe client/server runtime subsystem, which is in charge, among other things, of animating the consoles. Animating includes, for example, handling several processes on the same console. Write operations must be 85 Chapter 8. Kernel modules atomic, but also a character keyed on the console must be read by a single process, or sending some information back to the processes, changing the size or attributes of the console, closing the console. Windows NT uses a dedicated RPC-based protocol between each process being attached to a console and the CSRSS exe subsystem, which is in charge of the UI of every console in the system. Wine implementation. Wine tries to integrate as much as possible into the Unix consoles, but the overall situation isn't perfect yet. Basically, Wine implements three kinds of consoles. The first one is a direct mapping of the Unix console into the Windows environment. From the Windows program point of view, it won't run in a Windows console, but it will see its standard input and output streams redirected to files. Those files are hooked into the Unix console's output and input streams respectively. This is handy for running programs from a Unix command line and use the result of the program as it was a Unix programs, but it lacks all the semantics of the Windows consoles. The second and third ones are closer to the NT scheme, albeit different from what NT does. The Wine server plays the role of Thexus, exesubsystem. All requests are sent to it and are then dispatched to a dedicated Wine process called Surprise, Wine console, which manages the UI of the console. There is a running instance of Wine console for every console in the system. Two flavors of this scheme are actually implemented. They vary on the backend for the Wine console. The first one, WJuicer, creates a real GUI window, hence the user name, and renders the console in this window. The second one uses the N-Cursus library to take full control of an existing Unix console. Of course, interaction with other Unix programs will not be as smooth as the first solution. The following table describes the main implementation differences between the three approaches. Implemented in server and a specific WineLib program, WineConsole is in charge of the rendering and user input. The mode manipulation functions behave as expected. Implemented in server and a specific WineLib program, WineConsole is in charge of the rendering and user input. The mode manipulation functions behave as expected. Definition: create process Win32 API that creates a new process. Inheritance including handling in create process of create detached, create new console flags. Not supported, every process child of a process will inherit the Unix streams, so will also inherit the Win32 standard streams. Fully supported, each new console creation will be handled by the creation of a new user 32 window, fully supported, except for the creation of a new console, which will be rendered on the same Unix terminal as the previous one, leading to unpredictable results. Creation, deletion, resizing. Not supported, fully supported, partly supported. This won't work too well as we don't control, so far, the size of underlying Unix terminal APIs for reading, writing screen buffer content. Cursor position not supported, fully supported APIs for manipulating the rendering window size not supported, fully supported, partly supported. This won't work too well as we don't control, so far, the size of underlying Unix terminal signaling in particular. Control-C handling, nothing is done, which means that Control-C will generate, as usual, a SIGINT which will terminate the program. Partly supported Control-C behaves as expected, however the other Win32 CUI signaling isn't properly implemented. Partly supported Control-C behaves as expected, however the other Win32 CUI signaling isn't properly implemented. Definition: alloc console, Win32 API allocates a new console. The Win32 objects behind a console can be created in several occasions. When the program is started from WineConsole, a new console object is created and will be inherited by the process launched from WineConsole. When a program which isn't attached to a console calls alloc console, Wine then launches WineConsole and attaches the current program to this console. In this mode, the user 32 mode is always selected, as Wine cannot tell the current state of the Unix console. Please also note that starting a child process with the create new console flag will end up calling alloc console in the child process, hence creating a WineConsole with the user 32 frontend. Another interesting point to note is that Windows implements handles to console objects, input and screen buffers, only in the kernel 32 DLL, and those are not sent nor seen from the NTDL level, albeit, for example, console are waitable on input. How is this possible? Well, Windows NT is a bit tricky here. Regular handles have an interesting property. Their integral value is always a multiple of 4. They are likely to be offsets from the beginning of a table. Console handles, on the other hand, are not multiple of 4, but have the 2 lower bit set. Being a multiple of 4 means having the 2 lower bits reset. When kernel 32 sees a handle with the 2 lower bits set, it then knows it's a console handle and takes appropriate decisions. For example, in the various kernel 32 wait for \** functions, it transforms any console handle input and output. Strangely enough, handles to console screen buffers are waitable into a dedicated wait event for the targeted console. There's an undocumented kernel 32 function get console input wait handle, which returns the handle to this event in case you need it. Another interesting handling of those console handles is in read file, resp write file, which behavior for console handles is transferred to read console, resp write console. Note that's always the ANSI version of read console. Write console which is called, hence using the default console's code page. There are some other spots affected, but you can look indlls/kernel32 to find them all. All of this is implemented in Wine. Those settings can either be defined globally or on a per process name basis. WineConsole provides the choice to the user to pick which registry part, global, current running program, it wishes to modify the settings for. Table 8-5. Console registry settings: name, default value, purpose, cursor size 25% of cell height to which the cursor extends, cursor visible 1, whether the cursor is visible or not, addition mode, the way the addition takes place in the console. 0 is insertion mode, 1 is overwrite mode. Exiton die 1, whether the console should close itself when last running program attached to it, die's face name, no default name of the font to be used for display. When none is given, WineConsole tries its best to pick up a decent font size 0x0c0, 8 the high word in the font cell height, and the low word is the font cell width. The default value is 12 pixels in height and 8 pixels in width. Font weight 0 width of the font. If none is given or 0, Wine Console picks up a decent font size history buffer size 50 number of entries in history buffer. Not actually used history no dupe 0 whether the history should store twice the same entry menu mask. This mask only exists for Wine Console handling. It allows to know which combination of extra keys is needed to open the configuration window on right click. The mask can include MK Ctrl or MK Shift bits. This can be needed when programs actually need the right click to be passed to them instead of being intercepted by Wine Console. Screen buffer size 0x1950. The high word is the number of font cells in the height of the screen buffer, while the low word is the number of font cells in the width of the screen buffer. Screen color 0x000F default color attribute for the screen buffer. Low char is the foreground color, and high char is the background color. Window size 0x1950. The high word is the number of font cells in the height of the window, while the low word is the number of font cells in the width of the window. This window is the visible part of the screen buffer. This implies that a screen buffer must always be bigger than its window, and that the screen buffer can be scrolled so that every cell of the screen buffer can be seen in the window. Win16 processes support starting at any Win16. Process Wine is also able to run 16-bit processes, but this feature is only supported on Intel IA32 architectures. When Wine is requested to run any Win16 process, it will in fact hand over the execution of it to a specific executable WineVDM. VDM stands for Virtual DOS Machine. This WineVDM is a WineLib application, but will in fact set up the correct 16-bit environment to run the executable. We will get back later on in details to what this means. Definition: selectors, an entry in the LDT for every Win16 address. Any new 16-bit process created by this executable or its children will run into the same WineVDM instance. Among one instance, several functionalities will be provided to those 16-bit processes, including the cooperative multitasking, sharing the same address space, managing the selectors for the 16-bit segments needed for code, data, and stack. Note that several WineVDM instances can run in the same Wine session, but the functionalities described above are only shared among a given instance, not among all the instances. WineVDM is built as WineLib application, and hence has access to any facility a 32-bit application has. Each Win16 application is implemented in WineVDM as a Win32 thread. WineVDM then implements its own scheduling facilities. In fact, the code for this feature is in Theckenal 386, EXEDLL. Since the required Win1689 Chapter 8, kernel module scheduling is non-preemptive, this doesn't require any underlying OS kernel support. Definition: SIS levels, Windows Internal Thread Safety System dedicated to 16-bit applications, or 32-bit applications that call directly or indirectly 16-bit code. SIS levels are an undocumented Windows Internal Thread Safety System dedicated to 16-bit applications, or 32-bit applications that call directly or indirectly 16-bit code. They are basically critical sections which must be taken in a particular order. The mechanism is generic, but there are always 3 SIS levels. Level 1 is the Win16 mutex, Level 2 is the user mutex, Level 3 is the GD mutex. When entering a SIS level, the code will check that a higher SIS level is not already held and produce an error if so. This is because it's not legal to enter Level 2 while holding Level 3 first. You must leave Level 3. Throughout the code you may see calls to confirm SIS level and check not SIS level. These functions are essentially assertions about the SIS level states and can be used to check that the rules have not been accidentally violated. In particular, check not SIS level will break probably into the debugger if the check fails. If this happens, the solution is to get a backtrace and find out, by reading the source of the wine functions called along the way, how wine got into the invalid state. Memory management: every Win16 address is expressed in the form of selector offset. The selector is an entry in the LDT, but a 16-bit entry, limiting each offset to 64 KB. Hence, the maximum available memory to a Win16 process is 512 MB. Note that the processor runs in protected mode but using 16-bit selectors. Windows, for a 16-bit process, defines a few selectors to access the real memory, the one provided by DOS. Basically, Wine also provides this area of memory. DOS processes support the behavior we just described also applies to DOS executables, which are handled the same way by WineVDM. This is only supported on Intel IA32 architectures. Wine implements also most of the DOS support in a wine-specific DLL Windows. This DLL is called under certain conditions, like in winedom when trying to launch a DOS application, XA or COM PIF. In kernel 32, when an attempt is made in the binary code to call some DOS or BIOS interrupts, like int21h for example. When winedom runs a DOS program, this one runs in real mode, in fact in v86 mode from the IA32 point of view. Definition: DPMI, DOS Protected Mode Interface. Wine also supports part of the DPMI, DOS Protected Mode Interface. Definition: Messaging subsystem. Each Windows task thread has its own message queue. This is where it gets messages from. Wine, when running a DOS programs, needs to map the 1 MB of virtual memory to the real memory, as seen by the DOS program. When this is not possible, like when someone else is already using this area, the DOS support is not possible. Note also that by doing so, access to linear address 0 is enabled, as it's also real mode address which is valid. Hence, null pointer dereference faults are no longer caught. 90 Chapter 9. Windowing System User 32 Module User 32 implements windowing and messaging subsystems. It also contains code for common controls and for other miscellaneous stuff, rectangles, clipboard, WNet, etc. Wine User 32 code is located in thedlls/user32/ directory. 2 definitions. Definition 1: Parent-child hierarchy, a hierarchical relationship between windows, where child windows are contained within their parent windows. Definition 2: Desktop window, a common ancestor for all windows. Windowing subsystem DILS User 32 Win C DILS/User 32/Winpos. C windows are arranged into parent-child hierarchy with one common ancestor for all windows desktop window. Each window structure contains a pointer to the immediate ancestor parent window if WS child dstyle bit is set, a pointer to the sibling returned by get window, GW next, a pointer to the owner window set only for pop-up window if it was created with valid unparent parameter, and a pointer to the first child window get window, GW child. All pop-up and non-child windows are therefore placed in the first level of this hierarchy, and their ancestor link, WND greater than parent, points to the desktop window. Desktop window root window \1 child 2 child 3 child 4 child windows. Horizontal arrows denote sibling relationship, vertical lines ancestor child. To summarize, all windows with the same immediate ancestor are sibling windows. All windows which do not have desktop as their immediate ancestor are child windows. Pop-up windows behave as topmost top-level windows unless they are owned. In this case, the only requirement is that they must precede their owners in the top-level sibling list. They're not topmost. Child windows are confined to the client area of their parent windows. Client area is where window gets to do its own drawing. Non-client area consists of caption, menu, borders, intrinsic scroll bars, and minimize, maximize, close, help buttons. Another fairly important concept is z-order. It is derived from the ancestor-child hierarchy and is used to determine above-below relationship. For instance, in the example above, z-order is current active window, foreground window in Win32, is moved to the front of z-order unless its top-level ancestor owns pop-up windows. All these issues are dealt with, or supposed to be, the primary interface to the window manager. Wine specifics: in default and managed mode, each top-level window gets its own X counterpart, with desktop window being basically a fake stub. In desktop mode, however, only desktop window has an X window associated with it. Also, set window pose should eventually be implemented via begin end defer window pose calls and not the other way around. 3 definitions. Definition 1: visible region, determines which part of the window is not obscured by other windows. Definition 2: clipping region, a region that restricts the area where the graphics output can appear. Definition 3: update region. Some part of the window became visible, it adds this area to the update region of this window, and then generates WM ERASCBKGND and WM paint messages. User text, visible region, clipping region, and update region DILS/user 32/Winpos. C91 Chapter 9. Windowing system DILS User 32 painting C. A and B are child windows of C. B. Visible region determines which part of the window is not obscured by other windows. If a window has the WS clamp shoulder end style, then all areas below its children are considered invisible. Similarly, if the WS clamp spelling S bit is in effect, then all areas obscured by its siblings are invisible. child windows are always clipped by the boundaries of their parent windows. Definition: display context DC, a data structure that represents a drawing surface. B has AWS CLAMPSBLNG style. B visible region of B. When the program requests a display context DC for a window, it can specify an optional clipping region that further restricts the area where the graphics output can appear. This area is calculated as an intersection of the visible region and a clipping region. Program asked for a DC with a clipping region. 1. Minus plus minus minus prime vertical bar colon underscore vertical bar B vertical bar implies vertical bar minus DC region, where the painting will vertical bar be visible prime minus vertical bar horizontal bar horizontal bar vertical bar horizontal bar colon minus prime right curly bracket. When the window manager detects that some part of the window became visible, it adds this area to the update region of this window, and then generates WM_ERASCBKGND and WM_paint messages. In addition, WM and CPaint message is sent when the uncovered area intersects a non-client part of the window. Application must reply to the WM paint message by calling the begin paint /end paint pair of functions. Begin paint returns a DC that uses accumulated update region as a clipping region. This operation cleans up invalidated area and the window will not receive another WM pane until the window manager creates a new update region. Definition: DC cache. Windows maintains a display context cache consisting of entries that include the DC itself, the window to which it belongs, and an optional clipping region. It was moved to the left, ellipsis/C update region vertical bar colon dot / vertical bar, a vertical bar sub vertical bar implies vertical bar dot vertical bar. B update region 92 chapter 9. Windowing system C. Windows maintains a display context cache consisting of entries that include the DC itself, the window to which it belongs, and an optional clipping region. Visible region is stored in the DC itself. When an API call changes the state of the window tree, Window Manager has to go through the DC cache to recalculate visible regions for entries whose windows were involved in the operation. DC entries DCE can be either private to the window or private to the window class or shared between all windows. Windows 3.1 limits the number of shared DCEs to 5. Definition: CIDLs, the system checks if the queue has the dirty window bit set. Messaging subsystem DILs user 32 message C. Each Windows task thread has its own message queue. This is where it gets messages from. Messages can be 1. Generated on the fly WM Paint, WM and CPANT, WM Timer 2. Created by the system hardware messages 3. Posted by other tasks threads post message 4. Sent by other tasks threads send message priority. First, the system looks for sent messages, then for posted messages, then for hardware messages, then it checks if the queue has the dirty window bit set, and finally, it checks for expired timers. CIDLs/user 32 message C. From all these different types of messages, only posted messages go directly into the private message queue. System messages, even in Win95, are first collected in the system message queue, and then they either sit there until get peak message gets to process them, or as in Win95, if system queue is getting clobbered, a special thread raw input thread assigns them to the private queues. Sent messages are queued separately and the sender sleeps until it gets a reply. Special messages are generated on the fly, depending on the window queue state. If the window update region is not empty, the system sets the QS pane T bit in the owning queue, and eventually this window receives a WM pane T message, WM and CPaint T2 if the update region intersects with the non-client area. A timer event is raised when one of the queue timers expire. Depending on the timer parameters, dispatch message either calls the callback function or the window procedure. If there are no messages pending, the task thread sleeps until messages appear. There are several tricky moments open for discussion. System message order has to be honored and messages should be processed within correct task thread context. Therefore, when get peak message encounters unassigned system message, and this message appears not to be for the current task thread, it should either skip it or get rid of it by moving it into the private message queue of the target task thread Win95, AFAIK, and look further or roll back, and then yield until this message gets processed when system switches to the correct context, Win16. In the first case, we lose correct message ordering. In the second case, we have the infamous synchronous system message queue. Here is a post to one of the OS2 news group I found to be relevant. Here's the problem in a nutshell, and there is no good solution. Every possible solution creates a different problem. With a windowing system, events can go to many different windows. Most are sent by applications or by the OS when things relating to that window happen, like repainting, timers, etc. Mouse input events go to the window you click on unless some window captures the mouse. 93 Chapter 9. Windowing system so far, no problem. Whenever an event happens, you put a message on the target Windows message queue. Every process has a message queue. If the process queue fills up, the messages back up onto the system queue. This is the first cause of apps hanging the GUI. If an app doesn't handle messages and they back up into the system queue, other apps can't get any more messages. The reason is that the next message in line can't go anywhere and the system won't skip over it. This can be fixed by making apps have bigger private message queues. The SIQ fix does this. PMQSIZE does this for systems without the SIQ fix. Applications can also request large queues on their own. Another source of the problem, however, happens when you include keyboard events. When you press a key, there's no easy way to know what window the keystroke message should be delivered to. Most windowing systems use a concept known as focus. The window with focus gets all incoming keyboard messages. Focus can be changed from window to window by apps or by users clicking on windows. This is the second source of the problem. Suppose window A has focus. You click on window B and start typing before the window gets focus. Where should the keystrokes go? On the one hand, they should go to A until the focus actually changes to B. On the other hand, you probably want the keystrokes to go to B since you clicked there first. OS2's solution is that when a focus changing event happens, like clicking on a window, OS2 holds all messages in the system queue until the focus change actually happens. This way, subsequent keystrokes go to the window you clicked on, even if it takes a while for that window to get focus. The downside is that if the window takes a real long time to get focus, maybe it's not handling events, or maybe the window losing focus isn't handling events, everything backs up in the system queue and the system appears hung. There are a few solutions to this problem. One is to make focus policy asynchronous. That is, focus changing has absolutely nothing to do with the keyboard. If you click on a window and start typing before the focus actually changes, the keystrokes go to the first window until focus changes, then they go to the second. This is what X Windows does. Another is what NT does. When focus changes, keyboard events are held in the system message queue, but other events are allowed through. This is asynchronous because the messages in the system queue are delivered to the application queues in a different order from that with which they were posted. If a bad app won't handle the lose focus message, it's of no consequence. The app receiving focus will get its gain focus message, and the keystrokes will go to it. The NT solution also takes care of the application queue filling up problem. Since the system delivers messages asynchronously, messages waiting in the system queue will just sit there, and the rest of the messages will be delivered to their apps. The OS2 SIQ solution is this. When a focus changing event happens, in addition to blocking further messages from the application queues, a timer is started. When the timer goes off, if the focus change has not yet happened, the bad app has its focus taken away and all messages targeted at that window are skipped. When the bad app finally handles the focus change message, OS2 will detect this and stop skipping its messages. As for the pros and cons, the X Windows solution is probably the easiest. The problem is that users generally don't like having to wait for the focus to change before they start typing. On many occasions, you can type and the characters end up in the wrong window because something, usually heavy system load, is preventing the focus change from happening in a timely manner. The NT solution seems pretty nice, but making the system message queue asynchronous can cause similar problems to the X Windows problem. Since messages can be delivered out of order, programs must not assume that two messages posted in a particular order will be delivered in that same order. This can break legacy apps, but since Win32 always had an asynchronous queue, it is fair to simply tell app designers don't do that. It's harder to tell app designers something like that on OS2. They'll complain, you changed the rules and our apps are breaking. The OS2 solutions problem is that nothing happens until you try to change window focus and then wait for the timeout. Definition: RTA's rental threaded apartment. Until then, the bad app is not detected and nothing is done. David Charlup intertask/interthread send message. The system has to inform the target queue about the forthcoming message, then it has to carry out the context switch and wait until the result is available. Win16 stores necessary parameters 94 Chapter 9, windowing system in the queue structure and then calls directed yield function. However, in Win32, there could be several messages pending sent by preemptively executing threads, and in this case, send message has to build some sort of message queue for sent messages. Another issue is what to do with messages sent to the sender when it is blocked inside its own send message. Definition: accelerator structures allow the user to trigger an action by pressing certain keys. Accelerators: there are 3 differently sized accelerator structures exposed to the user. 1 accelerators in any resources. This is also the internal layout of the global handle HACCL 16 and 32 in Windows 95 and Wine. Exposed to the user as Win16 global handles HACCL 16 and HACCL 32 by the Win16 Win32 API. These are 5 bytes long with no padding, 2 accelerators in PE resources. They are exposed to the user only by direct accessing PE resources. These have a size of 8 bytes, 3 accelerators in the Win32 API. These are exposed to the user by the copy accelerator table and create accelerator table functions in the Win32 API. These have a size of 6 bytes. Why 2 types of accelerators in the Win32 API? We can only guess, but my best bet is that the Win32 resource compiler does not handle struct packing. Win32 ACCEL is defined using hash pragma 2 for the compiler but without any packing for RC, so it will assume hash pragma 4. Windows System Interface Keyboard Mapping. Wine now needs to know about your keyboard layout. This requirement comes from a need from many apps to have the correct scan codes available, since they read these directly, instead of just taking the characters returned by the X server. This means that Wine now needs to have a mapping from X keys to the scan codes these programs expect. On startup, Wine will try to recognize the active X layout by seeing if it matches any of the defined tables. If it does, everything is all right. If not, you need to define it. To do this, open the file /winex11 drv/keyboard. Can take a look at the existing tables. 95 Chapter 9. Windowing system. What you really would need to do is find out which scanf each key needs to generate. Find it in the main key scannable, which looks like this. Next, assign each scanf the characters and print it on the keycaps. This was done sort of for the US 101 key keyboard, which you can find near the top in keyboard C. It also shows that if there is no 102nd key, you can skip that. However, for most international 102 key keyboards, we have done it easy for you. The scancode layout for these already pretty much matches the physical layout in theming key scan, so all you need to do is to go through all the keys that generate characters on your main keyboard except spacebar and stuff those into an appropriate table. The only exception is that the 102nd key, which is usually to the left of the first key of the last line, usually Z, must be placed on a separate line after the last line. After you have written such a table, you need to add it to theming key tab layout index table. This will look like this. After you have added your table, recompile Wine and test that it works. If it fails to detect your table, try running wine debug equals plus keyboard Wine greater than key log 2 greater than in 1 and look in the resulting key logfile to find the error messages it gives for your layout. Note that the lang asterisk and sublang asterisk definitions are and include /winls. H, which you might need to know to find out which numbers your language is assigned, and find it in the WNED-BUG output. The numbers will be SUBLANG 0x400 plus LANG. So for example, the combination LANG Norwegian 0x14 and SUBLANG default 0x1 will be in hex 14 plus 1 sup asterisk 400 equals 414. So since I'm Norwegian, I could look for 414 in the WNED-BUG output to find out why my keyboard won't detect. Code summary: the code checks if a result is not equal to a success code and returns the result if it is not. This is considered suspect in functions using critical sections because it might skip releasing a held section. Code summary: this code defines a word command, which is a component of accelerator structures of varying sizes. It is part of a structure used in defining accelerators for any resources. Code summary: this code defines a byte variable named pad0. It is part of a larger structure representing accelerators in PE resources, which have a size of 8 bytes. Code summary: the code defines a variable named key of type word. Code summary: the code defines a word command. It is used in different accelerator structures. Code summary: the code block shows a data structure named pad1 which is of type word. This structure is part of a larger structure representing accelerators in PE resources, which are exposed to the user by directly accessing PE resources. Code summary. This is a byte representing fvert, which is part of the accelerator structure in Win32 API. The code defines a byte-sized padding variable named pad0. It is part of a structure representing accelerators in PE resources, which are exposed to the user through direct PE resource access. This structure also contains other fields such as fvert, key, cmd, and pad1, contributing to a total size of 8 bytes. Code summary. This code defines a word variable named key. It is part of a larger discussion about different accelerator structures in the Win32 API. Code summary. The code defines a word variable named cmd. It is a part of the Win32 API accelerator structure. Code summary. The code is a section of the main key scan table, representing a keyboard layout. It provides hexadecimal values that correspond to specific keys on the keyboard, aiding in the mapping of physical keys to scan codes within the Wine environment. Code summary. The code defines a portion of the main key scan table, which is part of a keyboard layout configuration. It is a section of hexadecimal scan codes for specific keys on a keyboard. Code summary. The code defines a constant integer array named mainKeyScan, representing a keyboard layout, specifically for a keyboard with 102 keys. The array contains hexadecimal values that correspond to scan codes for each key. A comment indicates that this layout might not perfectly match every keyboard and points out the location of the 102nd key, situated to the right of the left shift key. Code summary. This code defines a structure that associates a language, ANSI codepage, and OEM codepage. It is part of a larger structure array, which also includes a pointer to a key layout table. This structure is used for keyboard layout configuration. Code summary. This code defines a structure for keyboard layouts, including language, codepage, and a key table. It also shows how to add a keyboard layout to the main key table and debug it. Code summary. This code defines a structure for keyboard layouts, including language codes, codepages, and a pointer to the actual key layout. It also shows how to add a new keyboard layout to the main key table and how to debug it. Code summary. This code defines a structure for keyboard layouts, including language, codepages, and a pointer to the key mapping. It also shows how to add a keyboard layout to the main layout table. 96 Chapter 10. COM and Wine Writing COM Components for Wine. This section describes how to create your own natively compiled COM components. Macros to define a COM interface. The goal of the following set of definitions is to provide a way to use the same header file definitions to provide both a C interface and a C++ object-oriented interface to COM interfaces. The type of interface is selected automatically depending on the language, but it is always possible to get the C interface in C++ by defining CINTRFACE. It is based on the following assumptions. All COM interfaces derive from IUnknown. This should not be a problem. The header file only defines the interface. The actual fields are defined separately in the C file implementing the interface. The natural approach to this problem would be to make sure we get a C++ class and virtual methods in C++, and a structure with a table of pointer to functions in C. Unfortunately, the layout of the virtual table is compiler-specific. The layout of G++ virtual tables is not the same as that of an X virtual table, which is not the same as that generated by Visual C++. There are workarounds to make the virtual tables compatible via padding, but unfortunately the one which is imposed to the Wine emulator by the Windows binaries, that is the Visual C++ one, is the most compact of all. So the solution I finally adopted does not use virtual tables. Instead, I use inline non-virtual methods that dereference the method pointer themselves and perform the call. Let's take direct3d as an example. The ICOM interface macro is used in the ICOM method macros to define the type of the thsplinter. Defining this macro here saves us the trouble of having to repeat the interface name everywhere. Note, however, that because of the way macros work, a macro like ICOM method 1 cannot use ICOM interface #vtable because this would give ICOM interface vtable and not idirect3d vtable. ICOM method s defines the methods specific to this interface. It is then aggregated with the inherited methods to form ICOM IMETHODS. ICOM IMETHODS defines the list of methods that are inheritable from this interface. It must be written manually, rather than using a macro to generate the equivalent code to avoid macro recursion, which compilers don't like. The ICOM define finally declares all the structures necessary for the interface. We have to explicitly use the interface name for macro expansion reasons again. Inherited methods are inherited in C by using the idirect 3D methods macro and the parent's xxx imethods macro. In C++, we need only use the idirect 3D methods since method inheritance is taken care of by the language. In C++, the ICOM method macros generate a function prototype and a call to a function pointer method. This means using onct1p1, t2p2, and onCep1, p2 without the types. The only way I found to handle this is to have one ICOM method macro per number of parameters and to have it take only the type information with const if necessary as parameters. Thundef ICOM interfac is here to remind you that using ICOM interface in the following macros will not work. This time it's because the ICOM call macro expansion is done only once the idirect 3D xxx macro is expanded, and by that time ICOM interface will be long gone anyway. You may have noticed the double commas after each parameter type. This allows you to put the name of that parameter, which I think is good for documentation. It is not required, and since I did not know what to put there for this example, I could only find doc about idirect 3D2, I left them blank. Finally, the set of idirect 3D xxx macros is a standard set of macros defined to ease access to the interface methods in C. Unfortunately, I don't see any way to avoid having to duplicate the inherited method definitions there. This time I could have used a trick to use only one macro whatever the number of parameters, but I preferred to have it work the same way as above. You probably have noticed that we don't define the fields we need to actually implement this interface, reference count, pointer to other resources and miscellaneous fields. That's because these interfaces are just that, interfaces. They may be implemented more than once, in different contexts and sometimes not even in Wine. Thus it would not make sense to impose that the interface contains some specific fields. Holdings in C and C this gives. idirect 3D only contains a pointer to the virtual jump table. This is the only thing the user needs to know to use the interface. Of course, the structure we will define to implement this interface will have more fields, but the first one will match this pointer. The code generated by ICOM defines both the structure representing the interface and the structure for the jump table. ICOM define uses the parent xxx imethods macro to automatically repeat the prototypes of all the inherited methods, and then uses idirect 3D methods to define the idirect 3D methods. Each method is declared as a pointer to function field in the jump table. The implementation will fill this jump table with appropriate values, probably using a static variable, and initialize the help VTBL field to point to this variable. The idirect 3D xxx macros then just dereference the help VTBL pointer and use the function pointer corresponding to the macro name. This emulates the behavior of a virtual table and should be just as fast. This C code should be quite compatible with the Windows headers, both for code that uses COM interfaces and for code implementing a COM interface. Findings in C++ and in C++ with G++. In C++, idirect 3D does double duty as both the virtual jump table and as the interface definition. The reason for this is to avoid having to duplicate the method definitions, once to have the function pointers in the jump table and once to have the methods in the interface class. Here one macro can generate both. This means though that the first pointer, t, LPVTBL defined in IUnknown must be interpreted as the jump table pointer if we interpret the structure as the interface class, and as the function pointer to the query interface method t, FN query interface if we interpret the structure as the jump table. Fortunately, this gymnastic is entirely taken care of in the header of IUnknown. Of course, in C++, we use inheritance so that we don't have to duplicate the method definitions. Since idirect 3D does double duty, each ICOM method macro defines both a function pointer and a non-virtual inline method which dereferences it and calls it. This way this method behaves just like a virtual method, but does not create a true C++ virtual table which would break the structure layout. If you look at the implementation of these methods, you'll notice that they would not work for void functions. We have to return something, and fortunately this seems to be what all the COM methods do, otherwise we would need another set of macros. Note how the ICOM method generates both function prototypes mixing types and formal parameter names, and the method invocation using only the formal parameter name. This is the reason why we need different macros to handle different numbers of parameters. Finally, there is no idirect 3D xxx macro. These are not needed in C++ unless the CINTERFACE macro is defined, in which case we would not be here. This C++ code works well for code that just uses COM interfaces, but it will not work with C++ code implement a COM interface. That's because such code assumes the interface methods are declared as virtual C++ methods, which is not the case here. Code summary: this code defines the direct 3D interface and its methods using macros. It specifies how the interface methods are declared and called, providing a way to interact with direct 3D functionality. Code summary: the code defines a structure called idirect3d-vtbl using a typedef. This structure is likely part of a C implementation for accessing interface methods. Code summary: this code defines a struct named idirect3d. In C, this struct contains a single field which is a pointer to a virtual table, VTBL, for the idirect3d interface. This virtual table contains function pointers for various methods associated with the idirect3d interface. Code summary: this code defines a struct for the idirect3d interface. In C, it includes a pointer to a virtual function table and the function table itself, which contains function pointers for various operations like query interface, addref, release, initialize, enum devices, create light, create material, create viewport, and find device. Code summary: this code defines a structure for a table of function pointers related to the idirect3d interface. This structure, named idirect3d-vtbl, contains function pointers for various operations such as querying the interface, adding a reference, releasing, initializing, enumerating devices, and creating light. Code summary: the code defines a function pointer named fnaddref, which is a member of the idirect3d-vtbl structure. This function takes a pointer to an idirect3d structure as input and returns an unsigned long integer. Code summary: the code defines a function pointer type named fnRelease. This function takes a pointer to an idirect3d structure as input and returns an unsigned long integer. The function is intended to release resources associated with the idirect3d object. Code summary: the code defines a function pointer named fninitialize, which is a member of the idirect3d-vtbl structure. This function takes a pointer to an idirect3d object and a reference to a globally unique identifier as input, and returns an result indicating success or failure. Code summary: the code defines a function pointer type for enumerating direct 3D devices. It takes a direct 3D interface pointer, a callback function, and a user-defined data pointer as input. The function returns a result indicating success or failure. Code summary: this code defines a function pointer named fnCreateLight, which is a member of the idirect3d-vtbl structure. This function is responsible for creating a light source within a direct 3D environment. It takes a pointer to the idirect3d interface, a pointer to a direct 3D light structure, and a pointer to an unknown interface as input. It returns an result, indicating the success or failure of the light creation operation. Code summary: this code defines a function pointer type for creating a material in direct 3D. It takes a direct 3D interface pointer, a pointer to a direct 3D material interface pointer, and an unknown interface pointer as input. It returns an result indicating success or failure. Code summary: this code defines a function pointer type named fnCreateViewport. This function creates a viewport, associating it with a direct 3D interface and taking parameters for the viewport and an unknown interface. The code defines a function pointer type, specifically for finding a device within the direct 3D interface. It takes search criteria and returns a result, both as pointers. Code summary: the code defines macros for the idirect3d interface methods, which dereference a virtual table pointer to call the corresponding function pointers. It also includes a C struct definition for idirect3d, which inherits from unknown and contains a function pointer for initialization. Code summary: the code defines a struct named idirect3d that inherits from unknown. It contains a private member which is a function pointer named fninitialize. This function pointer takes a pointer to idirect3d and a REFIID as input and returns an result. Code summary: this code defines inline functions for the idirect3d interface, specifically focusing on initializing, enumerating devices, creating light, creating material, creating viewport, and finding a device. These functions return a result and internally call a corresponding function pointer from a virtual table. Code summary: this code defines the idirect3d interface in C, which includes function pointers for various direct 3D operations such as initializing, enumerating devices, creating lights, materials, and viewports, and finding devices. It also shows inline functions that call these function pointers through a virtual table, emulating virtual function behavior. Code summary: the code defines an inline function called enum devices, which is a member of the iDirect 3D interface. This function takes a callback function and a void pointer as input. It then calls the actual enum devices function pointer, which is part of the virtual function table, and passes the current object, the callback function, and the void pointer as arguments. Code summary: the code defines an inline function called enum devices, which is a member of the iDirect 3D interface. This function takes a callback function and a pointer as input and calls the corresponding function pointer within the iDirect 3D virtual table to enumerate devices. Code summary: this code defines a private function pointer named fn create light within the iDirect 3D interface. This function pointer is intended to point to a function that creates a light source, taking a direct 3D interface pointer, a pointer to a direct 3D light structure, and an unknown interface pointer as input. Code summary: the code defines a function pointer within a class, which takes an iDirect 3D pointer, a pointer to an iDirect 3D material, and an unknown pointer as input. It is a private member. Code summary: this code defines a method for creating a light within a direct 3D interface. It takes a light pointer and an unknown interface as input and returns a result code. The method internally calls a function pointer to handle the actual light creation. Code summary: this code creates a light using a function pointer from a virtual table. It takes two input parameters, a pointer to a light and a pointer to an unknown object. It returns a result code. Code summary: the code defines a private function pointer named fn create material that takes an iDirect 3D pointer, a pointer to an LPRECT 3D material, and an unknown pointer as input. It returns an HRESULT. It also defines a public inline function named createMaterial that takes a pointer to an LPDIRECT 3D material and an unknown pointer as input and returns an HRESULT. The createMaterial function calls the fn createMaterial function pointer. Code summary: this code defines a private function pointer for creating a light and a public inline function that calls this function pointer. The function createLight takes a pointer to a light and an unknown interface as input. It returns an HRESULT, which indicates the success or failure of the operation. Code summary: this code defines an inline function that creates a material. It takes a pointer to a direct 3D material and an unknown interface as input. It returns an HRESULT, which indicates the success or failure of the material creation. The function uses a virtual table to call the actual material creation function. Code summary: this code defines an inline function named createMaterial that takes a pointer to a direct 3D material and an unknown interface as input. It calls the fn createMaterial function pointer from the LPVTBL of a direct 3D interface, passing the current object, the material pointer, and the unknown interface as arguments. It returns the result of this function call. Code summary: the code defines a private function pointer for creating a viewport in direct 3D. It takes a direct 3D interface, a viewport pointer, and an unknown interface as input. There is also a public inline function that calls this private function pointer to actually create the viewport. Code summary: the code defines a private function pointer for creating a material and a public inline function that calls this function pointer. The function takes a pointer to a direct 3D material and an unknown interface as input and returns an HRESULT. Code summary: this code defines an inline function named createViewport that creates a direct 3D viewport. It takes a pointer to a direct 3D viewport and an unknown interface as input. It returns an HRESULT, indicating the success or failure of the operation. Code summary: the code defines an inline function named createViewport that takes a pointer to a direct 3D viewport and an unknown interface as input. It calls the fn createViewport method of the iDirect 3D interface, passing the current object and the input parameters. It returns the result of the fn createViewport method. Code summary: the code defines a private function pointer named fn find device within the iDirect 3D interface. This function pointer is intended to be used for finding a specific device based on search parameters. There is also a public inline function find device that calls the private function pointer. Code summary: the code defines an inline function called find device that takes a search parameter and a result parameter. It calls a function pointer to find a device, passing itself the search parameter and the result parameter. The function returns a result. Code summary: the code defines an inline function called find device. This function takes a search parameter and a result parameter as input. It calls a function pointer to find a device, passing itself and the input parameters. The result of the function pointer call is then returned. Code summary. This code defines an inline function called findDevice that is part of the iDirect 3D interface. It takes two input parameters, a search parameter and a result parameter, both of which are pointers. The function calls the fn findDevice method of the iDirect 3D interface's virtual table, passing in the current object and the two input parameters. It returns the result of the fn findDevice method. Code summary. The code defines several inline functions within a direct 3D interface, such as initialize, enum devices, create light, create material, create viewport, and find device. These functions call corresponding function pointers from a virtual table to perform direct 3D operations. Implementing a COM interface. This continues the above example. This example assumes that the implementation is in C. Code summary. This code defines a struct called iDirect 3D, which contains a void pointer named LPVTBL. Code summary. The code represents a part of a structure definition for iDirect 3D, specifically the declaration of a member variable LPVTBL, which is a pointer. The complete structure definition is not shown. Code summary. This code defines a structure named iDirect 3D, which contains a pointer to a virtual table. This structure is likely part of an implementation of a component object model interface. Code summary. This code defines a static virtual table for the iDirect 3D interface, which is part of a COM interface implementation in C. Code summary. This code implements the iDirect 3D methods, including query interface. It also defines and initializes the virtual table for the iDirect 3D interface. Code summary. The code defines the iDirect 3D fn query interface function, which is part of the iDirect 3D interface. It also shows the initialization of the virtual function table, vtable, for the iDirect 3D interface, associating the query interface function with its implementation. Code summary. This code snippet shows the implementation of the iDirect 3D interface methods, including query interface, add to, initialize, and set width. It also initializes the virtual table for the iDirect 3D interface. Code summary. This code block implements the iDirect 3D interface methods, including query interface, and initializes the virtual table vtable for the iDirect 3D interface. The vtable contains pointers to the implemented methods. Code summary. This code defines and initializes a static virtual table for the iDirect 3D interface. It includes function pointers for methods like query interface, add, initialize, and set width. Code summary. This code defines the virtual table for the iDirect 3D interface. It includes a dummy value and pointers to the interface methods such as query interface, add, initialize, and set width. The query interface method takes a pointer to an iDirect 3D structure as input. Code summary. This code defines a virtual table for the iDirect 3D interface. It includes function pointers for query interface, add to, initialize, and set width. This table is a crucial part of the COM interface implementation, enabling dynamic method dispatch. Comments. 100 Chapter 10. Common Wine. We first define what the interface really contains. This is the iDirect 3D structure. The first field must of course be the virtual table pointer. Everything else is free. Then we predeclare our static virtual table variable. We will need its address in some methods to initialize the virtual table pointer of the returned interface objects. Then we implement the interface methods. To match what has been declared in the header file, they must take a pointer to an iDirect 3D structure, and we must cast it to an iDirect 3D so that we can manipulate the fields. This is performed by the icomthis macro. Finally, we initialize the virtual table. A brief introduction to DCOM in Wine. This section explains the basic principles behind DCOM, remoting as used by InstallShield and others. Definition. Interface vtable pointer. It is the standard pointer that it's always the first data in the interface structure. Basics. The basic idea behind DCOM is to take a COM object and make it location transparent. That means you can use it from other threads, processes, and machines without having to worry about the fact that you can't just dereference the interface vtable pointer to call methods on it. You might be wondering about putting threads next to processes and machines in that last paragraph. You can access thread-safe objects from multiple threads without DCOM normally, right? Why would you need RPC magic to do that? 2 definitions. Definition 1, apartment model. The way COM tries hard to solve the problem of thread-unsafe objects with its apartment model. Definition 2, apartment, an abstraction of a COM object's thread safety level. The answer is, of course, that COM doesn't assume that objects actually are thread safe. Most real-world objects aren't, in fact, for various reasons. What these reasons are isn't too important here, though. It's just important to realize that the problem of thread-unsafe objects is what COM tries hard to solve with its apartment model. There are also ways to tell COM that your object is truly thread-safe, namely the free-threaded marshaller. In general, no object is truly thread-safe if it could potentially use another not-so-thread-safe object, though, so the free-threaded marshaller is less used than you'd think. For now, suffice it to say that COM lets you marshal interfaces into other apartments. An apartment, you may see it referred to as a context in modern versions of COM, can be thought of as a location and contains objects. Every thread in a program that uses COM exists in an apartment. If a thread wishes to use an object from another apartment, marshalling and the whole DCOM infrastructure gets involved to make that happen behind the scenes. So, each COM object resides in an apartment, and each apartment resides in a process, and each process resides in a machine, and each machine resides in a network. Allowing those objects to be used from any of these different places is what DCOM is all about. The process of marshalling refers to taking a function call in an apartment and actually performing it in another apartment. Let's say you have two machines, A and B, and on machine B there is an object sitting in a DLL on the hard disk. You want to create an instance of that object, activate it, and use it as if you had compiled it into your own program. This is hard because the remote object is expecting to be called by code in its own address space. It may do things like accept pointers to linked lists and even return other objects. Very basic marshalling is easy enough to understand. You take a method on a remote interface, that is a COM interface that is implemented on the remote computer, copy each of its parameters into a buffer and send it to the remote computer. On the other end, the remote server reads each parameter from the buffer, calls the method, writes the result into another buffer and sends it back. Definition: Object RPC, ORPC protocol extension with some new constructs and by assigning new meanings to some of the packet fields. The tricky part is exactly how to encode those parameters in the buffer, and how to convert standards call /cdecl method calls to network packets and back again. This is the job of the RPCRT4 DLL file, the remote procedure call runtime. OpenGroup or URL DCERPC is not naturally object-oriented, so this protocol is extended with some new constructs and by assigning new meanings to some of the packet fields to produce ORPC or Object RPC. You might see it called MSRPC as well. 2 definitions. Definition 1, RPC packets. Packets contain a buffer containing marshaled data in NDR format. Definition 2, graph serialization. The conversion of a complex data structure into a linear sequence of bytes for storage or transmission. RPC packets contain a buffer containing marshaled data in NDR format. NDR is short for Network Data Representation and is similar to the XDR format used in SunRPC, the closest native equivalent on Linux to DCERPC. NDR, XDR are all based on the idea of graph serialization and were worked out during the 80s, meaning they're very powerful and can do things like marshal doubly linked lists and other rather tricky structures. In Wine, our DCOM implementation is not currently based on the RPC runtime, as while few programs use DCOM, even fewer use RPC directly, so it was developed some time after OLEUT32 were. Eventually this will have to be fixed, otherwise our DCOM will never be compatible with Microsoft's. Bear this in mind as you read through the code, however. 2 definitions. Definition 1, proxies and stubs are generated using the IDL compiler. Definition 2, IDL compiler, a tool that generates code for proxies and stubs from an interface definition language, IDL file. Proxies and stubs manually marshalling and unmarshalling each method call using the NDR APIs, NDR conformant array marshal, etc., is very tedious work, so the platform SDK ships with a tool called MIDI, which is an IDL compiler. IDL, or the Interface Definition Language, is a language designed specifically for describing interfaces in a reasonably language-neutral fashion, though in reality it bears a close resemblance to C++. By describing the functions you want to expose via RPC and IDL, therefore, it becomes possible to pass this file to MIDL, which spits out a huge amount of C source code. That code defines functions which have the same prototype as the functions described in your IDL, but which internally take each argument, marshal it using NDR, send the packet, and unmarshal the return. Because this code proxies the code from the client to the server, the functions are called proxies. Easy, right? Of course, in the RPC server process at the other end, you need some way to unmarshal the RPCs, so you have functions also generated by MIDL which are the inverse of the proxies. They accept an NDR buffer, extract the parameters, call the real function, and then marshal the result back. They are called stubs and stand in for the real calling code in the client process. Definition. Picklers, those convert the arguments and feed them to the NDR marshallers. The sort of marshalling/unmarshalling code that MIDL spits out can be seen in DIL/OLOUT32/OLOUT32OIDL PC. It's not exactly what it would look like, as that file contains DCOM proxies stubs which are different, but you get the idea. Proxy functions take the arguments and feed them to the NDR marshallers or picklers, invoke an NDR proxy send, receiving, then convert the out parameters and return code. There's a ton of goop in there for dealing with buffer allocation, exceptions, and so on. It's really ugly code. But this is the basic concept behind DCE-RPC. Interface marshalling standard NDR only knows about C-style function calls. They can accept and even return structures, but it has no concept of COM interfaces. Confusingly, DCE-RPC does have a concept of RPC interfaces, which are just convenient ways to bundle function calls together into namespaces, but let's ignore that for now as it just muddies the water. The primary extension made by Microsoft to NDR then was the ability to take a COM interface pointer and marshal that into the NDR stream. The basic theory of proxies and stubs and IDL is still here, but it's been modified slightly. Whereas before you could define a bunch of functions in IDL, now a new object keyword has appeared. This tells MIDL that you're describing a COM interface, and as a result, the proxies stubs it generates are also COM objects. That's a very important distinction. When you make a call to a remote COM object, you do it via a proxy object that COM has constructed on the fly. Likewise, a stub object on the remote end unpacks the RPC packet and makes the call at a different object instance, so the RPC runtime keeps track of this and that in the RPC packets. This leads naturally onto the question of how we got those proxy stub objects in the first place and where they came from. You can use the co-create instance X API to activate COM objects on a remote machine. This works like co-create instance API. Behind the scenes, a lot of stuff is involved to do this, like iRemote activation, iExid resolver, and so on, but let's gloss over that for now. When DCOM creates an object on a remote machine, the DCOM runtime on that machine activates the object in the usual way, by looking it up in the registry, etc., and then marshals the requested interface back to the client. Marshalling an interface takes a pointer and produces a buffer containing all the information DCOM needs to construct a proxy object in the client, a stub object in the server, and link the two together. The structure of a marshaled interface pointer is somewhat complex. Let's ignore that too. The important thing is how COM proxies stubs are loaded. COM proxy stub system. COM proxies are objects that implement both the interfaces needing to be proxied and also RPC proxy buffer. Likewise, COM stubs implement a RPC stub buffer and understand how to invoke the methods of the requested interface. You may be wondering what the word buffer is doing in those interface names. I'm not sure either, except that a running theme in DCOM is that interfaces which have nothing to do with buffers have the word buffer appended to them, seemingly at random. Ignore it and don't let it confuse you. This stuff is convoluted enough. The IRPC proxy buffer and IRPC stub buffer interfaces are used to control the proxy stub objects and are one of the many semi-public interfaces used in DCOM. DCOM is theoretically an internet RFC and is spec'd out, but in reality, the only implementation of it apart from ours is Microsoft's. And as a result, there are lots of interfaces which can be used if you want to customize or control DCOM, but in practice are badly documented or not documented at all, or exist mostly as interfaces between MIDL-generated code and COM itself. Don't pay too much attention to the MSDN definitions of these interfaces and APIs. COM proxies and stubs are like any other normal COM object. They are registered in the registry. They can be loaded with co-create instancing and so on. They have to be in process in DLLs, however. They aren't activated directly by COM, however. Instead, the process goes something like this. COM receives a marshaled interface packet and retrieves the IID of the marshaled interface from it. COM looks in HKUI classes retrieve the CLSID of another COM object, which implements IPS factory buffer. IPS factory buffer has only two methods, create proxy and create stub. COM calls whichever is appropriate, create stub for the server, create proxy for the client. MIDL will normally provide an implementation of this object for you in the code it generates. Once create proxy has been called, The resultant object is query interface to a RPC proxy buffer, which only has one method, RPC proxy buffer, connect. This method only takes one parameter, the RPC channel buffer object, which encapsulates the RPC channel between the client and server. On the server side, a similar process is performed. The PS factory buffer is created, create stub is called, result is query interface to RPC stub buffer and RPC stub buffer. Connect is used to link it to the RPC channel. 103 Chapter 10. Common wine RPC channels. Remember the RPC runtime. Well, that's not just responsible for marshalling stuff, it also controls the connection and protocols between the client and server. We can ignore the details of this for now. Suffice it to say that an RPC channel is a COM object that implements RPC channel buffer, and it's basically an abstraction of different RPC methods. For instance, in the case of inter-thread marshalling, not covered here, the RPC connection code isn't used, only the NDR marshallers are, so RPC channel buffer in that case isn't actually implemented by RPCRT4, but rather just by the COM OLE DLLS. On this topic, Ove Cavan says, it depends on the Windows version, I think. Windows 95 and Windows NT4 certainly had very different models when I looked. I'm pretty sure the Windows 98 version of RPCRT4 was able to dispatch messages directly to individual apartments. I'd be surprised if some similar functionality was not added to Windows 2000. After all, if an object on machine A wanted to use an object on machine B in an apartment C, wouldn't it be most efficient if the RPC system knew about apartments and could dispatch the message directly to it? And if RPC does know how to efficiently dispatch to apartments, why should COM duplicate this functionality? There were, however, no unified way to tell RPC about them across Windows versions, so in that old patch of mine, I let the COM OLE DILs do the apartment dispatch, but even then the RPC runtime was always involved. After all, it could be quite tricky to tell whether the call is merely inter-thread without involving the RPC runtime. RPC channels are constructed on the fly by DCOM as part of the marshalling process. So when you make a call on a COM proxy, it goes like this. Your code COM proxy object, RPC channel COM stub object. Their code how this actually works in Wine right now. Wine does not use the NDR marshallers or RPC to implement its DCOM. When you marshal an interface in Wine, in the server process, a stub manager thread is started. I haven't gone into the stub manager here. The important thing is that eventually a stub reader thread is started which accepts marshaled DCOM RPCs and then passes them to RPC stub buffer, invoking the correct stub object which in turn demarshals the packet and performs the call. The threads started by our implementation of DCOM are never terminated, they just hang around until the process dies. Remember that I said our DCOM doesn't use RPC? Well, you might be thinking, but we use RPC stub buffer like we're supposed to. Isn't that provided by MIDL, which generates code that uses the NDR APIs? If so, pat yourself on the back, you're still with me. Go get a cup of coffee. Typelib marshaller. In fact, the reason for the PS factory buffer layer of indirection is because not all interfaces are marshaled using MIDL generated code. Why not? Well, to understand that you have to see that one of the driving forces behind OLE, and by extension DCOM, was the development of Visual Basic. Microsoft wanted VB developers to be first-class citizens in the COM world, but things like writing IDL and compiling them with a C compiler into DLLs wasn't easy enough. Definition: type library, binary IDL files, and those can be embedded as a resource into a DLL. So type libraries were invented. Actually, they were invented as part of a parallel line of COM development known as OLE automation, but let's not get into that here. Type libraries are basically binary IDL files, except that despite there being two type library formats, neither of them can fully express everything expressible in IDL. Anyway, with a type library, which can be embedded as a resource into a DLL, you have another option beyond compiling MIDL output. You can set the proxy stub CLS ID 32 registry entry for your interfaces to the CLS ID of the type library marshal or universal marshal. Both terms are used, but in the Wine source it's called the typelib marshal. The type library marshaller constructs proxy and stub objects on the fly. It does so by having generic marshalling glue which reads the information from the type libraries and takes the parameters directly off the stack. The 104 Chapter 10. Common Wine create proxy method actually builds a vtable out of blocks of assembly stitched together which pass control to xcall, which then does the marshalling. You can see all this magic in dils/olut 32/tmarshal. See, in the case of install shield, it actually comes with typelibs for all the interfaces it needs to marshal. Fix me. Is this right? But they actually use a mix of MIDL and typelib marshalling. In order to cover up for the fact that we don't really use our PC, they're all forced to go via the typelib marshaller. That's what the one hack is for, and what the registering non-automation type library. Warning is about, I think. Definition. STAs, single-threaded apartments. Apartments. Before a thread can use COM, it must enter an apartment. Apartments are an abstraction of a COM object's thread safety level. There are many types of apartments, but the only two we care about right now are single-threaded apartments, STAs, and the multi-threaded apartment, MTA. Any given process may contain at most one MTA and potentially many STAs. This is because all objects in MTAs never care where they are invoked from, and hence can all be treated the same. Since objects in STAs do care, they cannot be treated the same. You enter an apartment by calling coinitializeX and passing the desired thread model in as a parameter. The default, if you use the deprecated coinitialize, is a STA, and this is the most common type of apartment used in COM. An object in the multi-threaded apartment may be accessed concurrently by multiple threads. For example, it's supposed to be entirely thread safe. It must also not care about thread affinity. The object should react the same way no matter which thread is calling it. An object inside a STA does not have to be thread safe, and all calls upon it should come from the same thread, the thread that entered the apartment in the first place. The apartment system was originally designed to deal with the disparity between the Windows NT C++ world, in which threading was given a strong emphasis, and the Visual Basic world, in which threading was barely supported, and even if it had been fully supported, most developers would not have used it. Visual Basic code is not truly multi-threaded. Instead, if you start a new thread, you get an entirely new VM with separate sets of global variables. Changes made in one thread do not reflect in another, which pretty much violates the expected semantics of multi-threading entirely, but this is Visual Basic, so what did you expect? If you access a VB object concurrently from multiple threads, behind the scenes each VM runs in a STA, and the calls are marshaled between the threads using DCOM. In the Windows 2000 release of COM, several new types of apartment were added, the most important of which are RTAs, the rental threaded apartment, in which concurrent access are serialized by COM using an apartment-wide lock, but thread affinity is not guaranteed. Structure of a marshaled interface pointer. When an interface is marshaled using comarshal interface, the result is a serialized OBJREF structure. An OBJREF actually contains a union, but we'll be assuming the variant that embeds stdOBJREF here, which is what's used by the system-provided standard marshalling. A stdOBJREF standard object reference consists of the magic signature meow, then some flags, then the IID of the marshaled interface. Quite what MEOW stands for is a mystery, but it's definitely not Microsoft Extended Object Wire. Next comes the stdOBJREF flags, identified by their SORF prefix. Most of these are reserved, and their purpose, if any, is unknown, but a few are defined. After the SORF flags comes a count of the references represented by this marshaled interface. Typically, this will be 5 in the case of a normal marshal, but maybe 0 for table-strong and table-weak marshals. The difference between these is explained below. The reasoning is this: in the general case, we want to know exactly when an object is unmarshaled and released, so we can accurately control the lifetime of the stub object. This is what happens when C public ref sys 0. However, in many cases, we only want to unmarshal an object once. Therefore, if we 105 Chapter 10, Common Wine strengthen the rules to say when marshalling that we will only unmarshal once, then we no longer have to know when it is unmarshaled. Therefore, we can give out an arbitrary number of references when marshalling and basically say, don't call me except when you die. The most interesting part of stdOBJREF is the OXID, OID, IPID triple. This triple identifies any given marshaled interface pointer in the network. OXIDs are apartment identifiers and are supposed to be unique network-wide. How this is guaranteed is currently unknown. The original algorithm Windows used was something like the current Unix time and a local counter. OXIDs are generated and registered with the OXID resolver by performing local RPCs to the RPC subsystem, RPCSS, EXE. In a fully security-patched Windows system, they appear to be randomly generated. This registration is done using the iLocal OXID resolver interface. However, the exact structure of this interface is currently unknown. OIDs are object identifiers and identify a stub manager. The stub manager manages interface stubs. For each exported COM object, there are multiple interfaces and therefore multiple interface stubs, RPC stub buffer implementations. OIDs are apartment scoped. Each interface stub is identified by an IPID, which identifies a marshaled interface pointer. IPIDs are apartment scoped. Unmarshalling one of these streams therefore means setting up a connection to the object exporter, the apartment holding the marshaled interface pointer, and being able to send RPCs to the right interface stub. Each apartment has its own RPC endpoint and calls can be routed to the correct interface pointer by embedding the IP ID into the call using RPC binding set object. IREM unknown, discussed below, uses a reserved IP ID. Please note that this is true only in the current implementation. The native version generates an IP ID as per any other object and simply notifies the SCM of this IP ID. Both standard and handler marshaled OBJREFs contains an OXID resolver endpoint, which is an RPC string binding in a DULSTRINGRAY. This is necessary because an OXID alone is not enough to contact the host, as it doesn't contain any network address data. Instead, the combination of the remote OXID resolver RPC endpoint and the OXID itself are passed to the local OXID resolver. It then returns the apartment's string binding. This step is an optimization. Technically, the OBJREF itself could contain the string binding of the apartment endpoint and the OXID resolver could be bypassed, but by using this DCOM can optimize out a server round trip by having the local OXID resolver cache the query results. The OXID resolver is a service in the RPC subsystem RPCSS-EXE, which implements a raw non-object-oriented RPC interface called IXID resolver. Despite the identical naming convention, this is not a COM interface. Unmarshalling an interface pointer stream therefore consists of reading the OXID, OIDAND IP ID from the stdobjref, then reading one or more RPC string bindings for the remote OXID resolver. Then RPC binding from string bindingies used to convert this remote string binding into an RPC binding handle which can be passed to the local IXID resolver, resolve OXID implementation along with the OXID. The local OXID resolver consults its list of same machine OXIDs, then its cache of remote OXIDs, and if not found does an RPC to the remote OXID resolver using the binding handle passed in earlier. The result of the query is stored for future reference in the cache. And finally, the unmarshalling application gets back the apartment string binding, the IP ID of that apartment's IREM unknown implementation, and a security hint. Let's ignore this for now. Once the remote apartment string binding has been located, the unmarshalling process constructs an RPC channel buffer implementation with the connection handle and the IP ID of the needed interface, loads and constructs the RPC proxy buffer implementation for that IID and connects it to the channel. Finally, the proxy is passed back to the application. Handling IUnknown, there are some subtleties here with respect to IUnknown. IUnknown itself is never marshaled directly. Instead, a version of it optimized for network usage is used. IREM unknown is similar in concept to IUnknown, except that it allows you to add and release arbitrary numbers of references at once, and it also allows you to query from multiple interfaces at once. 106 Chapter 10. Common wine IREM unknown is used for lifecycle management and for marshalling new interfaces on an object back to the client. Its definition can be seen in COM, idle, basically the REM unknown. REM query interface method takes an IP ID and a list of IIDs, then returns stdobjrefs of each new marshaled interface pointer. There is one IREM unknown implementation per apartment, not per stub manager as you might expect. This is okay because IP IDs are apartment not object scoped. In fact, according to the DCOM draft spec, they are machine scoped, but this implies apartment scoped. Table marshalling. Normally, once you have unmarshaled a marshaled interface pointer, that stream is dead. You can't unmarshal it again. Sometimes this isn't what you want. In this case, table marshalling can be used. There are two types, strong and weak. In table strong marshalling, selected by a specific flag to co-marshal interface, a stream can be unmarshaled as many times as you like. Even if all the proxies are released, the marshaled object reference is still valid. Effectively, the stream itself holds a ref on the object. To release the object entirely so its server can shut down, you must use co-release marshal data on the stream. In table-weak marshalling, the stream can be unmarshaled many times. However, the stream does not hold a ref. If you unmarshal the stream twice, once those two proxies have been released, remote object will also be released. Attempting to unmarshal the stream at this point will yield COE disconnected. RPC dispatch. Exactly how RPC dispatch occurs depends on whether the exported object is in a STA or the MTA. If it's in the MTA, then all is simple. The RPC dispatch thread can temporarily enter the MTA, perform the remote call, and then leave it again. If it's in a STA, things get more complex because of the requirement that only one thread can ever access the object. Instead, when entering a SDA, a hidden window is created implicitly by COM, and the user must manually pump the message loop in order to service incoming RPCs. The RPC dispatch thread performs the context switch into the SDA by sending a message to the apartment's window, which then proceeds to invoke the remote call in the right thread. RPC dispatch threads are pooled by the RPC runtime. When an incoming RPC needs to be serviced, a thread is pulled from the pool and invokes the call. The main RPC thread then goes back to listening for new calls. It's quite likely for objects in the MTA to therefore be servicing more than one call at once. Message filtering and reentrancy. When an outgoing call is made from a SDA, it's possible that the remote server will reenter the client, for instance to perform a callback. Because of this potential reentrancy, when waiting for the reply to an RPC made inside SDA, COM will pump the message loop. That's because while this thread is blocked, the incoming callback will be dispatched by a thread from the RPC dispatch pool, so it must be processing messages. While COM is pumping the message loop, all incoming messages from the operating system are filtered through one or more message filters. These filters are themselves COM objects which can choose to discard, hold, or forward window messages. The default message filter drops all input messages and forwards the rest. This is so that if the user chooses a menu option which triggers an RPC, they then cannot choose that menu option again and restart the function from the beginning. That type of unexpected reentrancy is extremely difficult to debug, so it's disallowed. Definition: code paths, a particular route or sequence of instructions taken by a program during its execution. Unfortunately, other window messages are allowed through, meaning that it's possible your UI will be required to repaint itself during an outgoing RPC. This makes programming with STAs more complex than it may appear, as you must be prepared to run all kinds of code anytime an outgoing call is made. In turn, this breaks the idea that COM should abstract object location from the programmer, because an object that was originally free-threaded and is then run from a SDA could trigger new and untested code paths in a program. 107 Chapter 10. Common wine wrap-up. There are still a lot of topics that have not been covered. Format strings mops I remote activation complex / simple pings. Distributed garbage collection marshalling iDisplay, call frame interface pointer swizzling runtime class object registration, co-register class object. Rot exactly how install shield uses DCOM. Further reading most of these documents assume you have knowledge only contained in other documents. You may have to reread them a few times for it all to make sense. Don't feel you need to read these to understand DCOM. You don't. You only need to look at them if you're planning to help implement it. Leviticus, the third book of Moses, called Leviticus 1:1. And the Lord called unto Moses, and spake unto him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, 1:2. Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any man of you bring an offering unto the Lord, ye shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd, and of the flock. 1:3. If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord. 1:4. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him. 1:5. And he shall kill the bullock before the Lord, and the priests, Aaron's sons, shall bring the blood, and sprinkle the blood round about upon the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 1:6. And he shall flay the burnt offering, and cut it into his pieces. 1:7. And the sons of Aaron the priest shall put fire upon the altar, and lay the wood in order upon the fire. 1:8. And the priests, Aaron's sons, shall lay the parts, the head and the fat, in order upon the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. 1:9. But his inwards and his legs shall he wash in water. And the priest shall burn all on the altar to be a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Lord. 1:10. And if his offering be of the flocks, namely, of the sheep or of the goats for a burnt sacrifice, he shall bring it a male without blemish. 1:11. And he shall kill it on the side of the altar northward before the Lord, and the priests, Aaron's sons, shall sprinkle his blood round about upon the altar. 1:12. And he shall cut it into his pieces with his head and his fat, and the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire which is upon the altar. 1:13. But he shall wash the inwards and the legs with water, and the priest shall bring it all and burn it upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Lord. 1:14. And if the burnt sacrifice for his offering to the Lord be of fowls, then he shall bring his offering of turtles, doves, or of young pigeons. 1:15. And the priest shall bring it unto the altar, and wring off his head, and burn it on the altar, and the blood thereof shall be wrung out at the side of the altar. 1:16. And he shall pluck away his crop with his feathers, and cast it beside the altar on the east part by the place of the ashes. 1:17, and he shall cleave it with the wings thereof, but shall not divide it asunder. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar, upon the wood that is upon the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Lord. 2:1 And when any will offer a meat offering unto the Lord, his offering shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil upon it, and put frankincense thereon. 2:2 And he shall bring it to Aaron's sons the priests. And he shall take thereout his handful of the flour thereof, and of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof, and the priest shall burn the memorial of it upon the altar, to be an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Lord. 2:3 And the remnant of the meat offerings shall be Aaron's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of the Lord made by fire. 2:4 And if thou bring an oblation of a meat offering baken in the oven, it shall be unleavened cakes of fine flour mingled with oil, or unleavened wafers anointed with oil. 2:5 And if thy oblation be a meat offering baken in a pan, it shall be of fine flour unleavened, mingled with oil. 2:6 Thou shalt part it in pieces, and pour oil thereon, it is a meat offering. 2:7 And if thy oblation be a meat offering baken in the frying pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil. 2:8 And thou shalt bring the meat offering that is made of these things unto the Lord, and when it is presented unto the priest, he shall bring it unto the altar. 2:9 And the priest shall take from the meat offering a memorial thereof, and shall burn it upon the altar. It is an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Lord. 2:10 And that which is left of the meat offering shall be Aaron's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of the Lord made by fire. 2:11 No meat offering which ye shall bring unto the Lord shall be made with leaven, for ye shall burn no leaven, nor any honey in any offering of the Lord made by fire. 2:12 As for the oblation of the firstfruits, ye shall offer them unto the Lord, but they shall not be burnt on the altar for a sweet savor. 2:13 And every oblation of thy meat offering shalt thou season with salt, neither shalt thou suffer the salt of the covenant of thy God to be lacking from thy meat offering. With all thine offerings thou shalt offer salt. 2:14 And if thou offer a meat offering of thy firstfruits unto the Lord, thou shalt offer for the meat offering of thy firstfruits green ears of corn dried by the fire, even corn beaten out of full ears. 2:15 And thou shalt put oil upon it, and lay frankincense thereon. It is a meat offering. 2:16 And the priest shall burn the memorial of it, part of the beaten corn thereof, and part of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. It is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. 3:1 And if his oblation be a sacrifice of peace offering, if he offer it of the herd, whether it be a male or female, he shall offer it without blemish before the Lord. 3:2 And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron's sons the priests shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. 3:3 And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire unto the Lord, the fat that covereth the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards. 3:4 And the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver with the kidneys, shall he take away. 3:5 And Aaron's sons shall burn it on the altar upon the burnt sacrifice, which is upon the wood that is on the fire. It is an offering made by fire of a sweet savor unto the Lord. 3:6 And if his offering for a sacrifice of peace offering unto the Lord be of the flock, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. 3:7 If he offer a lamb for his offering, then shall he offer it before the Lord. 3:8 And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it before the tabernacle of the congregation, and Aaron's sons shall sprinkle the blood thereof round about upon the altar. 3:9 And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire unto the Lord, the fat thereof, and the whole rump it shall he take off hard by the backbone, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards. 3:10 And the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver with the kidneys, at Leviticus page 58 shall he take away. 3:11 And the priest shall burn it upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire unto the Lord. 3:12 And if his offering be a goat, then he shall offer it before the Lord. 3:13 And he shall lay his hand upon the head of it, and kill it before the tabernacle of the congregation, and the sons of Aaron shall sprinkle the blood thereof upon the altar round about. 3:14 And he shall offer thereof his offering, even an offering made by fire unto the Lord, the fat that covereth the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards. 3:15 And the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver with the kidneys, it shall he take away. 3:16 And the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire for a sweet savor. All the fat is the Lord's. 3:17 It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings, that ye eat neither fat nor blood. 4:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 4:2 Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a soul shall sin through ignorance against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning things which ought not to be done, and shall do against any of them. 4:3 If the priest that is anointed do sin according to the sin of the people, then let him bring for his sin which he hath sinned a young bullock without blemish unto the Lord for a sin offering. 4:4 And he shall bring the bullock unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord, and shall lay his hand upon the bullock's head, and kill the bullock before the Lord. 4:5 And the priest that is anointed shall take of the bullock's blood, and bring it to the tabernacle of the congregation. 4:6 And the priest shall dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle of the blood 7 times before the Lord, before the veil of the sanctuary. 4:7 And the priest shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar of sweet incense before the Lord, which is in the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall pour all the blood of the bullock at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 4:8 And he shall take off from it all the fat of the bullock for the sin offering, the fat that covereth the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards. 4:9 And the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver with the kidneys, it shall he take away. 4:10 As it was taken off from the bullock of the sacrifice of peace offerings, and the priest shall burn them upon the altar of the burnt offering. 4:11 And the skin of the bullock, and all his flesh, with his head, and with his legs, and his inwards, and his dung. 4:12 Even the whole bullock shall he carry forth without the camp unto a clean place, where the ashes are poured out, and burn him on the wood with fire. Where the ashes are poured out shall he be burnt. 4:13 And if the whole congregation of Israel sin through ignorance, and the thing be hid from the eyes of the assembly, and they have done somewhat against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning things which should not be done, and are guilty. 4:14 When the sin which they have sinned against it is known, then the congregation shall offer a young bullock for the sin, and bring him before the tabernacle of the congregation. 4:15 And the elders of the congregation shall lay their hands upon the head of the bullock before the Lord, and the bullock shall be killed before the Lord. 4:16 And the priest that is anointed shall bring of the bullock's blood to the tabernacle of the congregation. 4:17 And the priest shall dip his finger in some of the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord, even before the 5th. 4:18 And he shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar which is before the Lord, that is in the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall pour out all the blood at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 4:19 And he shall take all his fat from him, and burn it upon the altar. 4:20 And he shall do with the bullock as he did with the bullock for a sin offering, so shall he do with this, and the priest shall make an atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven them. 4:21 And he shall carry forth the bullock without the camp, and burn him as he burned the first bullock. It is a sin offering for the congregation. 4:22 When a ruler hath sinned, and done somewhat through ignorance against any of the commandments of the Lord his God concerning things which should not be done, and is guilty. 4:23 Or if his sin wherein he hath sinned come to his knowledge, he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a male without blemish. 4:24 And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the goat, and kill it in the place where they kill the burnt offering before the Lord. It is a sin offering. 4:25 And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out his blood at the bottom of the altar of burnt offering. 4:26 And he shall burn all his fat upon the altar, as the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings, and the priest shall make an atonement for him as concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven him. 4:27 And if any one of the common people sin through ignorance, while he doeth somewhat against any of the commandments of the Lord concerning things which ought not to be done, and be guilty. 4:28 Or if his sin which he hath sinned come to his knowledge, then he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a female without blemish, for his sin which he hath sinned. 4:29 And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay the sin offering in the place of the burnt offering. 4:30 And the priest shall take of the blood thereof with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. 4:31 And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat is taken away from off the sacrifice of peace offerings, and the priest shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor unto the Lord, and the priest shall make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. 4:32 And if he bring a lamb for a sin offering, he shall bring it a female without blemish. 33 And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay it for a sin offering in the place where they kill the burnt offering. 4:34 And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. 4:35 And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat of the lamb is taken away from the sacrifice of the peace offerings. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto the Lord, and the priest shall make an atonement for his sin that he hath committed, and it shall be forgiven him. 5:1 And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness whether he hath seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity. 5:2 Or if a soul touch any unclean thing, whether it be a carcass of an unclean beast, or a carcass of unclean cattle, or the carcass of unclean creeping things, and if it be hidden, page 59 Leviticus, from him, he also shall be unclean and guilty. 5:3 Or if he touch the uncleanness of man, whatsoever uncleanness it be, that a man shall be defiled withal, and it be hid from him, when he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty. 5:4 Or if a soul swear, pronouncing with his lips to do evil or to do good, whatsoever it be, that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it be hid from him, when he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these. 5:5 And it shall be, when he shall be guilty in one of these things, that he shall confess that he hath sinned in that thing. 5:6 And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord for his sin which he hath sinned, a female from the flock, a lamb or a kid of the goats for a sin offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin. 5:7 And if he be not able to bring a lamb, then he shall bring for his trespass, which he hath committed, 2 turtles' doves or 2 young pigeons, unto the Lord, one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. 5:8 And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off his head from his neck, but shall not divide it asunder. 5:9 And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering. 5:10 And he shall offer the second for a burnt offering, according to the manner. And the priest shall make an atonement for him for his sin which he hath sinned, and it shall be forgiven him. 5:11 But if he be not able to bring 2 turtles' doves or 2 young pigeons, then he that sinned shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He shall put no oil upon it, neither shall he put any frankincense thereon, for it is a sin offering. 5:12 Then shall he bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful of it, even a memorial thereof, and burn it on the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto the Lord. It is a sin offering. 5:13 And the priest shall make an atonement for him as touching his sin that he hath sinned in one of these, and it shall be forgiven him, and the remnant shall be the priest's as a meat offering. 5:14 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 5:15 If a soul commit a trespass and sin through ignorance in the holy things of the Lord, then he shall bring for his trespass unto the Lord a ram without blemish out of the flocks, with thy estimation by shekels of silver after the shekel of the sanctuary, for a trespass offering. 5:16 And he shall make amends for the harm that he hath done in the holy thing, and shall add the 5th part thereto, and give it unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him. 5:17 And if a soul sin and commit any of these things which are forbidden to be done by the commandments of the Lord, though he wist it not, yet is he guilty, and shall bear his iniquity. 5:18 And he shall bring a ram without blemish out of the flock, with thy estimation, for a trespass offering unto the priest, and the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his ignorance wherein he erred and wist it not, and it shall be forgiven him. 5:19 It is a trespass offering, he hath certainly trespassed against the Lord. 6:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 6:2 If a soul sin and commit a trespass against the Lord, and lie unto his neighbor in that which was delivered him to keep, or in fellowship, or in a thing taken away by violence, or hath deceived his neighbor. 6:3 Or have found that which was lost, and lieth concerning it, and sweareth falsely, in any of all these that a man doeth, sinning therein. 6:4 Then it shall be, because he hath sinned and is guilty, that he shall restore that which he took violently away, or the thing which he hath deceitfully gotten, or that which was delivered him to keep, or the lost thing which he found. 6:5 Or all that about which he hath sworn falsely. He shall even restore it in the principal, and shall add the 5th part more thereto, and give it unto him to whom it appertaineth in the day of his trespass offering. 6:6 And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord, a ram without blemish out of the flock, with thy estimation, for a trespass offering unto the priest. 6:7 And the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord, and it shall be forgiven him for anything of all that he hath done in trespassing therein. 6:8 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 6:9 Command Aaron and his sons, saying, This is the law of the burnt offering. It is the burnt offering, because of the burning upon the altar all night unto the morning, and the fire of the altar shall be burning in it. 6:10 And the priest shall put on his linen garment, and his linen breeches shall he put upon his flesh, and take up the ashes which the fire hath consumed with the burnt offering on the altar, and he shall put them beside the altar. 6:11 And he shall put off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes without the camp unto a clean place. 6:12 And the fire upon the altar shall be burning in it, it shall not be put out, and the priest shall burn wood on it every morning, and lay the burnt offering in order upon it, and he shall burn thereon the fat of the peace offerings. 6:13 The fire shall ever be burning upon the altar, it shall never go out. 6:14 And this is the law of the meat offering, the sons of Aaron shall offer it before the Lord before the altar. 6:15 And he shall take of it his handful of the flour of the meat offering, and of the oil thereof, and all the frankincense which is upon the meat offering, and shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor, even the memorial of it unto the Lord. 6:16 And the remainder thereof shall Aaron and his sons eat. With unleavened bread shall it be eaten in the holy place. In the court of the tabernacle of the congregation they shall eat it. 6:17 It shall not be baked with leaven. I have given it unto them for their portion of my offerings made by fire. It is most holy, as is the sin offering and as the trespass offering. 6:18 All the males among the children of Aaron shall eat of it. It shall be a statute forever in your generations concerning the offerings of the Lord made by fire. Every one that toucheth them shall be holy. 6:19 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 6:20 This is the offering of Aaron and of his sons, which they shall offer unto the Lord in the day when he is anointed. The 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a meat offering perpetual, half of it in the morning, and half thereof at night. 6:21 In a pan it shall be made with oil, and when it is baken thou shalt bring it in, and the baken pieces of the meat offering shalt thou offer for a sweet savor unto the Lord. 6:22 And the priest of his sons that is anointed in his stead shall offer it. It is a statute forever unto the Lord, it shall be wholly burnt. 6:23 For every meat offering for the priest shall be wholly burnt, it shall not be eaten. 6:24 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 6:25 Speak unto Aaron and to his sons, saying, This is the law of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is, Leviticus page 60, killed shall the sin offering be killed before the Lord, it is most holy. 6:26 The priest that offereth it for sin shall eat it. In the holy place shall it be eaten, in the court of the tabernacle of the congregation. 6:27 Whatsoever shall touch the flesh thereof shall be holy, and when there is sprinkled of the blood thereof upon any garment, thou shalt wash that whereon it was sprinkled in the holy place. 6:28 But the earthen vessel wherein it is sodden shall be broken, and if it be sodden in a brasen pot, it shall be both scoured and rinsed in water. 6:29 All the males among the priests shall eat thereof, it is most holy. 6:30 And no sin offering, whereof any of the blood is brought into the tabernacle of the congregation to reconcile withal in the holy place, shall be eaten, it shall be burnt in the fire. 7:1 Likewise this is the law of the trespass offering, it is most holy. 7:2 In the place where they kill the burnt offering shall they kill the trespass offering, and the blood thereof shall he sprinkle round about upon the altar. 7:3 And he shall offer of it all the fat thereof, the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards. 7:4 And the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul that is above the liver with the kidneys, it shall he take away. 7:5 And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for an offering made by fire unto the Lord. It is a trespass offering. 7:6 Every male among the priests shall eat thereof. It shall be eaten in the holy place. It is most holy. 7:7 As the sin offering is, so is the trespass offering. There is one law for them. The priest that maketh atonement therewith shall have it. 7:8 And the priest that offereth any man's burnt offering, even the priest shall have to himself the skin of the burnt offering which he hath offered. 7:9 And all the meat offering that is baked in the oven, and all that is dressed in the frying pan, and in the pan shall be the priest's that offereth it. 7:10 And every meat offering mingled with oil and dry shall all the sons of Aaron have, one as much as another. 7:11 And this is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto the Lord. 7:12 If he offer it for a thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving unleavened cakes mingled with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil, and cakes mingled with oil of fine flour fried. 7:13 Besides the cakes, he shall offer for his offering leavened bread with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offerings. 7:14 And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation for an heave offering unto the Lord, and it shall be the priest's that sprinkleth the blood of the peace offerings. 7:15 And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. 7:16 But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offereth his sacrifice, and on the morrow also the remainder of it shall be eaten. 7:17 But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the 3rd day shall be burnt with fire. 7:18 And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings be eaten at all on the 3rd day, it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be imputed unto him that offereth it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul that eateth of it shall bear his iniquity. 7:19 And the flesh that toucheth any unclean thing shall not be eaten, it shall be burnt with fire, and as for the flesh, all that be clean shall eat thereof. 7:20 But the soul that eateth of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings, that pertain unto the Lord, having his uncleanness upon him, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. 7:21 Moreover the soul that shall touch any unclean thing, as the uncleanness of man, or any unclean beast, or any abominable unclean thing, and eat of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which pertain unto the Lord, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. 7:22 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 7:23 Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, Ye shall eat no manner of fat of ox or of sheep or of goat. 7:24 And the fat of the beast that dieth of itself, and the fat of that which is torn with beasts may be used in any other use, but ye shall in no wise eat of it. 7:25 For whosoever eateth the fat of the beast, of which men offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord, even the soul that eateth it shall be cut off from his people. 7:26 Moreover ye shall eat no manner of blood, whether it be of fowl or of beast, in any of your dwellings. 7:27 Whatsoever soul it be that eateth any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. 7:28 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 7:29 Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, He that offereth the sacrifice of his peace offerings unto the Lord shall bring his oblation unto the Lord of the sacrifice of his peace offerings. 7:30 His own hands shall bring the offerings of the Lord made by fire, the fat with the breast, it shall he bring, that the breast may be waved for a wave offering before the Lord. 7:31 And the priest shall burn the fat upon the altar, but the breast shall be Aaron's and his sons'. 7:32 And the right shoulder shall ye give unto the priest for an heave offering of the sacrifices of your peace offerings. 7:33 He among the sons of Aaron, that offereth the blood of the peace offerings, and the fat, shall have the right shoulder for his part. 7:34 For the wave breast and the heave shoulder have I taken of the children of Israel from off the sacrifices of their peace offerings, and have given them unto Aaron the priest, and unto his sons, by a statute for ever from among the children of Israel. 7:35 This is the portion of the anointing of Aaron, and of the anointing of his sons, out of the offerings of the Lord made by fire, in the day when he presented them to minister unto the Lord in the priest's office. 7:36 Which the Lord commanded to be given them of the children of Israel, in the day that he anointed them, by a statute for ever throughout their generations. 7:37 This is the law of the burnt offering, of the meat offering, and of the sin offering, and of the trespass offering, and of the consecrations, and of the sacrifice of the peace offerings. 7:38 Which the Lord commanded Moses in Mount Sinai, in the day that he commanded the children of Israel to offer their oblations unto the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. 8:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 8:2 Take Aaron and his sons with him, and the garments, and the anointing oil, and a bullock for the sin offering, and 2 rams, and a basket of unleavened bread. 8:3 And gather thou all the congregation together unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 8:4 And Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and the assembly was gathered together unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 8:5 And Moses said unto the congregation, This is the thing which the Lord commanded to be done. 8:6 And Moses brought Aaron and his sons, and washed them with water. 8:7 And he put upon him the coat, and girded him with the girdle, and clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod upon him, and he girded him with the curious girdle of the ephod, and bound it unto him therewith. 8:8 And he put the breastplate upon him, also he put in the breastplate the Urim and the Thummim. 8:9 And he put page 61 Leviticus the mitre upon his head, also upon the mitre, even upon his forefront, did he put the golden plate, the holy crown, as the Lord commanded Moses. 8:10 And Moses took the anointing oil, and anointed the tabernacle and all that was therein, and sanctified them. 8:11 And he sprinkled thereof upon the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all his vessels, both the laver and his foot, to sanctify them. 8:12 And he poured of the anointing oil upon Aaron's head, and anointed him, to sanctify him. 8:13 And Moses brought Aaron's sons, and put coats upon them, and girded them with girdles, and put bonnets upon them, as the Lord commanded Moses. 8:14 And he brought the bullock for the sin offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the bullock for the sin offering. 8:15 And he slew it, and Moses took the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about with his finger, and purified the altar, and poured the blood at the bottom of the altar, and sanctified it, to make reconciliation upon it. 8:16 And he took all the fat that was upon the inwards, and caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys and their fat, and Moses burned it upon the altar. 8:17 But the bullock and his hide, his flesh and his dung, he burnt with fire without the camp, as the Lord commanded Moses. 8:18 And he brought the ram for the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram. 8:19 And he killed it, and Moses sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. 8:20 And he cut the ram into pieces, and Moses burnt the head and the pieces and the fat. 8:21 And he washed the inwards and the legs in water, and Moses burnt the whole ram upon the altar. It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet savor, and an offering made by fire unto the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. 8:22 And he brought the other ram, the ram of consecration, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram. 8:23 And he slew it, and Moses took of the blood of it, and put it upon the tip of Aaron's right ear, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. 8:24 And he brought Aaron's sons, and Moses put of the blood upon the tip of their right ear, and upon the thumbs of their right hands, and upon the great toes of their right feet. And Moses sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. 8:25 And he took the fat and the rump, and all the fat that was upon the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the two kidneys, and their fat, and the right shoulder. 8:26 And out of the basket of unleavened bread that was before the Lord, he took one unleavened cake and a cake of oiled bread and one wafer, and put them on the fat and upon the right shoulder. 8:27 And he put all upon Aaron's hands and upon his sons' hands, and waved them for a wave offering before the Lord. 8:28 And Moses took them from off their hands and burnt them on the altar upon the burnt offering. They were consecrations for a sweet savor. It is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. 8:29 And Moses took the breast and waved it for a wave offering before the Lord. For of the ram of consecration it was Moses' part, as the Lord commanded Moses. 8:30 And Moses took of the anointing oil and of the blood which was upon the altar, and sprinkled it upon Aaron and upon his garments and upon his sons and upon his sons' garments with him, and sanctified Aaron and his garments and his sons garments with him. 8:31 And Moses said unto Aaron and to his sons, Boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and there eat it with the bread that is in the basket of consecrations, as I commanded, saying, Aaron and his sons shall eat it. 8:32 And that which remaineth of the flesh and of the bread shall ye burn with fire. 8:33 And ye shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle of the congregation in 7 days, until the days of your consecration be at an end. For 7 days shall he consecrate you. 8:34 As he hath done this day, so the Lord hath commanded to do, to make an atonement for you. 8:35 Therefore shall ye abide at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation day and night 7 days, and keep the charge of the Lord, that ye die not, for so I am commanded. 8:36 So Aaron and his sons did all things which the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses. 9:1 And it came to pass on the 8th day that Moses called Aaron and his sons and the elders of Israel. 9:2 And he said unto Aaron, Take thee a young calf for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering, without blemish, and offer them before the Lord. 9:3 And unto the children of Israel thou shalt speak, saying, Take ye a kid of the goats for a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, both of the first year, without blemish, for a burnt offering. 9:4 Also a bullock and a ram for peace offerings, to sacrifice before the Lord, and a meat offering mingled with oil, for today the Lord will appear unto you. 9:5 And they brought that which Moses commanded before the tabernacle of the congregation, and all the congregation drew near and stood before the Lord. 9:6 And Moses said, This is the thing which the Lord commanded that ye should do, and the glory of the Lord shall appear unto you. 9:7 And Moses said unto Aaron, Go unto the altar, and offer thy sin offering and thy burnt offering, and make an atonement for thyself and for the people, and offer the offering of the people, and make an atonement for them, as the Lord commanded. 9:8 Aaron therefore went unto the altar, and slew the calf of the sin offering, which was for himself. 9:9 And the sons of Aaron brought the blood unto him, and he dipped his finger in the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar, and poured out the blood at the bottom of the altar. 9:10 But the fat and the kidneys and the caul above the liver of the sin offering he burnt upon the altar, as the Lord commanded Moses. 9:11 And the flesh and the hide he burnt with fire without the camp. 9:12 And he slew the burnt offering, and Aaron's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled round about upon the altar. 9:13 And they presented the burnt offering unto him, with the pieces thereof and the head, and he burnt them upon the altar. 9:14 And he did wash the inwards and the legs, and burnt them upon the burnt offering on the altar. 9:15 And he brought the people's offering, and took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and slew it, and offered it for sin as the first. 9:16 And he brought the burnt offering, and offered it according to the manner. 9:17 And he brought the meat offering, and took an handful thereof, and burnt it upon the altar, beside the burnt sacrifice of the morning. 9:18 He slew also the bullock and the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings, which was for the people. And Aaron's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled upon the altar round about. 9:19 And the fat of the bullock and of the ram the rump, and that which covereth the inwards, and the kidneys, and the caul above the liver. 9:20 And they put the fat upon the breasts, and he burnt the fat upon the altar. 9:21 And the breasts and the right shoulder Aaron waved, Leviticus page 62, for a wave offering before the Lord, as Moses commanded. 9:22 And Aaron lifted up his hand toward the people, and blessed them, and came down from offering of the sin offering and the burnt offering and peace offerings. 9:23 And Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of the congregation, and came out, and blessed the people, and the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the people. 9:24 And there came a fire out from before the Lord, and consumed upon the altar the burnt offering and the fat, which when all the people saw, they shouted and fell on their faces. 10:1 And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took either of them his censer, and put fire therein, and put incense thereon, and offered strange fire before the Lord, which he commanded them not. 10:2 And there went out fire from the Lord, and devoured them, and they died before the Lord. 10:3 Then Moses said unto Aaron, This is it that the Lord spake, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me, and before all the people I will be glorified. And Aaron held his peace. 10:4 And Moses called Mihail and Elzaphan, the sons of Uzal the uncle of Aaron, and said unto them, Come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp. 10:5 So they went near, and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moses had said. 10:6 And Moses said unto Aaron, and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar his sons, Uncover not your heads, neither rend your clothes, lest ye die, and lest wrath come upon all the people. But let your brethren, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning which the Lord hath kindled. 10:7 And ye shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die, for the anointing oil of the Lord is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moses. 10:8 And the Lord spake unto Aaron, saying, 10:9 Do not drink wine nor strong drink, thou nor thy sons with thee, when ye go into the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. 10:10 And that ye may put difference between holy and unholy, and between unclean and clean. 10:11 And that ye may teach the children of Israel all the statutes which the Lord hath spoken unto them by the hand of Moses. 10:12 And Moses spake unto Aaron, and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar his sons that were left, Take the meat offering that remaineth of the offerings of the Lord made by fire, and eat it without leaven beside the altar. For it is most holy. 10:13 And ye shall eat it in the holy place, because it is thy due, and thy sons' due, of the sacrifices of the Lord made by fire, for so I am commanded. 10:14 And the wave breast and heave shoulder shall ye eat in a clean place, thou and thy sons and thy daughters with thee, for they be thy due and thy sons' due, which are given out of the sacrifices of peace offerings of the children of Israel. 10:15 The heave shoulder and the wave breast shall they bring with the offerings made by fire of the fat, to wave it for a wave offering before the Lord, and it shall be thine and thy sons with thee by a statute forever, as the Lord hath commanded. 10:16 And Moses diligently sought the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burnt. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron, which were left alive, saying, 10:17 Wherefore have ye not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy, and God hath given it you to bear the iniquity of the congregation, to make atonement for them before the Lord. 10:18 Behold, the blood of it was not brought in within the holy place. Ye should indeed have eaten it in the holy place, as I commanded. 10:19 And Aaron said unto Moses, Behold, this day have they offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord, and such things have befallen me. And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in the sight of the Lord? 10:20 And when Moses heard that, he was content. 11:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying unto them, 11:2 Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, These are the beasts which ye shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. 11:3 Whatsoever parteth the hoof, and is cloven-footed, and cheweth the cud among the beasts, that shall ye eat. 11:4 Nevertheless these shall ye not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the hoof, as the camel, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. 11:5 And the coney, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. 11:6 And the hare, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. 11:7 And the swine, though he divide the hoof and be cloven-footed, yet he cheweth not the cud, he is unclean to you. 11:8 Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcase shall ye not touch, they are unclean to you. 11:9 These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters, whatsoever hath fins and scales in the waters, in the seas and in the rivers, them shall ye eat. 11:10 And all that have not fins and scales in the seas and in the rivers, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. 11:11 They shall be even an abomination unto you. Ye shall not eat of their flesh, but ye shall have their carcasses in abomination. 11:12 Whatsoever hath no fins nor scales in the waters, that shall be an abomination unto you. 11:13 And these are they which ye shall have an abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten, they are an abomination, the eagle and the ossifrage and the osprey. 11:14 And the vulture and the kite after his kind. 11:15 Every raven after his kind. 11:16 And the owl and the night hawk and the cuckoo and the hawk after his kind. 11:17 And the little owl and the cormorant and the great owl. 11:18 And the swan and the pelican and the jeer eagle. 11:19 And the stork, the heron after her kind, and the lapwing and the bat. 11:20 All fowls that creep, going upon all four, shall be an abomination unto you. 11:21 Yet these may ye eat of every flying creeping thing that goeth upon all four, which have legs above their feet to leap withal upon the earth. 11:22 Even these of them ye may eat, the locust after his kind, and the bald locust after his kind, and the beetle after his kind, and the grasshopper after his kind. 11:23 But all other flying creeping things which have 4 feet shall be an abomination unto you. 11:24 And for these ye shall be unclean, whosoever toucheth the carcase of them shall be unclean until the even. 11:25 And whosoever beareth aught of the carcase of them shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the even. 11:26 The carcases of every beast which divideth the hoof, and is not cloven-footed, nor cheweth the cud, are unclean unto you. Every one that toucheth them shall be unclean. 11:27 And whatsoever goeth upon his paws among all manner of beasts that go on all four, those are unclean unto you. Whoso toucheth their carcase shall be unclean until the even. 11:28 And he that beareth the carcase of them shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the even. They are unclean unto you. Page 63 Leviticus 11:29 These also shall be unclean unto you among the creeping things that creep upon the earth, the weasel and the mouse and the tortoise after his kind. 11:30 And the ferret and the chameleon and the lizard and the snail and the mole. 11:31 These are unclean to you among all that creep. Whosoever doth touch them when they be dead shall be unclean until the even. 11:32 And upon whatsoever any of them when they are dead doth fall it shall be unclean, whether it be any vessel of wood or raiment or skin or sack, whatsoever vessel it be, wherein any work is done, it must be put into water, and it shall be unclean until the even, so it shall be cleansed. 11:33 And every earthen vessel whereinto any of them falleth, whatsoever is in it shall be unclean, and ye shall break it. 11:34 Of all meat which may be eaten, that on which such water cometh shall be unclean, and all drink that may be drunk in every such vessel shall be unclean. 11:35 And everything whereupon any part of their carcass falleth shall be unclean, whether it be oven or ranges for pots, they shall be broken down, for they are unclean, and shall be unclean unto you. 11:36 Nevertheless a fountain or pit, wherein there is plenty of water, shall be clean, but that which toucheth their carcase shall be unclean. 11:37 And if any part of their carcase fall upon any sowing seed which is to be sown, it shall be clean. 11:38 But if any water be put upon the seed, and any part of their carcase fall thereon, it shall be unclean unto you. 11:39 And if any beast, of which ye may eat, die, he that toucheth the carcase thereof shall be unclean until the even. 11:40 And he that eateth of the carcase of it shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the even. He also that beareth the carcase of it shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the even. 11:41 And every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth shall be an abomination, it shall not be eaten. 11:42 Whatsoever goeth upon the belly, and whatsoever goeth upon all four, or whatsoever hath more feet among all creeping things that creep upon the earth, them ye shall not eat, for they are an abomination. 11:43 Ye shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that creepeth, neither shall ye make yourselves unclean with them, that ye should be defiled thereby. 11:44 For I am the Lord your God, ye shall therefore sanctify yourselves, and ye shall be holy, for I am holy, neither shall ye defile yourselves with any manner of creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. 11:45 For I am the Lord that bringeth you up out of the land of Egypt to be your God, ye shall therefore be holy, for I am holy. 11:46 This is the law of the beasts, and of the fowl, and of every living creature that moveth in the waters, and of every creature that creepeth upon the earth. 11:47 To make a difference between the unclean and the clean, and between the beast that may be eaten and the beast that may not be eaten. 12:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 12:2 Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed and born a man child, then she shall be unclean 7 days, according to the days of the separation for her infirmity shall she be unclean. 12:3 And in the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. 12:4 And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 33 days. She shall touch no hallowed thing, nor come into the sanctuary, until the days of her purifying be fulfilled. 12:5 But if she bear a maid child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 66 days. 12:6 And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled, for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation unto the priest. 12:7 Who shall offer it before the Lord and make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the law for her that hath borne a male or a female. 12:8 And if she be not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean. 13:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, saying, 13:2 When a man shall have in the skin of his flesh a rising, a scab, or a bright spot, and it be in the skin of his flesh like the plague of leprosy, then he shall be brought unto Aaron the priest, or unto one of his sons the priests. 13:3 And the priest shall look on the plague in the skin of the flesh. And when the hair in the plague is turned white, and the plague in sight be deeper than the skin of his flesh, it is a plague of leprosy, and the priest shall look on him and pronounce him unclean. 13:4 If the bright spot be white in the skin of his flesh, and in sight be not deeper than the skin, and the hair thereof be not turned white, then the priest shall shut up him that hath the plague 7 days. 13:5 And the priest shall look on him the 7th day, and behold, if the plague in his sight be at a stay, and the plague spread not in the skin, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days more. 13:6 And the priest shall look on him again the 7th day. And behold, if the plague be somewhat dark, and the plague spread not in the skin, the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is but a scab, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. 13:7 But if the scab spread much abroad in the skin, after that he hath been seen of the priest for his cleansing, he shall be seen of the priest again. 13:8 And if the priest see that, behold, the scab spreadeth in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprosy. 13:9 When the plague of leprosy is in a man, then he shall be brought unto the priest. 13:10 And the priest shall see him. And behold, if the rising be white in the skin, and it have turned the hair white, and there be quick raw flesh in the rising. 13:11 It is an old leprosy in the skin of his flesh, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not shut him up, for he is unclean. 13:12 And if a leprosy break out abroad in the skin, and the leprosy cover all the skin of him that hath the plague from his head even to his foot wheresoever the priest looketh. 13:13 Then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that hath the plague. It is all turned white, he is clean. 13:14 But when raw flesh appeareth in him, he shall be unclean. 13:15 And the priest shall see the raw flesh, and pronounce him to be unclean, for the raw flesh is unclean, it is a leprosy. 13:16 Or if the raw flesh turn again and be changed unto white, he shall come unto the priest. 13:17 And the priest shall see him, and behold, if the plague be turned into white, then the priest shall pronounce him clean that hath the plague, he is clean. 13:18 The flesh also, in which even in the skin thereof was a boil, and is healed. 13:19 And in the place of the boil there be a white rising, or a bright spot, white and somewhat reddish, and it be showed to the priest. 13:20 And if when the priest seeth it, behold, it be in sight lower than the skin, and the hair thereof be turned white, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy broken out of the boil. 13:21 But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hairs, Leviticus page 64 therein, and if it be not lower than the skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. 13:22 And if it spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague. 13:23 But if the bright spot stay in his place, and spread not, it is a burning boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. 13:24 Or if there be any flesh in the skin whereof there is a hot burning, and the quick flesh that burneth have a white bright spot, somewhat reddish or white. 13:25 Then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the hair in the bright spot be turned white, and it be in sight deeper than the skin, it is a leprosy broken out of the burning, wherefore the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. 13:26 But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hair in the bright spot, and it be no lower than the other skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. 13:27 And the priest shall look upon him the 7th day, and if it be spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. 13:28 And if the bright spot stay in his place, and spread not in the skin, but it be somewhat dark, it is a rising of the burning, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is an inflammation of the burning. 13:29 If a man or woman have a plague upon the head or the beard. 13:30 Then the priest shall see the plague, and behold, if it be in sight deeper than the skin, and there be in it a yellow thin hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a dry scall, even a leprosy upon the head or beard. 13:31 And if the priest look on the plague of the skull, and behold, it be not in sight deeper than the skin, and that there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut up him that hath the plague of the skull 7 days. 13:32 And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the plague, and behold, if the skull spread not, and there be in it no yellow hair, and the skull be not in sight deeper than the skin. 13:33 He shall be shaven, but the skull shall he not shave, and the priest shall shut up him that hath the skull 7 days more. 13:34 And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the skull, and behold, if the skull be not spread in the skin, nor be in sight deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. 13:35 But if the skull spread much in the skin after his cleansing. 13:36 Then the priest shall look on him, and behold, if the skull be spread in the skin, the priest shall not seek for yellow hair, he is unclean. 13:37 But if the skull be in his sight at a stay, and that there is black hair grown up therein, the skull is healed, he is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. 13:38 If a man also or a woman have in the skin of their flesh bright spots, even white bright spots. 13:39 Then the priest shall look, and behold, if the bright spots in the skin of their flesh be darkish white, it is a freckled spot that groweth in the skin, he is clean. 13:40 And the man whose hair is fallen off his head, he is bald, yet is he clean. 1341 And he that hath his hair fallen off from the part of his head toward his face, he is forehead bald, yet is he clean. 1342 And if there be in the bald head or bald forehead a white reddish sore, it is a leprosy sprung up in his bald head or his bald forehead. 1343 Then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the rising of the sore be white reddish in his bald head or in his bald forehead, as the leprosy appeareth in the skin of the flesh. 1344 He is a leprous man, he is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him utterly unclean, his plague is in his head. 1345 And the leper in whom the plague is, his clothes shall be rent and his head bare, and he shall put a covering upon his upper lip, and shall cry, Unclean, unclean. 1346 All the days wherein the plague shall be in him he shall be defiled, he is unclean, he shall dwell alone, without the camp shall his habitation be. 1347 The garment also that the plague of leprosy is in, whether it be a woolen garment or a linen garment. 1348 Whether it be in the warp or woof, of linen or of woolen, whether in a skin or in anything made of skin. 1349 And if the plague be greenish or reddish in the garment or in the skin, either in the warp or in the woof or in anything of skin, it is a plague of leprosy, and shall be showed unto the priest. 1350 And the priest shall look upon the plague, and shut up it that hath the plague 7 days. 1351 And he shall look on the plague on the 7th day. If the plague be spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof or in a skin or in any work that is made of skin, the plague is a fretting leprosy, it is unclean. 1352 He shall therefore burn that garment, whether warp or woof, in woolen or in linen or anything of skin, wherein the plague is, for it is a fretting leprosy, it shall be burnt in the fire. 1353 And if the priest shall look, and behold, the plague be not spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof or in anything of skin. 1354 Then the priest shall command that they wash the thing wherein the plague is, and he shall shut it up 7 days more. 1355 And the priest shall look on the plague after that it is washed, and behold, if the plague have not changed his color, and the plague be not spread, it is unclean. Thou shalt burn it in the fire, it is fret inward, whether it be bare within or without. 1356 And if the priest look, and behold, the plague be somewhat dark after the washing of it, then he shall rend it out of the garment, or out of the skin, or out of the warp, or out of the woof. 1357 And if it appear still in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof or in anything of skin, it is a spreading plague, thou shalt burn that wherein the plague is with fire. 1358 And the garment, either warp or woof or whatsoever thing of skin it be, which thou shalt wash, if the plague be departed from them, then it shall be washed the 2nd time, and shall be clean. 1359 This is the law of the plague of leprosy in a garment of woolen or linen, either in the warp or woof or anything of skins, to pronounce it clean or to pronounce it unclean. 14:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 14:2 This shall be the law of the leper in the day of his cleansing, he shall be brought unto the priest. 14:3 And the priest shall go forth out of the camp, and the priest shall look, and behold, if the plague of leprosy be healed in the leper. 14:4 Then shall the priest command to take for him that is to be cleansed 2 birds alive and clean, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. 14:5 And the priest shall command that one of the birds be killed in an earthen vessel over running water. 14:6 As for the living bird, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and shall dip them and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. 14:7 And he shall sprinkle upon him that is to be cleansed from the leprosy 7 times, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the living bird loose into the open field. 14:8 And he that is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes, and shave off all his hair, and wash himself in water, that he may be clean, and after that he shall come into the camp, and shall tarry abroad out of his tent 7 days. 14:9 But it shall be on the 7th day, that he shall shave all his hair off his page 65 Leviticus head, and his beard, and his eyebrows, even all his hair he shall shave off. And he shall wash his clothes, also he shall wash his flesh in water, and he shall be clean. 14:10 And on the 8th day he shall take 2 he lambs without blemish, and 1 ewe lamb of the first year without blemish, and 3/10 deals of fine flour for a meat offering mingled with oil, and 1 log of oil. 14:11 And the priest that maketh him clean shall present the man that is to be made clean, and those things before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 14:12 And the priest shall take 1 he lamb, and offer him for a trespass offering, and the log of oil, and wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. 14:13 And he shall slay the lamb in the place where he shall kill the sin offering and the burnt offering in the holy place. For as the sin offering is the priest's, so is the trespass offering, it is most holy. 14:14 And the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and the priest shall put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. 14:15 And the priest shall take some of the log of oil, and pour it into the palm of his own left hand. 14:16 And the priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that is in his left hand, and shall sprinkle of the oil with his finger 7 times before the Lord. 14:17 And of the rest of the oil that is in his hand shall the priest put upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the blood of the trespass offering. 14:18 And the remnant of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall pour upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, and the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord. 14:19 And the priest shall offer the sin offering and make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed from his uncleanness, and afterward he shall kill the burnt offering. 14:20 And the priest shall offer the burnt offering and the meat offering upon the altar, and the priest shall make an atonement for him, and he shall be clean. 14:21 And if he be poor and cannot get so much, then he shall take one lamb for a trespass offering to be waved, to make an atonement for him, and 1/10 deal of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering, and a log of oil. 14:22 And 2 turtles, doves, or 2 young pigeons, such as he is able to get, and the one shall be a sin offering, and the other a burnt offering. 14:23 And he shall bring them on the 8th day for his cleansing unto the priest, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, before the Lord. 14:24 And the priest shall take the lamb of the trespass offering, and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. 14:25 And he shall kill the lamb of the trespass offering, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. 14:26 And the priest shall pour of the oil into the palm of his own left hand. 14:27 And the priest shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before the Lord. 14:28 And the priest shall put of the oil that is in his hand upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the place of the blood of the trespass offering. 14:29 And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall put upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, to make an atonement for him before the Lord. 14:30 And he shall offer the one of the turtles, doves, or of the young pigeons, such as he can get. 14:31 Even such as he is able to get, the one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering with the meat offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed before the Lord. 14:32 This is the law of him in whom is the plague of leprosy, whose hand is not able to get that which pertaineth to his cleansing. 14:33 And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, 14:34 When ye be come into the land of Canaan, which I give to you for a possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house of the land of your possession. 14:35 And he that owneth the house shall come and tell the priest, saying, It seemeth to me there is as it were a plague in the house. 14:36 Then the priest shall command that they empty the house before the priest go into it to see the plague, that all that is in the house be not made unclean, and afterward the priest shall go in to see the house. 14:37 And he shall look on the plague, and behold, if the plague be in the walls of the house with hollow strakes, greenish or reddish, which in sight are lower than the wall. 14:38 Then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house, and shut up the house 7 days. 14:39 And the priest shall come again the 7th day, and shall look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the walls of the house. 14:40 Then the priest shall command that they take away the stones in which the plague is, and they shall cast them into an unclean place without the city. 14:41 And he shall cause the house to be scraped within round about, and they shall pour out the dust that they scrape off without the city into an unclean place. 14:42 And they shall take other stones, and put them in the place of those stones, and he shall take other mortar, and shall plaister the house. 14:43 And if the plague come again and break out in the house, after that he hath taken away the stones, and after he hath scraped the house, and after it is plaistered. 14:44 Then the priest shall come and look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the house, it is a fretting leprosy in the house, it is unclean. 14:45 And he shall break down the house, the stones of it, and the timber thereof, and all the mortar of the house, and he shall carry them forth out of the city into an unclean place. 14:46 Moreover, he that goeth into the house all the while that it is shut up shall be unclean until the even. 14:47 And he that lieth in the house shall wash his clothes, and he that eateth in the house shall wash his clothes. 14:48 And if the priest shall come in and look upon it, and behold, the plague hath not spread in the house after the house was plaistered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, because the plague is healed. 14:49 And he shall take to cleanse the house 2 birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. 14:50 And he shall kill the one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. 14:51 And he shall take the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet, and the living bird, and dip them in the blood of the slain bird, and in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. 14:52 And he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and with the running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop, and with the scarlet. 14:53 But he shall let go the living bird out of the city into the open fields and make an atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. 1454 This is the law for all manner of plague of leprosy and scall. 1455 And for the leprosy of a garment and of a house. 1456 And for a rising and for a scab and for a bright spot. 1457 To teach when it is unclean and when it is clean. This is the law of leprosy. 15:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, 15:2 Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When any man hath a running issue out of his Leviticus page 66 flesh, because of his issue he is unclean. 15:3 And this shall be his uncleanness in his issue, whether his flesh run with his issue, or his flesh be stopped from his issue, it is his uncleanness. 15:4 Every bed whereon he lieth that hath the issue is unclean, and everything whereon he sitteth shall be unclean. 15:5 And whosoever toucheth his bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:6 And he that sitteth on anything whereon he sat that hath the issue shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:7 And he that toucheth the flesh of him that hath the issue shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:8 And if he that hath the issue spit upon him that is clean, then he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:9 And what saddle soever he rideth upon that hath the issue shall be unclean. 15:10 And whosoever toucheth anything that was under him shall be unclean until the even, and he that beareth any of those things shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:11 And whomsoever he toucheth that hath the issue, and hath not rinsed his hands in water, he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:12 And the vessel of earth that he toucheth which hath the issue shall be broken, and every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water. 15:13 And when he that hath an issue is cleansed of his issue, then he shall number to himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in running water, and shall be clean. 15:14 And on the 8th day he shall take to him 2 turtles' doves, or 2 young pigeons, and come before the Lord unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and give them unto the priest. 15:15 And the priest shall offer them, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord for his issue. 15:16 And if any man's seed of copulation go out from him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:17 And every garment and every skin whereon is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water, and be unclean until the even. 15:18 The woman also with whom man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:19 And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart 7 days, and whosoever toucheth her shall be unclean until the even. 15:20 And everything that she lieth upon in her separation shall be unclean, everything also that she sitteth upon shall be unclean. 15:21 And whosoever toucheth her bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:22 And whosoever toucheth anything that she sat upon shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:23 And if it be on her bed or on anything whereon she sitteth when he toucheth it, he shall be unclean until the even. 15:24 And if any man lie with her at all, and her flowers be upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and all the bed whereon he lieth shall be unclean. 15:25 And if a woman have an issue of her blood many days out of the time of her separation, or if it run beyond the time of her separation, all the days of the issue of her uncleanness shall be as the days of her separation, she shall be unclean. 15:26 Every bed whereon she lieth all the days of her issue shall be unto her as the bed of her separation, and whatsoever she sitteth upon shall be unclean, as the uncleanness of her separation. 15:27 And whosoever toucheth those things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even. 15:28 But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean. 15:29 And on the 8th day she shall take unto her 2 turtles, or 2 young pigeons, and bring them unto the priest to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 15:30 And the priest shall offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for her before the Lord for the issue of her uncleanness. 15:31 Thus shall ye separate the children of Israel from their uncleanness, that they die not in their uncleanness when they defile my tabernacle that is among them. 15:32 This is the law of him that hath an issue, and of him whose seed goeth from him, and is defiled therewith. 15:33 And of her that is sick of her flowers, and of him that hath an issue of the man and of the woman, and of him that lieth with her that is unclean. 16:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron, when they offered before the Lord and died, 16:2 And the Lord said unto Moses, Speak unto Aaron thy brother, that he come not at all times into the holy place within the veil before the mercy seat which is upon the ark, that he die not, for I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. 16:3 Thus shall Aaron come into the holy place, with a young bullock for a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering. 16:4 He shall put on the holy linen coat, and he shall have the linen breeches upon his flesh, and shall be girded with a linen girdle, and with the linen mitre shall he be attired. These are holy garments, therefore shall he wash his flesh in water, and so put them on. 16:5 And he shall take of the congregation of the children of Israel 2 kids of the goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. 16:6 And Aaron shall offer his bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make an atonement for himself and for his house. 16:7 And he shall take the 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. 16:8 And Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord and the other lot for the scapegoat. 16:9 And Aaron shall bring the goat upon which the Lord's lot fell and offer him for a sin offering. 16:10 But the goat, on which the lot fell to be the scapegoat, shall be presented alive before the Lord, to make an atonement with him, and to let him go for a scapegoat into the wilderness. 16:11 And Aaron shall bring the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bullock of the sin offering which is for himself. 16:12 And he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar before the Lord, and his hands full of sweet incense beaten small, and bring it within the veil. 16:13 And he shall put the incense upon the fire before the Lord, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is upon the testimony, that he die not. 16:14 And he shall take of the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it with his finger upon the mercy seat eastward, and before the mercy seat shall he sprinkle of the blood with his finger 7 times. 16:15 Then shall he kill the goat of the sin offering, that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it upon the mercy seat and before the mercy seat. 16:16 And he shall make an atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of their transgressions and all their sins. And so shall he do for the tabernacle of the congregation, that page 67 Leviticus remaineth among them in the midst of their uncleanness. 16:17 And there shall be no man in the tabernacle of the congregation when he goeth in to make an atonement in the holy place, until he come out and have made an atonement for himself and for his household and for all the congregation of Israel. 16:18 And he shall go out unto the altar that is before the Lord, and make an atonement for it, and shall take of the blood of the bullock and of the blood of the goat, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about. 16:19 And he shall sprinkle of the blood upon it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it, and hallow it from the uncleanness of the children of Israel. 16:20 And when he hath made an end of reconciling the holy place, and the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, he shall bring the live goat. 16:21 And Aaron shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions and all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. 16:22 And the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquities unto a land not inhabited, and he shall let go the goat in the wilderness. 16:23 And Aaron shall come into the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall put off the linen garments which he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. 16:24 And he shall wash his flesh with water in the holy place, and put on his garments, and come forth, and offer his burnt offering and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself and for the people. 16:25 And the fat of the sin offering shall he burn upon the altar. 16:26 And he that let go the goat for the scapegoat shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward come into the camp. 16:27 And the bullock for the sin offering and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought in to make atonement in the holy place, shall one carry forth without the camp, and they shall burn in the fire their skins and their flesh and their dung. 16:28 And he that burneth them shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp. 16:29 And this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month on the 10th day of the month ye shall afflict your souls, and do no work at all, whether it be one of your own country, or a stranger that sojourneth among you. 16:30 For on that day shall the priest make an atonement for you, to cleanse you, that ye may be clean from all your sins before the Lord. 16:31 It shall be a Sabbath of rest unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls by a statute forever. 16:32 And the priest whom he shall anoint, and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office in his father's stead, shall make the atonement, and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. 16:33 And he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make an atonement for the tabernacle of the congregation, and for the altar, and he shall make an atonement for the priests, and for all the people of the congregation. 16:34 And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. And he did as the Lord commanded Moses. 17:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 17:2 Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded, saying, 17:3 What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or lamb or goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp, 17:4 And bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He hath shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. 17:5 To the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Lord. 17:6 And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat for a sweet savor unto the Lord. 17:7 And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. 17:8 And thou shalt say unto them, Whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers which sojourn among you, that offereth a burnt offering of sacrifice, 17:9 And bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer it unto the Lord, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. 17:10 And whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people. 17:11 For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls, for it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul. 17:12 Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, No soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourneth among you eat blood. 17:13 And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunteth and catcheth any beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof, and cover it with dust. 17:14 For it is the life of all flesh, the blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, Ye shall eat the blood of no manner of flesh, for the life of all flesh is the blood thereof, whosoever eateth it shall be cut off. 17:15 And every soul that eateth that which died of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even, then shall he be clean. 17:16 But if he wash them not, nor bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity. 18:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 18:2 Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. 18:3 After the doings of the land of Egypt wherein ye dwelt shall ye not do, and after the doings of the land of Canaan whither I bring you shall ye not do, neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. 18:4 Ye shall do my judgments and keep mine ordinances to walk therein, I am the Lord your God. 18:5 Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do he shall live in them, I am the Lord. 18:6 None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness, I am the Lord. 18:7 The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover, she is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. 18:8 The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover, it is thy father's nakedness. 18:9 The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father or daughter of thy mother, whether she be Leviticus page 68 born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. 18:10 The nakedness of thy son's daughter or of thy daughter's daughter, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover, for theirs is thine own nakedness. 18:11 The nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. 18:12 Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister, she is thy father's near kinswoman. 18:13 Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman. 18:14 Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother, thou shalt not approach to his wife, she is thine aunt. 18:15 Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law, she is thy son's wife, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. 18:16 Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife, it is thy brother's nakedness. 18:17 Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter, neither shalt thou take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are her near kinswomen, it is wickedness. 18:18 Neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister, to vex her, to uncover her nakedness, beside the other in her lifetime. 18:19 Also thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness. 18:20 Moreover thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife to defile thyself with her. 1821 And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Melech, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God, I am the Lord. 1822 Thou shalt not lie with mankind, as with womankind, it is abomination. 1823 Neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith, neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto, it is confusion. 1824 Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled which I cast out before you. 1825 And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomiteth out her inhabitants. 1826 Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourneth among you. 1827 For all these abominations have the men of the land done which were before you, and the land is defiled. 1828 That the land spew not you out also, when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. 1829 For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the souls that commit them, shall be cut off from among their people. 1830 Therefore shall ye keep mine ordinance, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein, I am the Lord your God. 19:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 19:2 Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I the Lord your God am holy. 19:3 Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths, I am the Lord your God. 19:4 Turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods, I am the Lord your God. 19:5 And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord, ye shall offer it at your own will. 19:6 It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow, and if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. 19:7 And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable, it shall not be accepted. 19:8 Therefore every one that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 19:9 And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. 19:10 And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard, thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger, I am the Lord your God. 19:11 Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. 19:12 And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God, I am the Lord. 19:13 Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. 19:14 Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear thy God, I am the Lord. 19:15 Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. 19:16 Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor, I am the Lord. 19:17 Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart, thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. 19:18 Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, I am the Lord. 19:19 Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind, thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed, neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee. 19:20 And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman, that is, a bondmaid betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged, they shall not be put to death, because she was not free. 19:21 And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. 19:22 And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord for his sin which he hath done, and the sin which he hath done shall be forgiven him. 19:23 And when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you, it shall not be eaten of. 19:24 But in the 4th year all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal. 19:25 And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof, I am the Lord your God. Neither shall ye use enchantment, nor observe times. 19:27 Ye shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard. 19:28 Ye shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you, I am the Lord. 19:29 Do not prostitute thy daughter, to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. 19:30 Ye shall keep my Sabbaths, and reverence my sanctuary, I am the Lord. 19:31 Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them, I am the Lord your God. 19:32 Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head, and honor the face of the old man, and fear thy God, I am the Lord. 19:33 And if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, ye shall not vex him. 1934 But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and thou shalt love him as thyself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. 1935 Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in meat hard, in weight, or in measure. 1936 Just balances, just weights, a just ephah and a just hin shall ye have. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt. 1937 Therefore shall ye observe all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them. I am the Lord. 21 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 22 Again thou shalt say to the children of Israel, whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto Melech, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. 23 And I will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he hath given of his seed unto Melech, to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my holy name. 24 And if the people of the land do any ways hide their eyes from the man, when he giveth of his seed unto Melech, and kill him not. 25 Then I will set my face against that man, and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a-whoring after him, to commit whoredom with Melech from among their people. 26 And the soul that turneth after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, to go a-whoring after them, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. 27 Sanctify yourselves therefore, and be ye holy, for I am the Lord your God. 28 And ye shall keep my statutes and do them. I am the Lord which sanctify you. 29 For everyone that curseth his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. He hath cursed his father or his mother, his blood shall be upon him. 10 And the man that committeth adultery with another man's wife, even he that committeth adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. 11 And the man that lieth with his father's wife hath uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. 12 And if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have wrought confusion, their blood shall be upon them. 13 If a man also lie with mankind, as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. 14 And if a man take a wife and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall be burnt with fire, both he and they, that there be no wickedness among you. 15 And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and ye shall slay the beast. 16 And if a woman approach unto any beast, and lie down thereto, thou shalt kill the woman and the beast. They shall surely be put to death, their blood shall be upon them. 17 And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, and they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. He hath uncovered his sister's nakedness, he shall bear his iniquity. 18 And if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, he hath discovered her fountain, and she hath uncovered the fountain of her blood, and both of them shall be cut off from among their people. 19 And thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, nor of thy father's sister, for he uncovereth his near kin, they shall bear their iniquity. 20 And if a man shall lie with his uncle's wife, he hath uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin, they shall die childless. 21 And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing, he hath uncovered his brother's nakedness, they shall be childless. 22 Ye shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them, that the land whither I bring you to dwell therein spew you not out. 23 And ye shall not walk in the manners of the nation which I cast out before you, for they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. 24 But I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land, and I will give it unto you to possess it, a land that floweth with milk and honey. I am the Lord your God, which have separated you from other people. 25 Ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowls and clean. And ye shall not make your souls abominable by beast, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creepeth on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. 26 And ye shall be holy unto me, for I the Lord am holy, and have severed you from other people, that ye should be mine. 27 A man also or woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them. 21 And the Lord said unto Moses, Speak unto the priests the sons of Aaron, and say unto them, There shall none be defiled for the dead among his people. 21:2 But for his kin that is near unto him, that is, for his mother, and for his father, and for his son, and for his daughter, and for his brother. 21:3 And for his sister a virgin that is nigh unto him, which hath had no husband, for her may he be defiled. 21:4 But he shall not defile himself, being a chief man among his people, to profane himself. 21:5 They shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave off the corner of their beard, nor make any cuttings in their flesh. 21:6 They shall be holy unto their God, and not profane the name of their God. For the Leviticus page 70 offerings of the Lord made by fire and the bread of their God they do offer, therefore they shall be holy. 21:7 They shall not take a wife that is a whore or profane, neither shall they take a woman put away from her husband, for he is holy unto his God. 21:8 Thou shalt sanctify him therefore, for he offereth the bread of thy God, he shall be holy unto thee, for I the Lord which sanctify you am holy. 21:9 And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profaneth her father, she shall be burnt with fire. 21:10 And he that is the high priest among his brethren, upon whose head the anointing oil was poured, and that is consecrated to put on the garments, shall not uncover his head, nor rend his clothes. 21:11 Neither shall he go into any dead body, nor defile himself for his father or for his mother. 21:12 Neither shall he go out of the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his God, for the crown of the anointing oil of his God is upon him. I am the Lord. 21:13 And he shall take a wife in her virginity. 21:14 A widow or a divorced woman or profane or an harlot, these shall he not take, but he shall take a virgin of his own people to wife. 21:15 Neither shall he profane his seed among his people, for I the Lord do sanctify him. 21:16 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 21:17 Speak unto Aaron, saying, Whosoever he be of thy seed in their generations that hath any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his God. 21:18 For whatsoever man he be that hath a blemish, he shall not approach, a blind man or a lame, or he that hath a flat nose, or anything superfluous. 21:19 Or a man that is broken-footed or broken-handed. 21:20 Or crook-backed, or a dwarf, or that hath a blemish in his eye, or be scurvy, or scabbed, or hath his stones broken. 21:21 No man that hath a blemish of the seed of Aaron the priest shall come nigh to offer the offerings of the Lord made by fire. He hath a blemish, he shall not come nigh to offer the bread of his God. 21:22 He shall eat the bread of his God, both of the most holy and of the holy. 21:23 Only he shall not go in unto the veil, nor come nigh unto the altar, because he hath a blemish, that he profane not my sanctuaries, for I the Lord do sanctify them. 21:24 And Moses told it unto Aaron and to his sons and unto all the children of Israel. 22:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 22:2 Speak unto Aaron and to his sons, that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Israel, and that they profane not my holy name in those things which they hallow unto me. I am the Lord. 22:3 Say unto them, Whosoever he be of all your seed among your generations, that goeth unto the holy things which the children of Israel hallow unto the Lord, having his uncleanness upon him, that soul shall be cut off from my presence. I am the Lord. 22:4 What man soever of the seed of Aaron is a leper or hath a running issue, he shall not eat of the holy things until he be clean. And whoso toucheth anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goeth from him. 22:5 Or whosoever toucheth any creeping thing whereby he may be made unclean, or a man of whom he may take uncleanness, whatsoever uncleanness he hath. 22:6 The soul which hath touched any such shall be unclean until even, and shall not eat of the holy things, unless he wash his flesh with water. 22:7 And when the sun is down, he shall be clean, and shall afterward eat of the holy things, because it is his food. 22:8 That which dieth of itself, or is torn with beasts, he shall not eat to defile himself therewith. I am the Lord. 22:9 They shall therefore keep mine ordinance, lest they bear sin for it, and die therefore if they profane it. I the Lord do sanctify them. 22:10 There shall no stranger eat of the holy thing. A sojourner of the priest, or an hired servant, shall not eat of the holy thing. 22:11 But if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it, and he that is born in his house, they shall eat of his meat. 22:12 If the priest's daughter also be married unto a stranger, she may not eat of an offering of the holy things. 22:13 But if the priest's daughter be a widow or divorced and have no child, and is returned unto her father's house, as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's meat, but there shall no stranger eat thereof. 22:14 And if a man eat of the holy thing unwittingly, then he shall put the fifth part thereof unto it, and shall give it unto the priest with the holy thing. 22:15 And they shall not profane the holy things of the children of Israel, which they offer unto the Lord. 22:16 Or suffer them to bear the iniquity of trespass when they eat their holy things, for I the Lord do sanctify them. 22:17 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 22:8 And speak unto Aaron and to his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, Whatsoever he be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers in Israel, that will offer his oblation for all his vows, and for all his freewill offerings, which they will offer unto the Lord for a burnt offering. 22:19 Ye shall offer at your own will a male without blemish of the beeves of the sheep or of the goats. 22:20 But whatsoever hath a blemish, that shall ye not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you. 22:21 And whosoever offereth a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord to accomplish his vow, or a freewill offering in bees or sheep, it shall be perfect to be accepted, there shall be no blemish therein. 22:22 Blind or broken or maimed or having a wen or scurvy or scabbed, ye shall not offer these unto the Lord, nor make an offering by fire of them upon the altar unto the Lord. 22:23 Either a bullock or a lamb that hath anything superfluous or lacking in his parts, that mayest thou offer for a freewill offering, but for a vow it shall not be accepted. 22:24 Ye shall not offer unto the Lord that which is bruised or crushed or broken or cut, neither shall ye make any offering thereof in your land. 22:25 Neither from a stranger's hand shall ye offer the bread of your God of any of these, because their corruption is in them and blemishes be in them, they shall not be accepted for you. 22:26 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 22:27 When a bullock or a sheep or a goat is brought forth, then it shall be 7 days under the dam, and from the 8th day and thenceforth it shall be accepted for an offering made by fire unto the Lord. 22:28 And whether it be cow or ewe, ye shall not kill it and her young both in 1 day. 22:29 And when you will offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving unto the Lord, offer it at your own will. 22:30 On the same day it shall be eaten up, ye shall leave none of it until the morrow, I am the Lord. 22:31 Therefore shall ye keep my commandments and do them, I am the Lord. 22:32 Neither shall ye profane my holy name, but I will be hallowed among the children of Israel. I am the Lord which hallow you. 22:33 That brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God, I am the Lord. 23:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 23:2 Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feasts of the Lord, which ye shall page 71 Leviticus proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts. 23:3 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation, ye shall do no work therein, it is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. 23:4 These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons. 23:5 In the 14th day of the first month at even is the Lord's Passover. 23:6 And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread unto the Lord. 7 days ye must eat unleavened bread. 23:7 In the first day ye shall have an holy convocation, ye shall do no servile work therein. 23:8 But ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord 7 days. In the 7th day is an holy convocation, ye shall do no servile work therein. 23:9 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 23:10 Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the firstfruits of your harvest unto the priest. 23:11 And he shall wave the sheaf before the Lord to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath the priest shall wave it. 23:12 And ye shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf an lamb without blemish of the first year for a burnt offering unto the Lord. 23:13 And the meat offering thereof shall be 2/10 deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto the Lord for a sweet savor, and the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the 4th part of an hin. 23:14 And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, until the selfsame day that ye have brought an offering unto your God. It shall be a statute for ever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. 23:15 And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering. 7 Sabbaths shall be complete. 23:16 Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall offer a new meat offering unto the Lord. 23:17 Ye shall bring out of your habitations 2 wave loaves of 2/10 deals. They shall be of fine flour, they shall be baked with leaven, they are the firstfruits unto the Lord. 23:18 And ye shall offer with the bread 7 lambs without blemish of the first year, and 1 young bullock and 2 rams. They shall be for a burnt offering unto the Lord, with their meat offering and their drink offerings, even an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto the Lord. 23:19 Then ye shall sacrifice 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of the first year for a sacrifice of peace offerings. 23:20 And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering before the Lord, with the 2 lambs. They shall be holy to the Lord for the priest. 23:21 And ye shall proclaim on the selfsame day, that it may be an holy convocation unto you. Ye shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute for ever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. 23:22 And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not make clean riddance of the corners of thy field when thou reapest, neither shalt thou gather any gleaning of thy harvest. Thou shalt leave them unto the poor and to the stranger. I am the Lord your God. 23:23 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 23:24 Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, in the 1st day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets and holy convocation. 23:25 Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. 23:26 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 23:27 Also on the 10th day of this 7th month there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. 23:28 And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before the Lord your God. 23:29 For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. 23:30 And whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. 23:31 Ye shall do no manner of work, it shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. 23:32 It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls. In the 9th day of the month at even, from even unto even shall ye celebrate your Sabbath. 23:33 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 23:34 Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, The 15th day of the 7th month shall be the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days unto the Lord. 23:35 On the first day shall be an holy convocation, ye shall do no servile work therein. 23:36 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. On the 8th day shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein. 23:37 These are the feasts of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, to offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord, a burnt offering and a meat offering, a sacrifice and drink offerings, everything upon his day. 23:38 Beside the Sabbaths of the Lord, and beside your gifts, and beside all your vows, and beside all your freewill offerings which ye give unto the Lord. 23:39 Also in the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto the Lord 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. 23:40 And ye shall take you on the first day the boughs of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, and the boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook, and ye shall rejoice before the Lord your God 7 days. 23:41 And ye shall keep it a feast unto the Lord 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th month. 23:42 Ye shall dwell in booths 7 days. All that are Israelites born shall dwell in booths. 23:43 That your generations may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. 23:44 And Moses declared unto the children of Israel the feasts of the Lord. 24:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 24:2 Command the children of Israel, that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually. 24:3 Without the veil of the testimony in the tabernacle of the congregation, shall Aaron order it from the evening unto the morning before the Lord continually. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. 24:4 He shall order the lamps upon the pure candlestick before the Lord continually. 24:5 And thou shalt take fine flour, and bake 12 Leviticus page 72 cakes thereof, 2/10 deals shall be in one cake. 24:6 And thou shalt set them in 2 rows, 6 on a row, upon the pure table before the Lord. 24:7 And thou shalt put pure frankincense upon each row, that it may be on the bread for a memorial, even an offering made by fire unto the Lord. 24:8 Every Sabbath he shall set it in order before the Lord continually, being taken from the children of Israel by an everlasting covenant. 24:9 And it shall be Aaron's and his sons, and they shall eat it in the holy place, for it is most holy unto him of the offerings of the Lord made by fire by a perpetual statute. 24:10 And the son of an Israelitish woman, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the children of Israel, and this son of the Israelitish woman and a man of Israel strove together in the camp. 24:11 And the Israelitish woman's son blasphemed the name of the Lord, and cursed. And they brought him unto Moses, and his mother's name was Shelemith, the daughter of Dibri of the tribe of Dan. 24:12 And they put him in ward, that the mind of the Lord might be showed them. 24:13 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 24:14 Bring forth him that hath cursed without the camp, and let all that heard him lay their hands upon his head, and let all the congregation stone him. 24:15 And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, Whosoever curseth his God shall bear his sin. 24:16 And he that blasphemeth the name of the Lord, he shall surely be put to death, and all the congregation shall certainly stone him, as well the stranger as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemeth the name of the Lord, shall be put to death. 24:17 And he that killeth any man shall surely be put to death. 24:18 And he that killeth a beast shall make it good, beast for beast. 24:19 And if a man cause a blemish in his neighbor, as he hath done, so shall it be done to him. 24:20 Breach for breach, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, as he hath caused a blemish in a man, so shall it be done to him again. 24:21 And he that killeth a beast, he shall restore it, and he that killeth a man, he shall be put to death. 24:22 Ye shall have one manner of law, as well for the stranger as for one of your own country, for I am the Lord your God. 24:23 And Moses spake to the children of Israel, that they should bring forth him that had cursed out of the camp, and stone him with stones. And the children of Israel did as the Lord commanded Moses. 25:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses in Mount Sinai, saying, 25:2 Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath unto the Lord. 25:3 6 years thou shalt sow thy field, and 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyard, and gather in the fruit thereof. 25:4 But in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for the Lord. Thou shalt neither sow thy field nor prune thy vineyard. 25:5 That which groweth of its own accord of thy harvest thou shalt not reap, neither gather the grapes of thy vine undressed, for it is a year of rest unto the land. 25:6 And the Sabbath of the land shall be meat for you, for thee, and for thy servant, and for thy maid, and for thy hired servant, and for thy stranger that sojourneth with thee. 25:7 And for thy cattle, and for the beasts that are in thy land shall all the increase thereof be meat. 25:8 And thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of years unto thee, 7 times 7 years, and the space of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be unto thee 40 and 9 years. 25:9 Then shalt thou cause the trumpet of the jubile to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. In the day of atonement shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land. 25:10 And ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubile unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. 25:11 A jubile shall that 50th year be unto you. Ye shall not sow, neither reap that which groweth of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in it of thy vine undressed. 25:12 For it is the jubile, it shall be holy unto you, ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. 25:13 In the year of this jubile ye shall return every man unto his possession. 25:14 And if thou sell aught unto thy neighbor, or buyest aught of thy neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. 25:15 According to the number of years after the jubile thou shalt buy of thy neighbor, and according unto the number of years of the fruits he shall sell unto thee. 25:16 According to the multitude of years thou shalt increase the price thereof, and according to the fewness of years thou shalt diminish the price of it. For according to the number of the years of the fruits doth he sell unto thee. 25:17 Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but thou shalt fear thy God, for I am the Lord your God. 25:18 Wherefore ye shall do my statutes, and keep my judgments, and do them, and ye shall dwell in the land in safety. 25:19 And the land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your fill, and dwell therein in safety. 25:20 And if ye shall say, What shall we eat the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow nor gather in our increase. 25:21 Then I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth fruit for 3 years. 25:22 And ye shall sow the 8th year, and eat yet of old fruit until the 9th year, until her fruits come, and ye shall eat of the old store. 25:23 The land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine, for ye are strangers and sojourners with me. 25:24 And in all the land of your possession ye shall grant a redemption for the land. 25:25 If thy brother be waxen poor, and hath sold away some of his possession, and if any of his kin come to redeem it, then shall he redeem that which his brother sold. 25:26 And if the man have none to redeem it, and himself be able to redeem it. 25:27 Then let him count the years of the sale thereof, and restore the overplus unto the man to whom he sold it, that he may return unto his possession. 25:28 But if he be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the hand of him that hath bought it until the year of jubile, and in the jubile it shall go out, and he shall return unto his possession. 25:29 And if a man sell a dwelling house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it is sold. Within a full year may he redeem it. 25:30 And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him that bought it throughout his generations. It shall not go out in the jubile. 25:31 But the houses of the villages which have no wall round about them shall be counted as the fields of the country. They may be redeemed, and they shall go out in the jubile. 25:32 Notwithstanding the cities of the Levites, and the houses of the cities of their possession, may the Levites redeem at any time. 25:33 And if a man purchase of the Levites, then the house that was sold in the city of his possession shall go out in the year of jubile. For the houses of the cities of the Levites are their possession. Page 73 Leviticus among the children of Israel. 25:34 But the field of the suburbs of their cities may not be sold, for it is their perpetual possession. 25:35 And if thy brother be waxen poor and fallen in decay with thee, then thou shalt relieve him, yea, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with thee. 25:36 Take thou no usury of him or increase, but fear thy God, that thy brother may live with thee. 25:37 Thou shalt not give him thy money upon usury, nor lend him thy victuals for increase. 25:38 I am the Lord your God, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your God. 25:39 And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant. 25:40 But as an hired servant, and as a sojourner, he shall be with thee, and shall serve thee unto the year of jubile. 25:41 And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. 25:42 For they are my servants which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt, they shall not be sold as bondmen. 25:43 Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shalt fear thy God. 25:44 Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids which thou shalt have shall be of the heathen that are round about you, of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. 25:45 Moreover of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. 25:46 And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren the children of Israel ye shall not rule one over another with rigor. 25:47 And if a sojourner or stranger wax rich by thee, and thy brother that dwelleth by him wax poor, and sell himself unto the stranger or sojourner by thee, or to the stock of the stranger's family. 25:48 After that he is sold, he may be redeemed again. One of his brethren may redeem him. 25:49 Either his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or any that is nigh of kin unto him of his family may redeem him. Or if he be able, he may redeem himself. 25:50 And he shall reckon with him that bought him from the year that he was sold to him unto the year of jubile, and the price of his sale shall be according unto the number of years, according to the time of an hired servant shall it be with him. 25:51 If there be yet many years behind, according unto them, he shall give again the price of his redemption out of the money that he was bought for. 25:52 And if there remain but few years unto the year of jubile, then he shall count with him, and according unto his years shall he give him again the price of his redemption. 25:53 And as a yearly hired servant shall he be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him in thy sight. 25:54 And if he be not redeemed in these years, then he shall go out in the year of jubile, both he and his children with him. 25:55 For unto me the children of Israel are servants. They are my servants whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. 26:1 Ye shall make you no idols nor graven image, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land to bow down unto it, for I am the Lord your God. 26:2 Ye shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. 26:3 If ye walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them. 26:4 Then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. 26:5 And your thrashing shall reach unto the vintage, and the vintage shall reach unto the sowing time, and ye shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land safely. 26:6 And I will give peace in the land, and ye shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid, and I will rid evil beasts out of the land, neither shall the sword go through your land. 26:7 And ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. 26:8 And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. 26:9 For I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish my covenant with you. 26:10 And ye shall eat old store, and bring forth the old because of the new. 26:11 And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. 26:12 And I will walk among you, and will be your God, and ye shall be my people. 26:13 I am the Lord your God, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, that ye should not be their bondmen, and I have broken the bands of your yoke, and made you go upright. 26:14 But if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all these commandments. 26:15 And if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant. 26:16 I also will do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning ague, that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart. And ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. 26:17 And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursueth you. 26:18 And if you will not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. 26:19 And I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your heaven as iron and your earth as brass. 26:20 And your strength shall be spent in vain, for your land shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land yield their fruits. 26:21 And if you walk contrary unto me, and will not hearken unto me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your sins. 26:22 I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children and destroy your cattle and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. 26:23 And if you will not be reformed by me by these things, but will walk contrary unto me. 26:24 Then will I also walk contrary unto you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your sins. 26:25 And I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. And when ye are gathered together within your cities, I will send the pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. 26:26 And when I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver you your bread again by weight, and ye shall eat and not be satisfied. 26:27 And if you will not for all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me. 26:28 Then I will walk contrary unto you also in fury, and I will chastise you 7 times for your sins. 26:29 And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. 26:30 And I will Leviticus page 74 destroy your high places, and cut down your images, and cast your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols, and my soul shall abhor you. 26:31 And I will make your cities waste, and bring your sanctuaries unto desolation, and I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. 26:32 And I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. 26:33 And I will scatter you among the heathen, and will draw out a sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. 26:34 Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, as long as it lieth desolate, and ye be in your enemy's land, even then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbaths. 26:35 As long as it lieth desolate it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths when ye dwelt upon it. 26:36 And upon them that are left alive of you I will send a faintness into their hearts in the lands of their enemies, and the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when none pursueth. 26:37 And they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword when none pursueth, and ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies. 26:38 And ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. 26:39 And they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity in your enemies' lands, and also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. 26:40 If they shall confess their iniquity, and the iniquity of their fathers with their trespass which they trespassed against me, and that also they have walked contrary unto me. 26:41 And that I also have walked contrary unto them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies, if then their uncircumcised hearts be humbled, and they then accept of the punishment of their iniquity. 26:42 Then will I remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land. 26:43 The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lieth desolate without them, and they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, because they despised my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. 26:44 And yet for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I abhor them to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them, for I am the Lord their God. 26:45 But I will for their sakes remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the heathen, that I might be their God. I am the Lord. 26:46 These are the statutes and judgments and laws which the Lord made between him and the children of Israel in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moses. 27:1 And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, 27:2 Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When a man shall make a singular vow, the person shall be for the Lord by thy estimation. 27:3 And thy estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old even unto 60 years old, even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. 27:4 And if it be a female, then thy estimation shall be 30 shekels. 27:5 And if it be from 5 years old even unto 20 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. 27:6 And if it be from a month old even unto 5 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver, and for the female thy estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. 27:7 And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then thy estimation shall be 15 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. 27:8 But if he be poorer than thy estimation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall value him. According to his ability that vowed shall the priest value him. 27:9 And if it be a beast, whereof men bring an offering unto the Lord, all that any man giveth of such unto the Lord shall be holy. 27:10 He shall not alter it, nor change it, a good for a bad, or a bad for a good. And if he shall at all change beast for beast, then it in the exchange thereof shall be holy. 27:11 And if it be any unclean beast, of which they do not offer a sacrifice unto the Lord, then he shall present the beast before the priest. 27:12 And the priest shall value it, whether it be good or bad. As thou valuest it, who art the priest, so shall it be. 27:13 But if he will at all redeem it, then he shall add a fifth part thereof unto thy estimation. 27:14 And when a man shall sanctify his house to be holy unto the Lord, then the priest shall estimate it, whether it be good or bad, as the priest shall estimate it, so shall it stand. 27:15 And if he that sanctified it will redeem his house, then he shall add the fifth part of the money of thy estimation unto it, and it shall be his. 27:16 And if a man shall sanctify unto the Lord some part of a field of his possession, then thy estimation shall be according to the seed thereof. An homer of barley seed shall be valued at 50 shekels of silver. 27:17 If he sanctify his field from the year of jubile, according to thy estimation it shall stand. 27:18 But if he sanctify his field after the jubile, then the priest shall reckon unto him the money according to the years that remain, even unto the year of the jubile, and it shall be abated from thy estimation. 27:19 And if he that sanctified the field will in any wise redeem it, then he shall add the fifth part of the money of thy estimation unto it, and it shall be assured to him. 27:20 And if he will not redeem the field, or if he have sold the field to another man, it shall not be redeemed any more. 27:21 But the field when it goeth out in the jubile shall be holy unto the Lord as a field devoted, the possession thereof shall be the priest's. 27:22 And if a man sanctify unto the Lord a field which he hath bought, which is not of the fields of his possession. 27:23 Then the priest shall reckon unto him the worth of thy estimation, even unto the year of the jubile, and he shall give thine estimation in that day as a holy thing unto the Lord. 27:24 In the year of the jubile the field shall return unto him of whom it was bought, even to him to whom the possession of the land did belong. 27:25 And all thy estimations shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary, 20 gerahs shall be the shekel. 27:26 Only the firstling of the beasts, which should be the Lord's firstling, no man shall sanctify it, whether it be ox or sheep. It is the Lord's. 27:27 And if it be of an unclean beast, then he shall redeem it according to thine estimation, and shall add a fifth part of it thereto, or if it be not redeemed, then it shall be sold according to thy estimation. 27:28 Notwithstanding no devoted thing, that a man shall devote unto the Lord of all that he hath, both of man and beast, and of the field of his possession, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy unto the Lord. 27:29 None devoted, which shall be devoted of men, shall be redeemed, but shall surely be put to death. 27:30 And all the tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the tree, is the Lord's, it is holy unto the Lord. 27:31 And if a man will at all redeem out of his tithes, he shall add thereto the fifth part thereof. 27:32 And concerning the tithe of the herd or of the flock, even of whatsoever passeth under the rod, the tenth shall be holy unto the Lord. 27:33 He page 75 Leviticus shall not search whether it be good or bad, neither shall he change it. And if he change it at all, then both it and the change thereof shall be holy, it shall not be redeemed. 27:34 These are the commandments which the Lord commanded Moses for the children of Israel in Mount Sinai.